Assalamu alaikum. Oops. What was there? 1 second. Amani, shut up. I'm live. Oh, okay, assalamu alaikum everybody. How is everyone? Alhamdulillah. Your daughter's calling you. Oh. Okay, welcome to another arena. Alhamdulillah. Just a bit of a disclaimer. I'm exhausted. Just got back from Paris, 8 o'clock today. So just had 1 hour kip. What is one put? Yes, Brother Hamza, without the ancient artifact cap. No way that I've got. All right. Welcome to another arena. So as per usual, just let's set the format out so everybody knows the score. So the arena is that we've changed the thumbnail now, mashallah, with the help of Ben Iqra. Well, all of the help of Ben Iqra. Well, Ben Iqra's changed this thumbnail now. Yeah, let me do this. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do all the slow mode and everything in a minute. All right. So basically, it's the arena is a place where non-Muslims get to challenge Islam. So I'm going to change the format a little bit. So when a guest comes on, if you're Muslim, please don't waste anyone's time and don't fill up the backspace. This is a stream for non-Muslims to learn about and challenge Islam, or try to present their beliefs, what they believe to be true. That's true. Okay, so the format will be: you'll be invited on if you're a non-Muslim. You will be asked, are you here to challenge Islam, or are you here to present your religion as a truth, or whatever it may be? And then you'll be given a chance to make your point, inshallah. Don't ramble, make your point, and then we'll deal with whatever point it is. And without further ado, I'm going to be joined in the arena. 2 of them are already here, mashallah. So, Brother Asadullah, assalamu alaikum. How are you, my brother?
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm looking forward to your dulcet tone today, man. Alhamdulillah. And we got Brother Mansur as well, mashallah. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Rahmatullah.
Very nice to see you. It's been a while since you've been in the arena, mashallah. So it's good to see you here, man. Alhamdulillah.
Good to be here.
Right. Oh, I think people are asking you already. I don't know what happened to your channel. You want to tell what happened to you? I don't know. Have you taken your channel down or something?
I took it down.
You took it down? Okay. All right, I'm going to just cut out the bits and pieces. So if you want to just chat amongst yourselves, just want to do this. I'll put the link out anyway. Let's get the...
So, do you want me to explain?
What?
Yeah, I mean, I took down my channel. It's been a gradual process. I don't want to go too much into it. It'll be concise as possible. It's been a gradual process for the past 1.5 years or so to remove myself completely from social media.
Oh, wow.
And I intend to remove myself from Facebook and even my website in the near future. So I want to completely ghost myself, and I'm content with that. So,
Alhamdulillah. Right. Okay, so I put it on slow mode. What have you been up to, Mansur? Anything interesting? Mansur? Hello? Can you hear me, Mansur?
I can hear you, but maybe it's my microphone that's... Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
So what have you been up to? Anything interesting?
No, I was just saying there are a few things I'm doing on the background, inshallah, some projects I'm working on. These takes time, especially, I mean, like Brother Asadullah knows very well, when you're doing a piece of work, you want to make it, research-based. You want to make it evidence-based. You want to make it so that it's not really emotional when it comes to arguments, debunking them or presenting them. You want to make it right. acceptable, valid, and reasonable. So these takes time, especially when something is, by its nature requires an extensive research. So
Yeah.
few things I'm working on, inshallah. So
Alhamdulillah. Look forward to that.
they will see its fruits.
I like to think I'm a conduit between you academics and the lay people, man. We hear what you guys say, and then I try and make sense of it and present it in a kind of argument form. Right, let me just. I just want to pin the link. Let's see what this girl Max is all about. Yeah, mate, Max.
Yeah, hi guys.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay, all right. So let's try this new format. I know you're our first guinea pig. So, are you here to challenge Islam?
Yes, I'm here to challenge.
You're here to challenge Islam. Wow, that's fantastic. Okay, make your point.
Yes, I want to ask about actually this thing is about marriage.
What?
Marriage.
Marriage.
Marriage. Yeah, marriage. Okay.
Right.
My question is, my problem is, does Islam allow sexual intercourse outside marriage?
Just what with the what now?
I think he's saying, does Islam allow sexual intercourse outside marriage?
Yes, yes.
Well, you're challenging Islam, bro.
Yes, because I found in one Quran verse, and then when I read the tafsir, it says that the sexual intercourse outside marriage is allowed.
Which
The verses,
Quran verse says sex outside of marriage is allowed?
Yeah, and the verses is Surah Al-Mu'minun, verse 5 and 6.
Say again, sorry.
Surah 23.
Surah 23.
Yes, Surah 23.
5
Surah
and 6.
Al-Mu'minun, verse 5 and 6.
One second. Just so we can understand your point. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Successful indeed of the believers who humble themselves in prayer, those who avoid idle talk, those who pay arms tax, those who guard their chastity, except with their wives or those bondwomen in their possession, from whom when they are free from blame. Okay, so are you saying in Islam, just so I understand, are you asking a question, or are you having a dig?
I'm challenging. I'm challenging.
Oh, okay. In Islam, does it say in the Quran that you can have sexual relations with your bondswoman? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, because after I discovered these verses, and then I went to read the tafsir. The tafsir is Tafsir Maududi. Let me read the tafsir.
You don't need to read the tafsir. You don't need to read
I don't need.
No. So if we would just say to you, yes, according to the Quran, you could have relations with those what your right hand possesses. How's that challenging Islam? Don't understand.
Because are you saying that so you admit that Islam allows sexual intercourse outside marriage?
With what your right hand possesses, not just random, not just anyone.
Okay, because
what's the problem with that? What's your problem with that?
Because I have debated a lot of Muslims, and then
are you a Muslim or are you a Christian?
I am an ex-Christian.
You're an ex-Christian.
Yes.
So what do you believe then? Are you an atheist now or what?
I don't know. I just got out of Christianity because you know what? Because I always heard Muslim, because they always told me, they says that the sexual intercourse outside marriage is totally prohibited. This is what they always insisted in front of me. They always say like this. So that's why I feel like I want to come and challenge about this issue.
Why do you think it's wrong? Why do you think it's wrong?
Why do I think it's wrong?
Why do you think it's wrong that it's permissible to have relations with what your right hand possesses? Why is that wrong?
Why do I think it's wrong? Because because the sexual intercourse outside marriage, it will really, you know, how to say, the male, you know, we not need we not need to take really any responsibility.
No, you have to take responsibility. That's the whole point.
What?
Okay,
No.
okay, Hamza. Okay, you know what? Because I came to hear the challenge because a lot of Muslims, I can say almost all Muslims around me on the internet, on the Facebook, they all claim that sexual intercourse only allowed within marriage. This is what claimed by them. This is why I came to challenge this issue. This is my purpose.
So you're
So,
not
but
so one second, just so I understand. I'm going to let the boys in a minute. Just so I understand, you're not come to challenge Islam. You've come to challenge what Muslims say to you.
yes, yes, you can say so. Yes,
Okay.
because this is what they say to me, because they always tell me, they always says that Christianity is you know, is a dirty religion, you know, they allow the sexual intercourse outside marriage, you know, because the Western, the white people, they always.
Where does Christianity allow sex outside of marriage?
I don't know. This is what the Muslim what they always say to me, you know.
I don't believe they do. Now I know you're not telling the truth. No Muslim
Yes,
ever
yes.
told you. No Muslim has ever said to you, Christianity allows you to have sex outside of marriage. No Muslim's ever said that to you.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
following you
they
out.
did.
No,
No, they did. Hamza, they did. This is my own experience. I debated many Muslims. They always say like this.
I personally don't believe you. Anyway, let the other guys get involved.
And then Hamza, I got another issue to challenge. Actually,
Let's bury
Let's
one
deal
issue
one issue at a time.
Bury one
If you
issue
don't
at a time.
mind.
So you come
Okay,
in to
okay.
challenge what Muslims say to you. Okay. Go on. Mansur or Asadullah, take it away, man.
Go on, brother Asadullah.
Okay.
I do want to ask him, does he watch a lot of porn? But anyway, carry on. You guys.
So technically, it would be incorrect to assert that Islam only allows sex within marriage. However, I think that probably the reason the Muslims were discussing with you in saying that was within the context of comparing to secular society, right? Because generally speaking, marriage is not a limit behind sexual, you know, activity, you know. So that's probably what they were referring to. And they didn't. The whole issue of concubinage didn't really come into discussion because it's sort of somewhat irrelevant within that context. But you know, technically, you would be correct that that's not correct. That's simply, you know, that's the only thing that Islam allows. But I mean, I personally don't see what your issue is. I mean, if you're challenging, if you're saying, oh, those Muslims are wrong, I'll say, okay, on a technicality, sure, but I don't see how that is challenging the religion per se. And I would also like to know what Muslims told you this about Christianity allowing for this. I mean, where were you talking to these Muslims? Where in was it Sarawak or Selangor or where?
hello.
Yes.
They told me when I debated them on the internet, you know, on the internet.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, on the internet, on the Facebook. They always use this point to attack me. You know, that they always use this point to debate me. They always say the sexual intercourse in Islam is holy. It's only in marriage. In marriage, they say a lot of them, almost all of them say like this. You know, yeah.
Okay, well,
this is what they believe.
Incorrect, and that's all I'm going to say. I mean, I can't verify if that's true or not, but I'm just going to assume that it is, and I'm going to say that's incorrect. I mean, I don't have a problem, you know, correcting other Muslims or saying that they're saying ignorant things. That said, I will be frank that I think that a lot of Christians don't follow their own rules. I think Christianity is basically a joke in today's day and age because nobody actually follows anything regarding Christianity. So I mean, there's more. I think there are as many Christians having sex outside of marriage as there are atheists. So I mean, it doesn't really seem to do anything for them.
Okay, so So just want to confirm one thing. So it is real. I mean, Islam really did allow sexual intercourse outside marriage, right?
Within a specific legal context, yes. So, for example, I mean, for instance, in Islam, zina is described as unlawful. It's defined as unlawful sexual intercourse. So, what is considered lawful within the Islamic paradigm is considered to be, either marriage or having sex with the right hand possesses.
But Islam still allows slavery today. Am I right?
Still allows slavery today? That seems to, well, first off,
yes,
it seems like we're shifting focus here because you want to move away from whether it's permissible to have sex with somebody, and now you're going into, does it allow slavery?
Yes, because you know why, Mr. Asadullah? Because just now you say that sexual intercourse outside marriage is only within certain context.
Mm-hmm.
Within certain context. Okay. Yeah. From my understanding, you are trying to say that this kind of thing only allowed in the past, not today, because today there's no slavery. But I cannot find any verses in the Quran or Islamic source that say that Islam already prohibited or already banned slavery. I mean, Islam still.
First off, I mean, it seems like you're reading my intentions because I never even said anything about the past or anything. But if you want to argue that, I would say that given the fact that slavery has been banned across the board, it would be prohibited to engage in that at this point in time. Yes, because we also have a contract with other nations of the world where we've agreed not to allow this practice to occur anymore. So I don't know.
I understand about the international agreement, but my point is the doctrine, the teaching of Islam does not ban slavery today. Am I right?
Okay. What do you mean by slavery?
What? Sorry.
What do you mean by slavery?
What do I mean by slavery? Slavery, you know what is slavery, Hamza? You know it.
Tell me.
I don't want to play this game. Let me just get to the point so I can get this over with. No, Islam does not prohibit slavery. Okay, because it only prohibits within specific context.
Okay, so Islam does not prohibit slavery. That means Islam still allows sexual intercourse outside marriage today.
Okay, let me. If I say that Islam prohibits slavery under certain context and it's prohibited today, then it's not allowed to engage in that activity today, right? I mean, you can't say that it allows it today while at the same time prohibiting it.
I don't get it because just now you already admit that the sexual intercourse outside marriage is allowed. Okay, when with slave. Okay, and then you already say that Islam did not ban slavery. That means slavery is still valid today, right? The doctrine, the teaching, Islam still allows.
So when I say that Islam prohibits slavery within certain contexts and that it's banned today, not in toto, but it banned today as a result of specific contracts with other international nations, therefore it is prohibited, correct?
No. This is not prohibited. Prohibited means, I mean, when I say, hello, when I say prohibited, I mean the doctrine or the teaching in Islam, not the international agreement.
Well, that's because
now.
What? I mean, what do you? No, stop hedging. You're hedging. Okay, do you know what hedging is?
Okay. I'm sorry. You can proceed.
You're hedging. All right. You're changing your argument mid discussion. Okay. I don't play these games. All right. No. Okay. I've already explained it to you. If you don't comprehend the English that I'm speaking, you can get a dictionary. But I'm telling you that it's prohibited today under Islamic law because of contractual agreements with the international communities. As a result, that allowance no longer applies until it is reenacted, or reinforced, or brought back onto the scene, which we hope it isn't. But yes, it is currently prohibited in the same way that many other things are prohibited. Right. I mean, like, for example, Muslims are allowed to enforce specific aspects of the Sharia without government authority.
I don't really agree because just now
what I care about is evidence.
Wait. Yes,
I think Max, if I can just have a word in there. It's not about whether you agree or not. First of all, you are asking the position of Islam in there, and Brother Asadullah kindly explained to you, in a very, in a layman's term, I would say, in terms of how the agreement, or rather the law from Islam, is applied. And you're saying, I don't agree with it. I mean, it's not about your agreement or not. This is the position. So if you wanted to know what Islam has to say on this matter, he's just explained it to you. That's it.
But
so what's your objection to that?
But the doctrine of the law of Islam did not.
The doctrine and the law didn't just come out from thin air. These are derived, or these are applied based on the understanding that Brother Asadullah has just explained to you.
These are derived.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So yes, I don't think you have any other objections on this, have you?
But just now, based on my understanding, what he say, just now what Mr. Asadullah said is because it is prohibited because of the agreement. Is it because of the international?
Don't think about because of what. The prohibition is there, and it's on a legal basis. So Islam, has already told you, like, this is legally, a basis.
Can I break this down just a little bit? I'm sorry. I apologize. Can I just make one analogy to make this clear? I'm very sorry, Mansur, but I think that this will be very clear. Are you prohibited from killing somebody in society? Simple question.
Prohibited from killing somebody. I mean, maybe I think this depends on the law of the country.
Are you prohibited from killing someone?
This depends on the law of the country. I mean,
not the law of the country,
depends on
the context in which it is enforced. So, for example, there is actually no prohibition in doctrine. Fundamentally speaking, you're not prohibited from killing anyone as long as it's in the right context. For example, I'm not prohibited from killing somebody in self-defense. I am prohibited from killing somebody without just cause, correct? There's a legal distinction there. Correct. So
yes, because
based on your argument, because the law does not prohibit all killing or killing in toto, therefore you can go around murdering people.
No, because when you ask me this question, you did not ask me based on religion. I asked you when I asked you the question.
It doesn't even play a factor. What does that have to do with really? That's a non sequitur. Like, that makes no sense.
Wait.
You're taking the generality of a rule, right? And you're saying, okay, we allow for this to occur, right? But within a specific context, we do not allow it. We prohibit it, right? And you're going to argue because of the specific context, therefore, because of the generality, that means that all specificity is thrown out the window. That's basically what you're arguing right now in terms of Islamic law. And I'm saying you're wrong, and you're saying, well, that means I'm right because the general rule is it doesn't prohibit it. Doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
But now I'm talking about Islam because the doctrine, because Islam claimed that the doctrine of Islam.
I think you're going in circles. There's no point explaining any further. Do you have any other questions?
Ijaz, do you want to say anything to what he's saying so far?
There is literally nothing I can say that would help this brother. Genuinely.
Right back.
Any other questions, Max? Any other objections that you may have?
I don't think he understands his own question.
But Max, you're driller, aren't you?
No, I'm not driller. Why do you say I'm a driller? Who is driller?
Because you're coming up with the same stupid point in the same stupid way for the third time.
No. I don't know who is that driller. I don't know.
Why are you obsessed with sex?
Of sex? No. This is because this is what Muslims always told me. They always say like this.
Okay, go Max. I have a question.
Go.
Yeah, go Max. Of all the YouTube streams, have you ever seen Muslims title one about sex and the conversation be about sex in this vulgar way?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Yeah, the question is simple. You say this is what Muslims always tell you, but I've not seen YouTube channels with Muslims like DawahWise, Hamza's Den, Asadullah's channel, or mine's where we speak about sex all the time. So I think you find yourself in places where this is the case. You're seeking it out. Do you understand this?
Okay.
No, you don't understand it? Okay, have you ever seen Hamza's Den or DawahWise have a stream about this topic, sex? The answer would be no. No.
Okay.
So then, why is this topic always on your mind? Is this something you get a thrill out of? Does this topic make you happy?
This topic, I already explained this topic on my mind because all the Muslims around me, they told this to me because this is what they told me. That is why.
So how often do these Muslims around you tell you about this topic?
How often? When I debate on Facebook, when I talk to them.
So it's when you talk to them, it's when you debate them. So you're the one introducing this claim then about sex, just to be clear.
Are you okay? We talk,
do you see the problem? Like if
we
you're
actually
the one introducing this,
it's you.
No.
All the time.
No. I did not say that. I actually introduced this topic. This is
But you just said
saying
it,
the Muslims are introducing it to you every time they debate you. And those Muslims who don't seem to know anything about Christianity, whether Christianity allows sex outside marriage or not. I mean,
because on the Facebook, there are a lot of posts, talk about sexual intercourse thing. So when we debate,
you do understand, just to be clear, that what turns up on Facebook is what you like and what you search for. So are these Muslims posting the topic themselves, or are you the one seeking out these topics?
I would say that when we debate about this thing, they will mention about
who
this.
introduces this topic to debate? Is it the Muslims or you?
They will post. Okay, maybe sometimes. Okay, sometimes this is based on the post. This is based on the.
No, I'm
Facebook
asking:
post.
is it them or is it you who introduces this topic?
It's him.
A simple question.
It's you.
It's
You're
okay.
Sometimes it's me. Sometimes it's them. Sometimes it's me. Sometimes it's them.
Sometimes it is you. Right? So for example, on this stream, who introduced that topic?
On this stream, no one introduced me. I already said just now because I debated people on the Facebook.
Can you say it? Can you say
because
Max? Can you admit that you introduced the topic on this stream?
You mean now?
Yeah, now. What other stream are you on? This one. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Because now I came to challenge. Of course, I'm the one that introduced.
Just to be clear, you're an adult man. You go on Facebook and you search out this topic and you introduce it.
No. I didn't search those topics. No.
Okay.
I did not search for those topics.
It just turned up, right? And now you've decided on a lovely Friday evening, you're going to come in front of hundreds of people and you're going to introduce this topic. There's a word for this. It's called voyeur, right? And my suggestion is look at the handsome face of Brother Mansur, the handsome face of Brother Asadullah, the handsome face of Brother Hamza. We're innocent people. We're not interested in having these types of conversations with you. I mean, there are chat lines that you can call, and you pay, $5-10. I don't know the rates. I'm new to this.
Naughty. Okay.
You can go and you can call those lines, okay? But this is not
so let's just bring it back now.
Get your gratification.
So Max, or Driller, or Truth Seeker.
No. I'm not Driller. Don't call me Driller. Okay, I'm not Driller.
Whichever name. So you came on here to challenge Islam, which quickly turned into a challenge of what Muslims tell you online. Yeah?
Yes, all of them say like that. All of them.
Right. Now, just answer me one question. Why do you believe sex outside of marriage is wrong?
Why sex outside of marriage is wrong?
Yeah.
I think because it's maybe based on today's context, because normally people they have sex outside marriage, they will just just one night stay and then
He's not asking you if it's normal. He's asking you if it's okay. What makes it okay?
No, what makes it wrong?
What makes it wrong? Sorry.
What makes it wrong? Because
Yes.
because today people when they have sex outside marriage, they are just for fun. They did not. Who
determines that it's wrong? Like, what is your basis for saying that it's wrong?
Well, I didn't say it is wrong. I did not say it is
okay.
wrong.
You did say it was wrong.
I brought this topic here because my Muslim around me and then the Muslim on Facebook, anywhere, okay, they all make this claim. All make this. Okay.
We know when you speak to Muslims online, they don't say to you, "Oh, by the way, in Islam, we're not allowed to have sex outside of marriage." In that way, as a conversation opener, you ask the question.
I asked the question.
Then you think you've got a gotcha moment when you quote the Qur'an, which we all know. Yeah. Anyway, it's been real. Ta-da.
So yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Your mic's a little bit. Sheikh,
mashallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you, my brother?
I can tell you guys have been having fun, man. The look on you guys' faces just tells me, man, you've been having fun guests today.
Oh no, he was our first guest, and we just thought we'd drill into him. He's the same guy who comes on every single time, asks the same stupid question about the same thing. He's obsessed with sex slaves, just obsessed with it. Oh. And he even tried to split his question up this time as if like we wouldn't know. So he starts talking about the sex first, and then he says, "Oh, you're allowed slavery," and then he. Anyway,
Hamza, can you pin the StreamYard link to the chat? Is it pinned to the chat on YouTube?
Okay.
What's that? Sorry.
Can you pin the StreamYard link to the chat on YouTube? Is it now? Yeah, now it is. Okay.
Yeah, it should be.
Thank you.
Okay, Naturalist. Welcome to the arena.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, how are you?
So, have you come to challenge Islam, or have you come to present your worldview as the truth?
I don't really know Islam that well to be able to challenge it, and yeah, so I'll defend my faith or my belief system, my worldview.
What is your worldview?
Naturalism.
Tell us about it.
Okay, so philosophy of mind, physicalist, Big Bang evolution, modern stoicism, virtue ethics, and I can also defend naturalistic pantheism. So yeah, maybe
that's a lot of words.
First off, I'm actually quite curious. I'm just to open this up is like, how do you follow Kantian virtue ethics and as a naturalist? I'm just curious.
The virtue ethics is part of Stoicism, modern Stoicism. So I don't really know how it compares directly or indirectly to Kantism, but I mean, virtue ethics predates Christianity, Islam, most of them.
Well, actually,
and they drew a lot of
correction. So Islam didn't start with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We as Muslims do believe that Islam was the religion of Adam, the first man. So technically, it couldn't predate Islam. So just heads up.
Well, but okay, I was just curious because usually when we talk about virtue ethics,
you're going to present your view. Then you have to respect the fact that we have our view. We're not gonna let our view be sidelined, right? So
okay. Yeah. So I just but I was curious because when we talk about virtue ethics, we're typically talking about Kantian virtue ethics. But anyways, okay, that's fine. All right, naturalism, interesting.
So just as a breakdown. So you've come on here to tell us God doesn't exist, yeah?
Okay, so if I take the position of a naturalistic pantheist, all is God, right? Many of the attributes that you would assign to God, I think, are fulfilled by nature itself.
Like
creation of the universe.
Okay, so nature created universe.
Yeah.
So nature has intelligence because They designed the universe.
Well, okay, so you're adding intelligence and you're adding design
I'm
into the
asking.
mix.
I'm
Okay.
asking.
So
Not adding,
I don't think
just a
that it's
question.
necessarily intelligent. I think that it just is.
So the universe
So-
doesn't have design. Like it's just random. Like, you know, your cells were just kind of randomly came, and there's no perfection in how we take oxygen, put out carbon dioxide. Plants do the opposite. How much carbon is released into the ground. How your body works. It's just all random accidents. That's your belief.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say the beginning
so
of
then
the universe,
there is intelligent design.
Big Bang. Wait, at the moment.
So
that this
wait,
universe was
hold on.
created-
So let me. I'm a very simple person. I just want to understand. Like I don't
Sure.
want to just go and I really want to understand, right? So Big Bang. Like I know I hear this all the time. So before the Big Bang, what was there?
Nature.
Nature, like
fields.
trees and
Quantum fields.
birds.
No.
or-
no.
Okay.
Underlying fundamental nature. By nature, I would say quantum fields. So I'll defend a position
Quantum
of quantum
fields.
fields are eternal. Quantum
Okay.
fields, quantum field theory.
So
This
before
universe was-
nature, there was quantum fields.
No, he's saying quantum fields is the nature.
Okay, so
Quantum
before the
fields.
Big Bang.
Is the fundamental underlying
Gotcha.
nature. Everything,
So
all matter is made from, everything that you see
Mm-hmm.
is made from quantum fields.
So quantum fields have been there forever, you're saying?
Yeah.
And there was a time that these quantum fields decided to make the universe?
Yeah. So there.
Okay.
So
So
let's.
that right there shows intelligence because you made a decision.
No. Why would it make a decision? So
You just so wait. I
do you
asked
think-
you. Hold on. Let me understand. So I asked you that these quantum fields decided to make, and you said yes. So when you make a decision, that's an intelligent decision. I mean, you make a choice, right? That's intelligence.
No, it doesn't make a choice.
So you make a decision without making a
according
choice.
to its fundamental to the laws of nature, to its own laws, its own principles.
Okay.
The fundamental laws of nature, which is,
What
let's say,
are
quantum
those
field
laws?
theory. Okay. So let's say, for example, radioactive decay. Do you think there's intelligence behind radioactive decay?
I do. Let me explain it to you, right? I believe that there is an intelligence in everything that goes on in the universe, and that is the intelligence of the creator. That there is things that go up, down, creation, everything has a design. I have a design, you have a design, an excellent design, a design more complex than any computer, laptop, phone, government building that you can think of. So I definitely do believe everything has a design. My question there was that if a decision was made, then there had to have been some intelligence, right?
You're adding this extra thing in of a decision,
again,
of intelligence,
yeah,
of design. I reject
asked,
all of those premises.
It was a question you answered.
Okay.
I said there was a time that these quantum fields decided, and you said yes.
They didn't
No. Sheikh. I think the question needs to be asked until we just understand this position. Does these quantum fields have a will?
No.
They don't have
Is it
a will.
self-aware, by the
According
way?
to the fundamental
Do the quantum
laws
fields
of nature.
know that they exist? Do they have self-awareness?
No.
So can you explain if something doesn't have self-awareness?
Quantum field theory is the best of our understanding about reality right now.
I understand.
Right?
I understand.
So all matter is composed of quanta
Yes.
of
But
from
can you
the
just
field,
explain one thing,
right?
though? I mean, I think most of us understand what quantum fields are. So if quantum fields do not have self-awareness of their own existence,
no, it's just a field. Does the ocean have
fine,
knowledge of its own existence?
You know,
the ocean didn't create the universe.
Yeah, but quantum fields you can think of like an
the ocean doesn't make decisions, right?
The ocean has waves.
Let's understand
in this
from
is
what we've got so far. So quantum fields do not have any self-awareness, so they're not conscious entities, right?
Right.
So then things proceed from those quantum fields. How do these proceed without any self-awareness, without any directing, organizing, willing?
They act according to the fundamental laws of nature, their own laws
and
principles.
I'm sorry, I just want to ask a question. to clarify something as well as a naturalist. Actually, maybe 2 or 3 questions. But the first question would be, as a naturalist, do you demarcate? Is there actually such thing as design, intention, will, and purpose? Are these actual things, or are they just words we give to the illusion of something because everything is just physical substance, matter,
Words
determined?
we give to categorize and to better explain things.
That's a good clarification.
A chair, for example, is just an arbitrary word that we assign to a chair. A chair might have 4 legs, it might have 5 legs, it might have 1 leg, and it's just
I just wanted to make sure
an arbitrary term.
So I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any substantial demarcation between those 2 things, because I mean it means that you're also very consistent as a naturalist. But at the same time, then I wonder how you value what we consider to be intelligence, purpose, and design and why you even demarcate to begin with, admitting that it is illusionary. I mean, what is the purpose behind that? Like, how do you function knowing that you can reduce everything to the same thing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like essentially, like what's going on with the quantum fields is no different than what we're doing right now. Discussing these things in reality.
I mean, we exist within the quantum fields, right?
But we're no different, really. If you reduce everything,
we are an emergent property. Let's classify us and everything that we have in this universe that's physical as an emergent property from the quantum fields, right? So
Understood.
it's emergent on top of emergent layers of
emergence. Since there's no real difference between like we're discussing pretty meaningful concepts. We're talking about a lot of abstractions. We're talking about, I mean, we can even get into things about values and morals and other such things. And you have, at least from my perspective, you've admitted that we can reduce all of this to essentially the same thing. And I'm just wondering what the point of the conversation is as a result of that reduction.
Yeah.
Do you see where I'm coming from? Because for me, it's like, I see the reason I'm actually sitting here talking to you is because I don't see that reduction. And I think it would make all this pointless. Like and
I think I've got a problem for you as well, naturalist. Can quantum fields exist without time?
Quantum fields create our perception of time.
Can they exist without time?
They create time. Time is an emergent property from quantum field theory.
Okay. If there's no time, can quantum fields exist?
You can look at Lee Smolin's work on how quantum possibilities and probabilities.
If there's no time,
reality.
I just want to understand your understanding, because I think you don't understand even what you're saying now. I'll be honest with you. I thought you did, but I'm just reading a little bit.
I think you're not understanding how. Look. Nobody really has
I'm asking you a simple
the exact theory of time.
Can quantum fields exist without time? Now, from what I'm reading here,
according to Lee Smolin,
who's Lee Smolin?
Quantum fields create. He's a physicist.
Yeah.
Look up
He's a physicist.
Lee Smolin.
And why does he? How does he know this? Or is this just his opinion?
He has a theory of time. Which I subscribe to, which is that quantum probabilities.
Is it peer review? Is his work peer reviewed?
Yes, of course. He's written many papers. He's famous. Just look up Lee Smolin.
Oh, okay. So I just read something very simple here. Just very simple. Can quantum fields exist without space-time? No. Quantum fields are defined as having values at different points of space-time. The theory wouldn't make sense without time. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Where you're reading that, though, because look, here's the thing, though. Nobody really knows what exists outside of our universe. And we don't necessarily know. I will. Okay, you guys claim to know.
We'll prove it.
I
got you. Don't worry about it, man.
Specific position that I subscribe to. Lee Smolin's theory of time. I believe that the quantum fields, although that there is no evidence necessarily that they exist outside of space and time, or outside of our universe.
No,
but I take the position that they are eternal.
But you just said they were the cause of the universe. You just said they were the cause of space and time.
According to Lee Smolin, time that we experience.
Why did you go to this Lee Smolin
probabilities?
Well, I have.
Do you believe Lee Smolin gets wahi? I'm just.
I I don't know what that is.
No, so
Oh, all right. I'm just wondering if you get
Sure.
some kind of like divine, because you seem to have based your belief system
No, I
solely
mean, if
from
he
what
wants
you're
to believe
saying
that.
on Lee Smolin. I'm just wondering, like, this guy
It's
must
not
be
my
like,
belief system. It's one
Well,
aspect.
Well,
You know, it
that-
is
you
your
know,
belief system.
okay.
It is
It's
your
one
belief
aspect.
system.
Let me
It's a
ask you,
theory of
Naturalist.
time.
First thing,
Yeah.
I really like you, man. You're a cool guy. You're calm. I like you, man. You're good, man. I'm just complimenting you, right? But I got a question. And I'm a simple guy. I'm going to take it down to a very simple level. These guys up here are going to discuss all the physics and maths and all that, right? So you do agree that quantum fields don't have intelligence in the sense that they don't cause certain things at certain times for certain reasons. It's just a law of nature. So my question to you is, how did the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, split the moon?
I don't believe that he did.
Okay. Have you researched it?
I mean, I've heard
You have
that
not.
he supposedly
So-
did,
so-
and
so
I
you didn't
understand
research
that
it?
there is a prophecy or there is an explanation that he did, but I
Okay.
don't necessarily see
Are there
any
eyewitnesses?
extra Quranic evidence of that. And I also don't believe. And according
Naturalist,
to
poor guy,
and according to
poor guy.
NASA
Hold on,
and guys who
hold
have
on.
studied the moon, there is
Oh,
no evidence of the split.
really?
So I
You
contend
just
that
exposed
position.
your ignorance. I'm poor. I feel bad for you now because you seemed so intelligent a minute ago. You said there is no extra Quranic evidence. So what about those eyewitness accounts? Are those not extra Quranic evidence?
Where did they write that in China when the moon split?
Oh, so you haven't researched it at all. I see.
I
I'll tell you what.
have.
You
I
have
just
not,
don't
because
believe
the
it. I
things
think
you
it's
just look. Okay. Are there eyewitness extra Quranic reports from people that were there from different cities, from different areas, and even different geographical locations? Yes or no?
I don't know. That's an honest
That
answer.
means you didn't research it. It's okay. I'll tell
I
you what.
looked
I have
up
look.
basically. I haven't done
Yeah.
like a
Like,
thesis on it.
you don't need to do a thesis. You just need to
Okay,
know facts.
did the Chinese
So,
record that the moon was split?
okay,
Show me the
answer.
physical evidence that the
I
moon was
got
split.
you. Naturalist, relax, bro. Relax. I got you. Take a deep
I'm
breath.
relaxed.
In, out. All right. So many events happen that a particular geographical location may not have seen, right? We cannot say if the Chinese didn't see something, it didn't happen. The Chinese didn't see Alexander, he didn't exist. But the question you should ask is, are there eyewitness accounts from different geographical locations? Yes or no? Can NASA prove that the moon did not split? Yes or no? Those are the questions. Because NASA is not in the business of going 1400 years earlier and proving miracles or not, right? There are cracks across the moon that the NASA has observed. One of the theories NASA has is the moon was in two pieces and came together. I have a video. You can look it up. It's called Moon. You can just put moon splitting Uthman ibn Farooq in Google and see. You should discuss on knowledge. Like, you should know before you disregard something with that attitude of I Googled it once. No. This is a major thing. Because you said NASA said they didn't, they did not. NASA does not say whether the moon split or didn't split, because that's not NASA's job. They observe and report what they observed. They did observe that there are cracks across the moon, that there are two sides of the moon that have differences, and there is a theory. And again, NASA cannot prove or disprove that the moon was split at one time and came, whether it was two different moons that came together. Many different theories, but there are those, and I have explained those with references from NASA in my video. Secondly, when we talk about historic events, we talk about eyewitnesses. You said there is no outside of the Quran, extra Quranic evidence of the moon splitting, and that is not true. That's just a lie. I mean, not that you were lying,
Okay,
you just
but
didn't
how
know.
close
I got
are
you.
they to the? You said
I got you.
extra
I got you.
geographical, right?
I got you. Let me speak. I got you, bro.
People who
No
are in
problem.
no way connected to people in that area.
I got you, bro.
Okay, I'm
Relax.
listening. I'm relaxed, man.
No, because I wasn't finished and you were asking, so I'm saying just let me finish, right? Thank you. So there are eyewitness accounts from Mecca first, right? From the companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and those that were enemies, by the way, right? Those that were opponents, some of them that died, but being opponents, but they did, like Mughira and others, they said, we did see it, they reported it. You can look up the historic evidences from Bidayah wa Nihaya and so on, and I've given the references and scans of those historic records in my video. Then there are people that were in other cities, like Medina, like Anas ibn Malik, who saw it as well. And that is authentically checked with the chain of narrators and all of that, moral character, precision of memory, and all of that for those reports. Then you have people that were outside Mecca and Medina, outside Hijaz, Arabian tribes that were traveling, traders that also admitted they saw it. So now you could say, but that's all in one geographical location. Well, I mean, if you see something in one geographical location, that's where it is. But there is also evidence. And again, our standards of hadith checking are very strict. Like we have to have the chain, we have to look at tawatur, we have to look at supporting evidence, all of that. But in India, you have oral records and you have written records. They were written later. Our records weren't at the time, meaning those were the Sahaba that reported it and the Muhaddithin wrote it down. But those records are from later. But in India, there are many records. And I have given references from the National Digital Library of India, from London, from manuscripts in my video, which if you had seen, then you wouldn't have said that there was kings and people in India, different location, no connection to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that also saw it. And when the Arabian traders like Malik bin Dinar went there, they admitted to this and they accepted Islam, having said that we saw this event, and they built a particular mosque that's still standing. And there is the history of that documented in India. We have manuscripts of writings from Portuguese, from the Spanish and others who documented that Indians had seen the splitting of the moon. I give you all those references. So I think you should reevaluate your statement that there is no extra Quranic evidence for the splitting of the moon. And now I drink my tea.
Okay,
just want to go back to you can think about
no offense, but according to NASA, Brad Bailey, 2010. Have you refuted this? June 21.
I would not need to refute
current
it.
scientific evidence reports that the moon was split into two or more parts and then reassembled at any time in the past. Okay,
sure.
So
that is a statement of I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait. Calm down. Who's that?
Brad Bailey. 21st of June, 2010.
Where are you reading that?
NASA staff scientist.
What's his name? Brad Bailey.
Yeah.
Brad Bailey.
Who's Brad?
Is a NASA staff scientist. June 21.
You just Googled that, didn't you?
I've read this before, so I knew where to look.
Let me now explain this. Okay, can you tell me which website you're reading from? It's not NASA's. I can tell you that.
sssurvey.nasa.gov. Question: Evidence moon has been split into two. It is the NASA site.
It's not NASA's. This is a question answer website. Let me explain to you. Calm down.
NASA.gov.
Just because at NASA.gov does not mean that this is NASA's reports. This is a question answer site. I've read it before. I discuss it. Relax. The question there was asked that is there scientific evidence that NASA can prove that the moon split? As I told you earlier, if you were listening, that NASA is not in the business where they can say that this happened or not. What they do have, and there are pictures, keep looking in their website, where they talk about the cracks and the theories of how it could have possibly happened. We cannot scientifically prove it from NASA themselves. That's what the answer is. Is there scientific proof that this happened? No. Do we have evidences that the moon has two different sides, that have different features, that there are cracks? Yes. Then there are theories of how that happened. None of them can NASA prove. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I understand.
So instead of just Googling that, because see, the question there is, and again, you think I didn't read that before? This is where I discuss in my video all of this as well. NASA cannot prove scientifically.
I will watch your video. I'll watch the video.
Thank you, man.
But I will watch the video. 100%.
I appreciate that.
But for now, I stand by my position that there is no physical evidence that the moon split. Okay?
But that's not what your evidence was earlier. Earlier, you said there is no extra Quranic evidence.
Let's just take it down a notch.
So now, when I have eyewitness accounts of people that saw
I haven't seen those eyewitness accounts. You're making the claim, and some of those people were attached or affiliated with Islam.
So
I need, I would say, outside of, and I would have to look at those. Okay, so I'll watch your video.
But again,
I can't say much more about it because you're making claims, and I don't know how to refute them.
Watch the video. Relax. You don't need to refute it. Go home and read it. This is just opening education. It's not a debate, right? My question to you is, even if you're talking about people who saw it that were from the Arabian Peninsula, that is extra Quran. That's not in the Quran. Splitting of the moon is in the Quran, but those reports are not Quranic, right? So your earlier claim was definitely wrong because those reports are outside the Qur'an.
Where are those reports found?
Excellent. In books like, do you want book names or what do you want?
Yeah, anything.
Okay. So, I mean, if you want actual page numbers and volumes, watch the videos. I even scanned the books and put them, okay? But you can find them in the Sahih of Imam al-Bukhari. You can find them in At-Tabari. You can find them in Bidayah wa Nihaya. You can find them in Indian oral and written traditions that were pre-Islamic, that were not, when Islam had not reached India, pre-Islamic sense, that they were from the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Those were, many of them documented later, right? Because they had an oral tradition. But those traditions are well known. If you go to southern India, you will find people, Hindus and others, who know of these traditions. The Prime Minister of India, who's a Hindu, BJP, hardcore, right, Hindu nationalist, even he had a model of that mosque made when he was talking in trade with Arabia, and he talked about how Indians had seen the splitting of the moon, right? These are non-Muslim sources. These are people not on even the same geographical location. You're talking about India, not the Arabian subcontinent. And you have enemies of the Prophet, peace be upon him, that reported it as well. These are not people that would want to report this, right?
Sheikh,
and these are historically verified reports.
Let me just ask him
so
a
how
question.
does quantum fields do that?
Let me just ask him a question, just one question. Do you accept testimony as proof?
Not necessarily.
All right, what proof do you have man landed on the moon? Because you don't accept testimony, we know that.
I mean, I've watched previous episodes where you go through the whole like testimony of.
No, I want to know. I want to know. You just said testimony is not proof. So, what proof do you have man landed on the moon?
Well, I've looked at the source code because I'm a programmer. The source code of the guidance computer. It was capable of landing. Well, I'm saying it's circumstantial. I don't think it's circumstantial, but I think
what's your proof? What's your proof? I want your proof, man.
The capability of humans to actually be able to land on the moon.
No, I didn't ask that question, did I? I didn't say proof to me that man could have landed on the moon. I said proof to me man landed on the moon. Give me your proof.
I don't have proof.
So why'd you believe it?
I mean, I don't have proof in my hands.
So why'd you believe it, man?
I believe it because there's no reason to doubt.
Why is there no reason to doubt?
There are many people that doubt
first
it,
of all,
there's definitely reasons to doubt.
The fact that
there's
the
the
Russians
politics of it.
The fact that the Russian government stopped their space program once the USA had landed on the moon is huge circumstantial evidence to me. The fact that
not at all. Hold on.
Why would they want to
you think Russia didn't
pursue
continue? Didn't Russia then later go to the moon?
No.
No. You think Russia didn't send any more space programs out because
they went into space, but they didn't.
Yeah, so they didn't stop their space program.
Well,
but their space program didn't stop. But you do realize
the race to the moon.
You do realize economics had a big thing to do with that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, the collapse of the Russian economy, and then which later went to the collapse of the Soviet Union.
That was decades. That was like 30 decades.
Oh, you don't even realize that was a part of the You need to do some more research, guy. So one of the things Reagan's I mean, if you read his writings and things, one of the things that they had pushed earlier, 50 years before they had planned, was to try to make Russia bankrupt by having them in this competition that they felt they couldn't keep up with. There's books have been written about this. There are many people who believe the moon landing was a hoax just to bankrupt Russia. I'm not saying that's true or not, but I'm saying there are many opinions out there. Having code that could do something is evidence.
Give a motive.
I mean, you know that.
Just give us about it.
Exactly. And there are books written about the exact subject. So now you believe in it, even though you didn't see it, and you have no actual.
No, you asked the question. Why would they lie? And then you answered your question. Why they would lie?
I don't get it. Sorry.
Well, you just said because the Americans made the claim they landed on the moon, this means the Soviets stopped trying to land on the moon. That's what you just said.
Yeah, I mean,
so there's a motive there.
Just because of their claim,
trying to land
I don't think
on the moon,
that they were.
Tell them you've landed on the moon.
I mean, at least they must have tracked those. You know, the space shuttles, tracked them, and being able,
They must
be
have.
able
You're
to see.
making assumptions now.
Where's your
I am
proof?
assuming.
I want your proof, mate. You
I
want
didn't.
proof?
I'm not
Anyway,
necessarily
proof.
defending that or
No,
making
you're the
a claim.
Naturalist,
Okay?
Bro, you're the
naturalist.
naturalist
If I
here.
may bring back the question that we were discussing earlier, Asadullah
It
was
makes no
making a
difference. Sorry.
point earlier on. I think we will carry on from there, Brother Asadullah.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Is my
interesting
microphone okay? Should I take it?
Yeah, I can hear you.
further
Can you
away?
hear me?
Audio,
You're good.
with the audio. I don't know.
So, I thought the discussion was interesting, but I kind of want to move it in a different direction, and I don't know, maybe we can see what comes of it. But you're a programmer, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I started learning some Python and C# myself. It's a pain in the ass. So I'm hoping that I can eventually get better at it. So I admire that profession. I think it's a noble one, especially in contemporary period when we're more involved in the virtual space. So that said, I'm really concerned about the human experience above everything else. I'm very partial to pragmatism and existentialist thinking as well. And one of the things that I find, and I'll just be blunt with you about why I find naturalism to be kind of problematic, is because it doesn't seem to align with the human experience in terms of what we value and how we function. So when I was discussing earlier with you about reducing things to the like quantum fields, etc., right? Purpose and design being illusionary. Admitting that, it seems to me, would cause a great deal of cognitive dissonance in the way that we perform and in forms of our survival, etc. Right? I mean, reducing everything to these sort of deterministic physical phenomena seems to remove all value from human experience, because we do in fact demarcate between the physical and the intellectual, the purposeful, the intentional, right?
Mhm.
And by admitting that these things are illusionary and ultimately are not different in any fundamental way or shape or form, we cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, follow that through consistently. And from your position, we have to admit that everything is mythological, which then concludes that
What do you mean
regardless if we believe in a
mythological?
religion or not,
Sorry.
it really doesn't matter. And that our discussion right now is quite pointless.
No, it does matter. It does
I don't
matter.
think it does, if it's all illusionary.
No, I mean, it does. Because, I mean, in my life, I want to believe as many correct things as possible, right? If something is, let's say, for example, okay, hypothetically speaking, there is no God, then what is the actual purpose or point of me believing in something that is just illusory, right?
Mhm.
Especially when I begin to base my beliefs, base my decisions, base what I teach my children, base how I vote at the polls, or whatever. I mean, the decisions that I make in life, you know, those things can be affected by incorrect or delusionary beliefs, right? So I understand where you're going with this line of arguments, right? Like, what does the naturalistic worldview give you in terms of morality, ethics, the existential life, right? The thing is, naturalism by itself doesn't necessarily give you a meaning for your life, right? That is something that we each find and determine and seek for ourselves.
Okay.
Can
You
I jump
guys
in?
over
Wait.
here,
You just said something. You just said
Okay.
something.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I apologize. I'm just going to say that if naturalism does not provide anything, if this is the fundamental reality of the world, then the reality is too that human beings themselves come up with their own values. They come up with their own purpose. They make up everything, which
Yep.
by definition then is no different than how you view religion.
it is different.
No, it isn't. It's all made up. I mean, like, oh, I don't like murder.
No, I mean,
okay. Who cares?
no, I mean, you know, I wouldn't like to make up a shaitan, right? You guys believe in a Satan, right? that the same as I did when I was a Christian.
Naturalist, before you go to this, let me just ask you a simple question. Because you use the word
topics.
No.
Yeah.
You use the term delusionary. So do you believe I'm in delusion believing Islam is true?
Yeah.
All right. Give me an example of what you believe what I believe as a Muslim is delusional and why. Give me one example.
That we didn't evolve.
Evolve from what?
From whatever.
From
what? Our ancestors.
No. So you're saying because Islam doesn't teach we evolve from fish, can you prove we evolved from fish?
I think that the vast majority of human understanding is pointing towards that.
No, can you prove that the single cell created DNA from nowhere? Can you prove this?
No, I cannot do that.
Right.
Okay? I
don't
study origins of life, and I'm not an evolutionary biologist.
Yeah, but do you know what delusion is?
Programmer.
Do you know what delusion is?
Sure.
What?
Believing unfounded things.
No. That's not delusion.
Okay.
Delusion is believing something despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well, I don't know if you can say overwhelming. I mean, even if there
if
is
I believe
some
something to be true,
strong evidence.
If I believe something to be true, and the reasons I believe that thing to be true are refuted, and I still want to believe it because it makes me feel warm and fuzzy at night, then it's delusional. So I want you to give me an example of one thing I believe as a Muslim that you can prove is false, and I'm still believing it, even though you can prove it's false. Give me one example.
I mean, I brought up evolution. If you don't want to go there.
You brought up Darwinian evolution. The idea that human beings somehow randomly mutated from a single cell. This is your claim. Baseless.
Well, okay. I don't necessarily say from a single cell.
You're a computer programmer, yes?
Right.
Can you give me an example of anything you know from your experience where you can find coding that isn't the result of intelligent agency?
I reject the association between DNA and coding, although people say it's coding.
So you don't believe
it's chemicals.
DNA?
Not necessarily. I think it's chemicals.
You think
the same stuff that's in your brain?
There's no genetic code?
No, there is a genetic code, and
there is
I understand why they want to say
there are genetics
like
that
programming.
I think at this point I'm going to let you go, mate. Naturalist, no disrespect.
No. Come on, man. This is
no. We've got many guests waiting.
All right.
And he's failed at every single topic he's come with. Go and look at the moon splitting claim first. Start with
but Naturalist, just one quick thing before you watch the video. Don't watch it with a mind that is closed. Right? Don't be like, I just need to find a way out of this. Right? Open your mind. Think about things, historic events that you take as facts, and think about the evidence that's for those events, and then evaluate this with the same open-minded, just standard, and see if you can open your heart and mind enough that Allah guides you. May Allah guide you. I pray.
I would have actually enjoyed to speak to Asadullah, if I said that correctly, because I think he was heading in a good direction, but it's fine.
It was nice talking to you, and I think that everyone was, trying to get a point across. We all have very different methods, and I mean, I think I know what the heart of your objections are, and I want to discuss further. Perhaps maybe we can in the near future. I do feel like
if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like, and like I said, I'm very frank with you. I think naturalism is inconsistent with the human experience, and I think that is a problem. And maybe we can discuss that more deeply next time, because we're coming from kind of obviously very different perspectives here. And but I really feel like, and like I said, we'll discuss it more later. But,
All right. But if I could just end off on one thing, though.
Sure.
My naturalism doesn't necessarily by itself give me a moral code or ethics or something like that. Okay. Yeah. If you just take naturalism by itself, it's very kind of devoid and sterile in that aspect, right? You have to appeal, or you have to take on board other things. For example, I subscribe to modern Stoicism, right? Stoic virtue ethics, okay? And So that is where I add to my naturalism a set of morals, ethics, principles, and also, for example, the veil of ignorance. You know, the veil of ignorance.
No more.
It's a moral argument as well, okay, and a little bit of utilitarianism and contractualism. So
But again,
those things I bundle together with my naturalism, but I wouldn't say necessarily that naturalism doesn't tell you about morals and ethics, right?
And I want to agree with that sentiment. I want to say that, like that, to be clear, to clarify, I'm not saying that you have to get anything from naturalism. My only argument was that I feel like your naturalism undermines the potency and the value of those positions. That's what I would argue. So perhaps we could discuss that further down the line. So.
Okay.
And moral and immoral would then be subjective, right? Meaning, you know, you have your own mix that you've made for yourself to find your morality, but somebody else may have something totally different, and then there is no right or wrong, right?
Yes, but I think more than 50% of philosophers believe that an objective moral principles can be found. I don't know necessarily
who
if I
did this
subscribe
study?
to that. I'm not sure. I read it a long time ago.
But
You
just read it somewhere? Okay. But I mean, like,
it's not that they found one, it's that they believe that they can derive one or create one.
But that's a good question, because then if you look at cultural norms, you're talking about philosophers from which country, which cultural background, which religious background. That's again, you're really, in the end, then there's no such thing as morality. There is no moral naturalist then, because in everybody's eyes, somebody else could be immoral. Like whether slavery is moral or not, there's a time when the United States, a large part of the country, thought it was moral. Philosophers, thinkers, presidents, George Washington, the founding fathers had slaves. So would that mean at that time it was moral? And now today, if you take a poll across America, most of us will say that it's immoral. So again, right, is euthanasia moral? Is abortion moral? Is death penalty moral? So basically, you have no morality. You can make your own mix, that's fine, but then somebody else could make a totally different mix.
Well, you can't. The thing is, you can't say that I don't have any sense of morality, though.
Well, again,
that's a little bit unfair and
what you consider morality
uncharitable
might not be. No. Again, I'm not saying that you're immoral. I'm saying is your sense of morality can be challenged by somebody else to be immoral. So in the end, there is no morality because it's everybody's subjective morality, right? If I don't know your political stances, but do you believe in abortion?
I do.
Okay, so I know.
The thing is, I don't believe that.
Hold on. Question. Hold on. So you said you do. That you feel that abortion, killing a fetus, is moral, but I know tons of Christians, atheists, others, philosophers, PhD thesis who I work with, that I know personally, that feels very immoral. It's murder. So you see how now morality is just subjective. You feel it is, and somebody else it doesn't. So then in the end, there is no morality. It's your own set of morals that everybody would define for themselves.
Okay, if I can just answer that quickly.
Sure.
I don't believe that the Bible or the Quran or any religion actually gives you any better sense of morality or any better sense of consensus. Because even within, I'm pretty sure that there is not necessarily 100% consensus to every single Muslim in the world, every single Christian in the world. There's so many different denominations.
Let me respond to that just real quick.
Sure.
That Islamic morality, meaning that is it moral or immoral to kill somebody, right? Mm-hmm. That's very clear. I don't think there's any Muslim who from an Islamic perspective would say that it's justified to kill people at random. If somebody does politically justify it, that is their whatever shortcomings. But if you're talking about fuqaha and ulama, we have a very core concept of morality that is ijma'an. We call ijma' means by consensus, right? Now, I cannot say for there's almost 2 billion Muslims in the world, and some of them are very ignorant of the religion. So we cannot speak about individuals. But Islam does give you a very clear standard set of morals because we have the Qur'an and we have sahih, authentic ahadith that establish our morality. Most of that you will find what we call ijma', and we have works on this that collect a consensus of the whole Muslim ummah, right? So before you make a statement like that, you should research these things.
Okay, I'll just say one thing quickly. I think abortion is probably a very, very polarizing topic. I
Sure.
think that if you had to use other examples that
Okay, death penalty.
I think that you will. Well, that's still too
All
polarizing.
right, I'll bring one.
I mean,
I'll bring one. Drinking alcohol.
Euthanasia.
Drinking alcohol.
yeah, drinking alcohol, for example.
Yeah.
I still think
So-
that there are some benefits, and I don't believe
What's the benefit?
relaxation. I don't know. I
You
don't
can't
drink
relax without a
alcohol.
drink.
personally.
I relax all the time, and I don't ever drink alcohol. So I don't.
I
think
don't
that's
drink
really-
alcohol either.
So now, so you don't drink alcohol? Why?
But I mean, I just never have. My dad was an alcoholic. Huh? My dad was an
So
alcoholic.
you saw the
Your dad was an
evils of
alcoholic?
alcohol. Oh wow!
Sorry.
Your
What?
dad was alcoholic. You saw the evils of alcohol, and you have stayed away from it.
I saw the damage and the harm that it does. Right.
Oh,
So
we
you
can
don't-
learn
still think-
without being
So is alcohol bad?
religious.
So is alcohol bad? thing?
Like I said, in moderation. Okay, I think there's.
Did your
no
father
real harm.
feel he was an alcoholic?
I mean, can we not go to personal
No,
questions, please?
you mentioned that. I didn't bring that up. What I'm saying
Okay.
is, I've lived with alcoholics my life. I've had friends. None of them thought they drank too much. Every alcoholic that I ever knew felt they drank in moderation.
I never asked my father if he felt like he drank
Right.
too much.
So let me tell you from people that I've known for years that were alcoholics, that I went to school with, every one of them felt they didn't drink too much. They didn't have a problem, right? Even when they got drunk and drove and crashed cars and hit people, they felt that they were in control. So see, this is why a divine
My
set
father
of laws.
stopped eventually, and
I'm glad.
he
I'm glad.
he realized that he overdrank.
No.
I'm
But
glad.
the point
I'm
being
very
made
glad
by
for
the
you,
share.
and I'm happy for you, and I'm glad that you realized the evils of it and stayed away from it. That you realize that it's something that corrupts people and
Well,
makes bad decisions,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
In
So,
in
but see,
excessive
this is the benefit.
quantities.
But this is the benefit of Islam, that we have a divine revelation, which we don't have to see an alcoholic to understand the evils of alcoholism. Again, you keep talking about in quantities, but you understand alcoholics. Again, like I know many, right? None of them in their mind think they're drinking too much, right?
I understand,
This is the
but
problem.
again, we're talking about
Yeah.
extremes.
No,
Because
no.
we're talking about extremes.
We're talking
Because I don't
look,
believe that alcohol is bad for you,
Naturalist,
and even
naturalist,
though I
you
don't
can't
drink, I don't drink on
become an
principle.
alcoholic. You can't become an alcoholic if you don't
But
start.
not
in
everyone is an
moderation.
alcoholic who drinks.
No, that's true. but-
Moderation can lead to alcoholism, isn't it?
Sure.
Right.
Yes.
So if you don't drink in moderation, if you think drinking in moderation is wrong, also you'll never be an alcoholic. You can never be an alcoholic by default.
Right. If you never drink alcohol, unless
it's-
you
so it's
take
better
some
not to drink
medicine
like
with
you,
alcohol
like
in
like
it.
you
Why would you-
yourself,
do you
you
think-
said.
So one second, Sheikh. Do you think that alcoholics want to become alcoholics?
No, I'm sure they don't.
Don't you wish that they never started in the first place? Don't your dad
Well, they
wish he
probably
never
do.
started?
Yeah.
They probably do. But
Right,
the
but
thing
the
is,
point here is
everybody has
this.
a different disposition, right? And I feel
True.
for myself, I have a disposition where I can become dependent on something like that. So I
True.
avoid it. Okay, I have that type of personality,
principle.
that type of genetics.
Yeah, but
right?
who knows what? So who knows whether they're going to be dependent upon it or not? So you're saying everyone takes the risk? Drink in moderation, relax yourself. You might become an alcoholic, but you might not.
We take
That's what you're
risks
saying.
in life all the time.
Naturalist, I'm going to let you go, mate. You've been brilliant.
Okay,
Take care,
Hamza.
dude.
Awesome.
Don't
Thanks,
forget to
guys.
watch the video.
Keep well. I
We'll
will.
see you again, man.
Open mind.
Oh, sorry, forgive me sniffing. I've got hay fever, man. I went to Paris today, but I think we're looking like I had COVID. Right, next. Really? You muted me.
Hello.
Hola.
Undivided
Hello,
India.
sir. I am from India.
Well,
What?
okay.
We
And,
couldn't tell. We couldn't have told, honestly.
I'm
That's a
glad you
cute baby.
clarified.
Yeah,
Bro,
no,
that's
I
a
just
cute
want
baby.
to say
Can I
something
just see
that
the
my
baby
English is
again?
not good enough.
Can you put
Hello?
the baby up? Can you put the baby up, please?
What you talk?
All right, Ahad,
It's cute.
just so I
It's
understand.
really cute. Just give me one
Yeah.
second.
Have you
Can I
It
see the
means it's
baby?
undivided India. That's
Just
what
one second. Well, let's just get the stream going first, then you can talk to the baby, all right? And then ask Asadullah to bring his baby up as well. Ahad, have you come onto this stream to challenge Islam?
No, I have not come here to challenge Islam, but I have to say something on my religion and also ask some of the questions related to Islam. And at first, I want to introduce. I want to say.
Ahad, just before you go off on a tangent, what is the point you've come to make?
I come here because I saw that all of you are just laughing at my religion. You are just disrespecting. So I came here. Yesterday I was watching your video. So I come here.
So you've watched
I
the
thought
video.
that Islam teaches to laugh at others' religion. That's why I come here.
Say that again,
What religion
sorry?
are you?
Huh?
What religion are you?
I belong to Sanatan Dharma, Hinduism.
So you all right?
Who was laughing at Hinduism? I wasn't laughing at Hinduism. I mean,
I think that Sheikh Uthman, there is one message foundation brother Sheikh Uthman was laughing. He was saying that Ravana was enjoying Mother Sita, and he was just laughing at that, and many more. This was really.
That's Sheikh Uthman.
I remember one of the verse from your
I wonder
Qur'an.
who that Sheikh Uthman is.
Who is this Sheikh Uthman?
One message foundation. I heard that name before.
Yeah, that you are. You yourself. One message foundation.
All right,
Sir, I want to say,
Uthman is in the room. Can you point him out? Is he in the room? Can you point him out?
Make your point, and I'm going to let Mansur deal with you because he's been dealing with Hinduism on his channel DawahWise. So, and very respectively, I will say. So, Ahad, go ahead. And Brendan, are you a Hindu as well? Oh, you're not a Hindu. I'm not seeing the chat. You're like a Hindu. All right. Anyway, sorry, Ahad. Go up. Make your point.
At first, I want to say that my English is not so good, and I'm not able to speak it fluently, or I do not have anything in the correct order of English. Even I do not understand it very well. So I request you to speak slowly. And second thing, my question is, did Prophet Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salam has the army of genies, and was he able to understand the sound of animals and birds, etc.?
Mansur, I'm going to let you deal with this one. I'll let the Sheikh come in, but Mansur, you go first.
Mansur, go for it, bro.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So what you're trying to say is there are things mentioned in your scriptures, in your text, that sounds very fantastic, in the sense that they cannot be something easily acceptable because it's really like fantastical, like legendary, and yet the way you're arguing is, look, even in Islam, there seems to be some parallels. There seems to be something similar. Like you have Sulaiman alayhi salam, Prophet Solomon, he is speaking with animals, he's controlling the winds, he's getting this particular throne from one place to another in the twinkle of an eye. So if you have something similar, what's wrong if we have in our Sanatan Dharma and we believe in it? Is this your argument?
Indeed, this is my argument.
Okay, so let me start by asking some simple questions to understand your particular dharma that you believe in. Do you believe in karma, or is this something that you believe it's not something that's beyond your grasp? Do you believe in karma, like most Hindus?
Exactly, I believe in karma.
Okay, and who controls karma?
By Lord God, the Narayana, who has created the world, whose throne is on the water. Narayana means that whose throne is on the water, or who has sat on the water.
Okay, so you believe Narayana, he controls the karma, he controls what is going to be.
Exactly.
Okay, and has he inspired or guided the rishis to convey this message, like people in the past?
Yeah, he has guided many one, and he has sent his avatar also. He has sent Manu also, and he has sent many rishis, Brahma rishis, Devarsi, Maharshis, and many types of rishis also on the earth.
Sure. So has he inspired people to write the Vedas?
he has given the divine revelation to the seers of Hindus, of India.
Yeah. So do you believe Veda has the guidance or message from Narayana, from this God that you believe in?
Of course, yes, sir. I believe that it is from our Lord God Narayana, the
Sure.
creator of universe.
Do you believe Vedas actually explain to you the very nature of Narayan?
Yes. It has explained
characteristics?
the nature of Lord Narayana.
So it explains who he is, whether he's one or two or many, whether he is all knowledgeable, whether he is eternal. You believe all of that is explained in the Vedas, right?
Yes, I believe. It is mentioned in Vedas that it is he is eternal, and it is said that he is one and alone. There is no other to be worshipped except him. It is said that there is one very famous quote. Everybody says that ekameva adityam brahma nena asti kinchan. That is very common, but there is another verse also popular from Atharva Veda, where it is mentioned that ना द्वितीयो ना तृतीयो ना चतुर्थो ना पुच्यते ना पंचमो ना षष्ठो ना सप्तमो ना पुच्यते ना अष्टो ना नवमो ना दसमो ना पुच्यते. There is only one God. There is no other two or three or fourth God or fifth or sixth or seventh or ninth or 10th. There is only one God, and he is only to be worshipped, and other than him is all are the what they are not mighty, and all of them have been given the power by the Narayana only. This is the meaning and the essence of the mantra.
Okay. So how do you explain in the very beginning of Rig Veda, it talks about...
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to add another Hindu so we can do two Hindus at the same time.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to bring you some backup, Akhan. Are you a Brahmin? Just Akhan.
Yeah, I am a Brahman, and
all right. Come on. And Tajadeep, are you a Hindu?
Yes.
Are you a Brahmin?
No, I am not a Brahmin.
Oh no. All right.
What caste are you? What
caste are you?
What bird are you?
I don't know which. I mean, I am a doctor now, but I can't say in which varna if it's. I don't know.
Oh, sure.
I'm going to ask you, what did you do?
Superior to you? Is Akhand like superior to you in the caste system because he's a priest, a Brahman?
In present scenario, we are equal. We all come in open category, I will say.
Are you equal,
Akhand? Is he equal to you?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to reply for this question that as per my, there is an Upanishad, it's called Vajrasuchika Upanishad. It is mentioned that one who submitted his will to the God, one who realizes one God, that is your God is one without second. He is called the Brahman, and he is called the Brahmavadina. If they feel that there is one Lord, then he is also a Brahmana.
Okay, let me clear for you. Actually, the caste... Okay, let me clear for you. The caste system.
Before you clarify what the Varna system is.
Sorry.
Yeah. I was gonna say to Akhand as well. Okay. Akhand Bharat is undivided India. That's what it means, isn't it? So, if you believe in the divinely inspired text or sacred scriptures like Veda we talked about, and you mentioned about Upanishad many times, do you also believe in Manu Samhita?
Yes, indeed, I believe in Manu Samhita.
Wait, brother. It's called Manu Smruti. Smruti means the law. And I mean, Shruti means the eternal law. Smruti means the laws which can be changed according to times. Those are called Smrutis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you have within the Manu Samhita, there are certain laws about, if, for example, a non-Brahman, someone who is not a Brahmin by Borna, if he's, Kshatriya,
Kshatriya.
Yeah, Kshatriya or Sudra.
Vaishya.
And if they were to hear Veda being recited.
Not hearing, actually. It's about chanting the Vedas. The restrictions are about chanting the Vedas, not hearing.
So what
listening the meaning is allowed to everybody.
What happens if a Sudra were to chant the Vedas? What's the law?
Actually, the law is to allow the Brahmins to actually the Vedas has to be spelled perfectly. Actually, without non-veg, and there should be a lot of restrictions, and it should follow the strict set of rules to get to chant Vedas.
Answer Mansur's question though.
So the question I'm asking
I'm
is
telling that. Yeah.
No,
For this, the rule has made clearly that Brahmin should pray only for the welfare of society. Even a Brahmin prays for himself, it's a big sin. He has to pray for the society.
That wasn't the question though.
That's the rule in Manusmriti.
Listen to Mansur first.
Yeah. They can't recite.
They the Vedas and teach.
Who can't recite?
Only Brahmins has to teach the Vedas. Yeah.
And what happens
Sudras
to
by
Sudra?
birth are not just because they're born Sudra, they can't recite. Isn't that a little racist? Do you think? Maybe.
No. Yeah.
No?
Let me answer you, please. I mean, I have to be clear. Brother, it's 4 o'clock here, so I have to talk. And let me give you some time. Yeah.
I'm listening, bro. Go for it.
Okay. Before this, there are Gautam Sutras. In that, every caste has a chance to become Brahmin. But in the time of Manusmriti, I don't know what happened, but they had restricted the flow of castes. I mean, anybody can become a Brahmin before that.
So you don't know what happened, but somehow it became where you cannot be Brahmin anymore unless you're born into it. Okay? And if you're born Sudra, you can't recite.
In this Manusmriti time, it has happened. Manusmriti time, it has happened. Before that, it's never there. It's actually gender fluid type. Yeah.
During gender fluid? Oh, we're going to order the subject there, bro. Calm down, right?
Sorry.
So during the smoothie time, you said that now it was restricted by race. So somebody who's Sudra by birth cannot recite. You don't think that's a little racist? Just your opinion. I mean, I'm just saying.
Actually, according to Manusmriti, the research I had. The research I had gone through, the Manusmriti times, the Vedas, the volumes of scriptures we have to read is massive. One has to dedicate his life.
Like these ones back here, or more than this?
Yeah, more than that. Very big. Very big, room. I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Answer the question. Is it racist? Yes or no?
To burn. Yeah.
My library would take more, but I wouldn't let you burn it. So let's forget that. The question is, don't you think that's racist? Yes or no? It's easy.
Yes, it was.
If you think superficially, it's racist. But the situation, the times, we don't know. How can you judge as racist? How can you judge it as
race can't chant a religious incantation is not racist? How is that not racist?
No,
it's based on their race.
If it's an eternal law, it's racist. But the Spruti is the law that can be changed. But before the time
from?
Huh? What?
Who did the law come from? Where did it come from, this law? Who gave
Manu,
this law?
the Rishi Manu. He is called Manu. That's why.
So this is my question to Akhand Bharat. This law that is codified in Manu Samhita or Manusmriti, did that come from Narayana? Did that come from this God that you believe in? Was it inspired? Was it something that's been revealed? Was it something that's been taught by Narayana?
This is just like Hadith, Dharma Shastras. It is mentioned that it is also given by Narayana, but not as like the Shruti. Narayana means that you get, what can I say? Means this was codified by Lord Manu, who was the first man of the universe. So he has given to all humankind who will come after him, and it was since it come into under the category of Yug Dharma. There is one Sanatan Dharma and other is Yug Dharma. So Dharma Shastras, which we say the all time Manu Samhita or Gautam Samhita, Manu Sutras, etc. Whatever may be, all this come under Yug Dharma, and it gets changes in every 1,000 years. Almost every 1,000-1,500 years, it gets changes.
Yeah,
so it is not fixed.
I understand your classification that you're giving, that they're classified differently, but the essence of my question is this information within Manu Sanghita, the codes, the laws, the legal precepts, these legal texts, do they originate from God, Narayana, or is it
No.
from man? They just made it up.
No, at that time, the Rishi who is big, he had made this law. The Smriti, the meaning of Smriti is it can be changed. But the Shrutis are eternal laws. Only Smritis can be changed. This is the only messed up thing in India. We also hate it. Every Hindu hate this caste system, but everybody supports Varna system.
Okay.
The Brahmins don't hate the caste
Just to
system.
come back on this Varna system, the Varna. Is there anything other than in Manu Sanghita that talks about how in a Parameshwar or God in a Paramatma, he created or he brought about human beings in these 4 system of classification?
Yeah, Rig Veda says that.
Rig Veda says it. So it is not something that somewhere later during the time of Manu Sanghita, this is introduced by human beings within their time frame, and which you now detest and you ignore perhaps, but it is something that is already rooted in the Rig Vedas. So this is a particular human classification made by the Paramatma, the Parameshwar, the God of this
let me
universe, right?
Can I just ask Ahad the question?
I mean,
Tajuddin,
okay.
just 1 second.
Yeah.
Tajuddin, just 1 second. Just 1 second. Sorry, I can interrupt.
Okay.
Because you said something earlier. I want to see if Ahad agrees. Ahad, do you hate the caste system?
थोड़ा धीरे बोलिए. I mean that speak slowly.
ये पूछ रहे हैं कि आप ये जो कास्ट सिस्टम बना है उससे नफरत करते हैं या नहीं?
Yes. Yes, and thank you so much, Sheikh Uthman sahab.
कोई बात नहीं. हिंदी बोलो.
So you hate the caste system?
Yeah, indeed, that caste system, because the meaning जो है उसको change कर दिया गया. The meaning has got changed by some of the people of ancient time. When there is everywhere in every religion which passed by time to time. जो समय के अनुसार बदलते रहता है ना, कालांतर में जो है लोग उसको बदल देते हैं. They change their scriptures.
बदल देते हैं, लेकिन but the asal of it is in the Vedas as well, right? Like Mansur.
Yeah, no. The Vedas states that when we are born, we are Shudras. That we don't know anything about it.
All of us?
By birth, we are Shudras. That means we don't know anything. But
yes, it is mentioned in Manu Smriti.
I mean, Manu Smriti derived from Vedas. They made laws according to the Vedas, but according to the times too. So that's why it can be changed.
So just to clarify,
yes, Yug Dharma. It is come under the Yug Dharma. So it gets Yug is for 1,000 years.
Just to clarify, I want to ask you a question to clarify to both of you. Are you saying the Varna system, which is roughly translated to be as a caste system everyone's familiar with, the Hindu caste system, are you suggesting that apart from Manusmriti and this, information that you gave from Rig Veda, meaning it only has one reference that everyone is Shudra, are you saying this four types of classification? Varna is not something I'm saying like, in terms of division of labor, but this classification about there will be 4 types of people in terms of how they are born with. They are born to serve certain roles. No. Are you saying this is not found in any other sacred scripture in Hinduism? There are many sacred scriptures.
No. That's what I was trying to clarify. The Varna system is about profession. By the age they grow, naturally the Brahmins, people born in Brahmin family mostly tend to be Brahmins. But there are a lot of examples they are changed to Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. But this fluidity has stopped somewhere in the time.
Are they
mainly in the Manusmriti?
Are they Brahmins for a particular reason to do with reincarnation?
No, not at all.
No. That's not how I understood it, though.
If they're born in Brahmin family, they can be a Shudra too.
Sorry, this classification is not something that was introduced later. The classification is there from the very beginning. Parameshwar, he classified these, the types of, say a division of labor, if you want to call it, or profession, as you put it in this way. This is an eternal law. Are you saying that it's not?
Wait, it's a quality. A Shudra is the man who has some kind of dim wit. I mean, say brain is little dumb, if you can say that way.
You just said he was a dimwit?
Yes.
Sorry, man.
Oh, all right.
I mean,
I just don't
as age,
understand, man.
I
got you.
But by the birth, everyone is dimwits. But as age progresses,
Hey, speak for yourself, bro. Speak for yourself, bro. Okay, come on, keep me out of this.
No, well, I am telling the explanation given by one expert. I mean, what do you say? The experts in our Hindu philosophy, whatever they say.
Dimwits, I got you.
Man, I am weak at English, but that doesn't translate. That's what if I had to talk in my original language, I would have explained it better. But
what's your original
asking
language?
me in English? Telugu.
Yeah, we speak Telugu. I don't speak Telugu, so.
Okay.
I know Hindi, but I'm not that fluent.
That's fine. I think we've talked enough about the Varna system. Let's go a little bit deep into the concept of God that you have. Akhanda Bharat, he explained that God is one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not seven, and so on. Okay. And there is no second and only one God to be worshipped. This is very similar to Islam. Obviously, no one's going to disagree with that. Do you believe you are part of God?
No, indeed not. We are not the part of God.
So Akhan says,
are you both of you in the same belief?
Tajadeep?
No, we are part of God, not in the sense that we are God, but we are in the God. That means the entire world is part of God.
No,
so
but you believe
we make.
Yeah, all right. Just answer the questions initially. Just answer the questions initially.
No, because he belongs to another school of philosophy, and I belong. So I believe that.
That's what we're trying to ascertain.
Different madahib, I get you.
No, Akhan says you're wrong.
I have a question.
Different Aqidah. Different Aqidah, not
madahib. Why is the T gone?
Tajadeep.
Yeah.
Akhan says you're wrong, mate.
What? Okay.
Akhan says you're wrong.
No, he's not.
Yes, he does.
I think it's the same thing that understood in different ways. If I'll give you an example. If Buddha says
let me just say, one second. Do you believe you're part of God?
Yes, we are all part of God. We believe that's the basic of Hinduism.
Don't elaborate. Just want to understand. Okay. Yes, you're part of God. Akhan.
Yes.
Are you part of God?
No, never. I am the part of. I want to clarify that God has many powers.
Can you correct Tajadeep?
I can't correct him, but whatever I have knowledge, I want to present here, not to correct him, because he may be good on his own.
Asadullah has something. Hold on.
Okay, so I just want to ask a quick question, and then I'd like to follow up on something. So very briefly, you both have a different understanding here, but are you both in agreement that you're saying the same thing in a different way?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes, there is a verse, Hari Ananta, Hari Katha Ananta, that God has the infinite, what can you say, sifat. The God has infinite sifat, so his story is mentioned in the infinite way. So it may be, he might be correct, but whatever I have understood, that God has many power, but he has created many type of Shakti. Among them, one is we say Parashakti and Aparashakti. So our soul is made up of Parashakti. In Narasingha Upanishad, Lord says that it is mentioned that the soul is created by the God. Soul is created by the God. And most of the people believe that soul is the part of the God. That is why brother Tesdeep think that we are the part of the God. But we are not the part of the God as per my belief. My school of philosophy, we are not part of the God, but our Parashakti, we are part of the Parashakti of Lord. That he has one Parashakti that.
My next question would be simple, very simple, because I understand where you're coming from now. So my next question would be, do both of you consider each other's position to be valid and part of Hinduism?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the advantage of Hinduism. Everybody can be a Hindu.
So here's my problem.
Everybody can have their own religion.
The problem with Hinduism to me isn't the problem with Hinduism to me is not.
Answer first. Let's say Akhan answer first that question.
So Akhan, do you agree with that sentiment that I just said? That his belief, that Tajadeep's belief, is valid as your own and is part of Hinduism.
You're muted. You're muted, Ahand.
Yeah, you are asking that Tesdeep belief is valid or not?
Yes.
Is his belief that you're part of God or he's part of God valid?
Even though you disagree, is that Hinduism? Both of you agree that that's Hinduism.
Yes, because he is also it's also part of Hinduism, because he followed the philosophy, one of the school of philosophy of Hinduism. So he believes that. I do not deny him, because there is a verse in my scripture, Ayam bandhu rayam neti ganana laghu chetasam udar charita namatu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. So the small mind, the narrow minded people say that you are not mine, he is mine. But the great hearted people say that whole world is my family. So so when whole world is my family, then Tesdeep brother is belong to Sanatan Dharma. How can I deny him?
So now here's my.
You put your guitar down and forget the kumbaya.
Okay, so here's my.
We're trying to establish a principle here.
So here's my primary objection against Hinduism. I don't care about the multiple gods or avatars or whatever else there is. I just, my biggest problem, what I seem to find within among Hindu believers, and perhaps I'm incorrect in this perception, so maybe you can correct me, but my biggest issue is that it appears to be the case that in Hinduism, or among Hindu believers, that multiple contradictory, incoherent beliefs are all considered to be true at the same time, which for me is logically impossible, number one. Number two, it also quite frankly explains why India is so behind everyone else, because you can't agree on anything.
It just got real.
I mean, there's a reason that Hinduism stayed in India, because everyone else realized how stupid it is. So let's. So we're done.
Okay,
I'm out.
I mean, let me give a chance to explain, man. Just make a statement and go away. Okay.
Well, we're here for you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Tajadeep, Sumisti.
Okay, so say that 3 times fast.
Tajadeep, Sumisti. Tajadeep, Sumisti. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
I'm trying to get your name right.
Butcher my name, yeah. Okay.
I was trying to say it right, man. I was trying to be nice.
No worries.
Before you respond to Brother Asadullah, I just want to clarify the question he's asking, because both of your position seems to be contradictory in terms of whether you're part of God or not part of God. This is actually a very big distinction or difference between the two, and in fact, you cannot both be right. That is the point, and you don't, however, see this. You consider both positions are valid because you consider it's so fluid, so flexible within the Sanatan Dharma that any of these positions are acceptable. But if you think about it, very deeply, you are either part of God or you're not. You cannot be both.
Okay.
I mean,
we are not the same person also.
Yeah. So let me clear this by the example.
If there are two things that are presented as reality that cannot both be, but you're saying both are correct. People are different, but if me and Asadullah felt that, if Asadullah said the world is flat and I said it's round, we can't both be right. It has to be one or the other, right?
Okay,
if you say you're a part of God and somebody says you're not a part of God, you can't both be right. You cannot have a square triangle. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I got
you feel
it.
me?
But...
You feel me, bro?
So who's wrong?
There is no but.
One of you's wrong. Who's wrong?
Okay, I can explain with example, but hope it makes sense. So he believes in Narayana. That means the Vishnu.
Just to be clear, he was saying that you can't have two beliefs that are opposite be true at the same time. So even if you give an example and it doesn't make sense to us, are you willing to accept that they disagree?
No, actually he's saying the same what I said, but I said the end line. But he's saying that I am not in part of God, but he will be liberated. That's what merging in God is.
No.
You're saying he's wrong and he's going to be...
He said you were wrong, Tajadeep. He says you've been misguided. You're not part of God.
He has muted. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, he said you're wrong, Tajadeep. He said you're not part of God.
अकन भाई वो सोच रहा है कि हम दोनों अलग-अलग बातें बोल रहे हैं. तुम बोल रहे हैं कि हम दोनों मरने के बाद या कुछ लिबरेट होने के बाद हम बाद में मर्ज होते हैं.
You can speak English here, mate.
हाँ,
Sorry.
इसका जो हिसाब किताब होगा ना वो हियर आफ्टर में होगा, यमराज कर देंगे ताकि हम लोग इसको
Okay,
क्या
he's
समझें.
saying
Forget the.
नहीं, किसका हिसाब किताब होगा और नहीं होगा वो तो छोड़ो भाई. ये बताओ, इलाह या अल्लाह के हिस्सा है या नहीं है? Which one is it? Are you part of God or no? Can't be both. सही है या नहीं?
वो अपने स्थान पे अपनी समझ के अनुसार सही है, एंड मैं अपनी समझ के अनुसार सही हूँ.
लेकिन ये दोनों नहीं हो सकता. या तो अल्लाह के हिस्सा हो या नहीं हो. It cannot be both. You cannot just say according to his understanding, because those are two. It's like saying, can you have a square triangle? Either it's a square or a triangle. It can't be both. Either you're a part of God or you're not. Which one is right? Which one's wrong? If you say both right, that means you're both wrong.
Okay,
So can we?
that's
can-
your
can we
belief,
just
man.
make sure-
What can I say?
If there
Can you
is
change
such
the
type of
question?
any problem, then there is
Just
There is
Before
a
you guys
word.
go off, I do have one question. I'm just saying, don't leave without my question. But right now, I'm gonna let Asadullah speak.
I just need. Can you please just hold on? Look, first off, clarification. I never. Some people in the chat were complaining. I never said Indian people are dumb or whatever. I'm saying this belief system is stupid because it
He did
allows
say that we're all dimwits. He did say that we're all dimwits, though. So.
for the contradictions to exist.
When
within
we are
itself.
born.
What? No, hold on. So the point is that you cannot have a belief system. In order for us to even function, in order for a belief system even make any sense, it has to have some sort of coherency in its meaning. And if you can sit there and like, for example, if I said Islam both is okay with God not existing and God existing, then I don't know what Islam is. That doesn't make any sense. It contradicts itself. It cancels itself out. So when you have this belief system within your own tradition that says that contradicting beliefs are all valid, like it completely removes any meaning whatsoever from Hinduism.
Yes.
I don't know what Hinduism is.
Buddha said after death we merge in a nothingness, nirvana. Shankaracharya said we realize that we are a light.
Frankly, as a pragmatist, I'm also saying this, when I said it never left India, it's very obvious it had no persuasive factor outside of nationality. Because I mean,
it's in Japan.
80%
of gods are Hindu gods in Japan.
Yes, I'm sure there are Hindus in Japan, but Japan does not function off
Hindu
Hinduism.
gods are in
a coherent system of belief. Now that's
Hindu gods are in Japan.
Hindu ninjas.
80% of the gods they worship are Hindus. Japan gods. Check it out.
But Akhund just said there's only one God.
I mean,
yes, okay. The one God concept is the God expressed in 330,000 ways. I would say
there's
the number of gods.
God is in
the way.
3,000.
Okay,
that's the principle of Hinduism. How can't you know? How can you not know it and complaining about it?
There's also a reason.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Historically speaking.
The reason. If you understand the reason, you can get where we are coming from.
But there's no reason. That's the problem. And that's also the reason why the only time that you ever had any sort of order or any sort of progress in India is when the Muslims were ruling over you.
What nonsense.
Yes.
No, before that there is lot of progress and lot of things that's happening in India. This is called brainwashing, man. You can't change history.
No brainwashing. Listen, quick question. Forget history. Let me ask something. How many gods are there?
One. That's Paramatma. They are manipulating that saying.
You said 80% of gods were in Japan, but it's only one god. So how can 80% be in Japan?
The real God is shapeless, formless, nothing. Shapeless and nameless and formless. That's the real God. From
you
that
just give
shapeless.
It a name. You don't give it a name.
No name. Nameless, formless God.
You give God a name.
Paramatma. I mean,
you just give it a name right there. You call it
what? Does the Veda give this Paramatma a name?
We can't give a name. To suggest that formless, shapelessness, we are telling the phenomena is called Paramatma. Yeah.
Does the Veda name Paramatma?
No, that says Paramatma who has nameless, formless entity that we all came from.
Hold on. Let Mansur go ahead. Mansur?
No, you just make your point, then I'll.
That's a contradiction. You can't say. I don't want to say it, but the P word is nameless because you just named it in the sentence.
Paramatma just means ultimate soul.
To define the phenomena. That's what we cannot define it. The Veda ultimate end statement is the God created all this, does he even know that he created this? That's the question in Vedas.
Thank you. So that's the point I was
Yeah.
initially trying to
my
bring
God.
at the
Is
very
God,
beginning.
Is God aware? Was that the question you just asked?
Hamza, I think he actually stated what I wanted to state in the very beginning. So what I was going to say is exactly what you just said. In the Vedas, it describes the creation, and he just says exactly who created the universe. Does anyone know? Even the gods, do they even know? That's what you are saying. So are you saying
Yes,
even Paramatma doesn't even know whether he created the universe or not?
Okay.
But there is a
I
reply
will make
also,
one
brother
more
Mansur.
statement.
So the
That
question I
he
need
is
to
the
ask at this point, Tejadeep, there's a question I need to ask at this point. Do you believe God is all-knowing?
Yes, all-knowing, everything.
Does he know why he created everything?
That's the question we have to find out.
No,
That's the quest of a Hindu.
No.
How
Does
can
he,
you be
does he
all
know?
Yes,
knowing?
man. That's the only purpose a Hindu has.
No, but Tajadeep. Listen to the question. Does your God know why he created everything?
That's the question the Vedas, the Rishis asked. That's the thing we have to find out.
Hamza, the question is deeper. The question is deeper. It's not about the reason why. The Vedas actually say even the gods, whether they created it or not, is the question. Do they even know?
Not these gods. The Paramatma that created
the main
this.
God. The main God.
Does he even know?
Who is the main God? Who is the main God?
The Paramatma. Everyone is entity.
Okay. Is the Paramatma all-knowing?
Yes.
Right. Does he know why he created everything?
We have to ask him. For this we are worshipping this deities.
Am I missing something? How can you be all-knowing and not know something? Can you be all-knowing and not know something?
Yeah, man. If you think of it, the sense of the wonder of question itself is an experience.
No, there is no wonder. My mind is going to explode. I can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna explode in the start. If you understand it slowly, you'll get it.
Doesn't make
That's
sense.
what I'm
It
telling you.
violates the law of non-contradiction.
So you could know everything and not know why you
No,
created.
not everything. The concept of it, I'm saying. How can I know everything? I was just 25 years old, man. How can I know? I just started this philosophy.
Not you, philosopher Tajandeep. God can know everything and not know why he created. That's oxymoron.
Yes, he knows everything. The state of nothingness is also God. The nothingness is also God. When nothing is created, the state of nothingness is God.
No, you're not
That's
answering
where this question
man. Here's another leading question from this point. Do you believe the parents of Ganesh were gods?
Yes, those are Parvati and Shiva. Yes, they are gods. They are the Paramatma Swarupas. Yes.
Did they? Why did they not find their son's head?
What?
Why couldn't they find their son's head?
Okay, that's a spiritual story. If you want, I can explain it. But
explain to me how an all-knowing God doesn't know where the head's gone.
So Parvati and all the gods are self-realized. I would say they realize that they are Paramatma. So they should not have any desires. Every story in Puranas, there will be a crisis. That all-knowing person, how can he commit a mistake? So the crisis here is, so Parvati wishes to have a child that any devata should not wish.
So the main God wishes something they should not wish.
Yes.
So God does things he or she shouldn't do.
That's the crisis, man. That's how the.
No. Okay, so let's keep going with the story.
Wait,
hold on. Come on, guys. I need to get some popcorn. So let's keep going. So this goddess, who's a part of the main God, who has no name but you gave it a name, and who has no shape but then comes in the shape of a woman.
This goddess has a name. That's Parvati. I'm telling about the
she's
Paramatma.
a part of the main God, right? Hold on. Hey, come on, guys. Let's hear the story. So she wants a child and she shouldn't want it, but those damn desires. Okay, I got you. Go ahead, keep going. Then what happened?
Then Lord Shiva has a devotee called Gajasura. He's an elephant with an elephant head. Actually, he is Gajasura. So he is big. I mean, that's a big story.
Why are you laughing? So just give me a summarized version. Give me the cliff notes. Right, so,
okay, so
she wants a
so
kid.
Gajasura was a big bhakt. I would say that his devotion is destroying. I mean, very strong. So he asked Shiva to be inside him, so that no one have him. So Lord Vishnu, the god of Maya.
Wait. Is that a guy asked some other guy to be inside him?
That means he should be. His lot of people worship Shiva, so he's such possessive person that he wants that. But the Shiva
Is
and
Shiva
Vishnu
God?
are both. Yes, Lord Shiva is a god.
There's a guy in the
That's why they
But he's
worship him.
he's a part of the main god too.
Yeah, actually, that's the Trinity:
PouYa, don't worry,
Brahma,
you're
Vishnu,
next, mate.
Maheshwara. Brahma is a creator,
No.
Vishnu is preserver, and Lord Shiva is destroyer. That's the thing.
But those three are all part of the one God.
Yes.
Man, and I thought Christians were bad. Okay,
Oh,
so now Shiva
Yeah. Okay.
goes
You are coming for
inside
Trinity,
his
right?
followers.
Okay. Huh? Yeah. That time the
So
Vishnu,
Shiva
the Lord
enters
of
the dude.
no, he stays with him.
Okay.
That's
Inside
symbolic.
him?
We can say that literally inside him, but symbolically there are a lot of meanings that we see.
Oh,
Literally,
Yeah.
he's inside him.
Can we head this?
Yeah.
We
Okay.
just head this.
Okay,
Okay.
then go ahead. How did Ganesh get to be? Go ahead.
Yeah, just talk
Oh,
about. Just tell us.
so Vishnu, Lord Vishnu, and other gods just came and killed him. So and Shiva
They
came out.
killed Shiva's
No.
devotee?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, not kill. They injured and take him out. That I would say. Okay,
Isn't that
listen to the
wrong?
story.
Wait, but isn't that wrong? I'm just saying. What did he do wrong? Like, why
His
did they
wish
beat
is
him
too
up?
much, right? His wish is too much. The God
So if
who
he
is for
wishes
all.
too much, they just go like cut off his
Yes,
limbs and
there will
stuff?
be consequences if a man wishes
Man.
too much, or if a man is out of his dharma, he will
But this
face
is
the
God. The gods we're
consequences.
talking about here, though, aren't we?
So gods kind of go and jump him, like beat him up and break his bones or something, right?
Yeah.
Did
So
they know
then-
Shiva was inside?
Are you listening to your
Yes.
okay? I
No,
have an
hold
honest
on.
question.
This is fun. Hold on. So did you know Shiva? Did the gods know Shiva was inside?
Yes, everybody knows it. They all know it.
But they still beat him up to get Shiva out.
Yeah.
And then did Shiva know the gods were going to attack?
The rule is that if a god, Lord, if one Lord deals with him, the other gods won't interfere. Without his permission.
So Shiva was already inside, and when the other
So
lords were
Vishnu
dealing with
interferes. Okay, if you know
But they
this
shouldn't.
Hiranyakashipu story.
You just said they shouldn't, right?
What shouldn't? The wish? Are you asking?
You said if one god's involved, the others shouldn't get involved. But you said
So
they
the wish is
did.
the wish is granted. So he asked to be inside him. The wish is granted. Now the other gods can involve.
Can I just say this point? Akhand, do you agree with all this? 1 second, Sajid. Akhand, do you agree with all
ये तो
this?
हमको बाउंस चला गया तो इसलिए बाउंस चला गया it was just above my mind, above my brain. I'm
It's
not able to
above our
understand.
brain
Everyone's
too.
brain, mate.
I thought you were Brahmin, man. What happened?
I'm
You
telling
disappointed
about
your
Shiva
race.
Puran story, man. The Ganesh story. They asked about Lord Ganesh story.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
asked you
don't
a
know
simple
Ganesh story?
question.
Everybody knows Ganesh story.
The Puranas, the story of Puranas are
Why
in
Shiva cut his
metaphorical
head?
way.
That's he asked. Yeah.
Yeah, it is in metaphorical way because in Puranas.
No, he said literally Shiva was in him.
In the story, the mentioned story literally, but the metaphysics, the Purana should not be
You just said in the story literally, and he's saying metaphorically.
Are these story historical and are they real?
The story is literal, but the meanings are metaphorical. That's what he is.
Yes, Hamza.
Okay, but you're saying the story is literal, meaning Shiva was actually in him, and then the other gods beat him up to take Shiva out. Akhand, do you believe that as well? Physically,
I want to say that this is a very big बहुत बड़ा ये topic, big topic. So there should be.
All right, so forgive me, guys.
They are not asking. Explanation nahi पूछ रहा है भाई उन्हें.
Oh, come on,
They
you
just
can't
want
answer
the
this
story,
much.
literal story,
Okay.
just to mock.
No.
That's all they are doing.
Do you believe
Not giving
literally
a chance to
Shiva was
explain.
in him? I gave you all this time. Go ahead.
Can we cancel that?
तेजी भाई लाइन क्या था थोड़ा सा हमको क्योंकि आप लोग इंग्लिश में बोलते हैं ना बाउंस भी कर जाता है वो लाइन क्या था किसके अंदर थे शिव जी क्या थे
That's not good. All right,
शिव जी किसके अंदर थे?
Right, I'm going to get rid
वो
of you guys.
गजासुर है ना?
Oh,
So-
come on,
Oh,
no.
shit.
I had a
get
question.
rid of
He
you.
went
So
away.
just one question. One
I think
question
it's
before you
all
look.
pointless.
Tajib, both of you guys. I just have one question. Burgers with cheese or without cheese?
I don't eat burgers. I am allergic to gluten.
No, vegetarian burgers. I didn't say beef, bro. Take it easy. Cheese or no cheese?
Gluten. I said gluten, man. It's in wheat.
Gluten-free sandwiches, but cheese or no
hold
cheese?
on.
Burgers.
In
cheese.
India, it's not available.
Tajib,
That's
would
the
you eat
problem. Yeah.
Tajib, would you eat
Cheese?
a gluten-free burger?
Yeah, for sure.
Beef?
No.
But in the Veda, it is okay to eat beef.
It's okay to eat anything, but we don't believe it. We don't eat.
So you don't
You
put
said it's
Vedas first.
okay in the Vedas, but you don't believe?
Vedas didn't encourage to eat it. It may happen once in an explanation, but it's never
But
happened
it was
that
okay.
everybody has to eat.
Is it
No.
prohibited? Is it prohibited in the Vedas?
Nothing is specially prohibited,
Contradictory
but
statement.
non-veg is completely restricted, mostly restricted.
Contradiction in commentary.
I have
There is
one last
contradiction
question.
in commentary.
I have one last question. Because this has been entertaining, and we can do it again, but we've got more guests waiting.
Okay.
PouYa's going mad watching. But here's my question: Hanuman and the Monkey Army. Did this happen in history?
Monkey army.
I'll ask you, Akhan, first. Do you believe in history there was this monkey army that was used by a god to go rescue the wife of the god? Did that happen?
The story that I understand from the root word of Vanar, Vaikalpik Narova, Vanara Vaikalpik Narova.
English, son.
In English, yes.
He's giving you the
It was
etymology.
just a Sanskrit. I was just telling its roots.
It doesn't help.
Origins.
Just tell me whether you believe this is
Wait.
an event that occurred in
तारीख
history.
में हुआ था या नहीं हुआ था? आसान सवाल है.
Vanar means he's saying monkey. The Vanar does not always meaning the monkey. Vanar means
Okay,
here.
okay, stop. What was the species of a Hanuman's army?
What?
What was
Were
the
they human
what
or
were
not
they?
human? I think he's asking.
They were human. They were not monkeys. They were human
human.
who lived in the forest. So in Sanskrit we say them also Vanara. Vaikalpik Narova, Vanara.
Tajib, do you agree?
Do you agree?
What?
The Hanuman and the monkey army, were they monkeys or were they humans?
I don't know.
Oh, come
But I
on.
believe
don't
that
you
he is
hide
there.
behind I don't know.
Tajib,
You're not an
you know what
atheist.
you
Is
believe.
that
I'm going to.
is that a monkey or a human?
Yes.
That's the question.
I mean, I support him and I believe what he said. That's all I can
Oh,
say.
That's a
God.
human? That's a human on the picture?
I don't.
No, picture doesn't matter. But there is no mention of his picture on
I
the
mean,
scripture. That is the main
He's
thing.
not saying that
That is-
he's a
there
man.
is no
That
mention of
Vanara
his
is a
picture
separate
in the main
species or
scripture.
something like that he's saying.
So
Are you saying there was
Hanuman's
no
not a
monkey
monkey,
army?
you're saying. He's a human, you're saying.
Hold on.
Yes,
I don't know why
you
I'm
know
asking
there is
that.
another word for
Tajib,
Vanara
that's
monkeys.
not a
No,
man.
he's a monkey.
Stop.
Who said he's not?
Shakha
He's-
Meregia Hare Yaha Vanara.
Wait. Hold
But-
on. Tajideep, is he a monkey or not?
He's both. I can say the story says he's both. I can say.
Is he monkey?
He's a monkey man.
Tajideep.
By Akan by दोनों stories है ना, right? Like he's human and monkey.
वो रामचरितमानस में जो है, लेकिन उनको वैकल्पिक नरोवा कहा गया, यानी कि वो नर है. He is the man of forest. They were the man of forest.
In Siddha also it explained that he's human too.
Akhan,
Yeah.
Tajid.
Yes, they were human. They knew the
You
Vedas.
just said
How a
he was a
monkey can know the
monkey.
Vedas?
Was Hanuman a monkey god?
No, he's not the monkey god.
It's a waste of time.
All right.
Yeah,
And Tajideep, is Hanuman the monkey god?
There are a lot of
you want to say
references.
yes. You know you want to say yes.
It's a-
Anyway,
Just
it's
say
been real,
yes.
guys.
Just
No,
say
Take
yes.
care.
hold on,
Um,
Tajuddin. You just said he was a monkey. Who said he's not a monkey? And now you're saying
Both.
he's not a monkey.
I'm saying he's both.
both,
Before
of course, he's all both.
But
I mean-
Akhad,
Okay,
is
so-
he
there are a lot
both
of
or is he one?
stories about
Okay,
this.
hold on. Akhad, is he both or is he human?
It's a-
He is human. He is human, but he used to live in the forest. His act was
Okay,
like
okay,
monkey. My act was like monkey. means-
many people can live in the forest. That doesn't make them monkeys. But Tajib is saying
भाई
that he
वो
was
सूर्य
monkey
के पास
as well.
जाने के बाद ये हुआ ना, ये monkey जैसा face, वो बोल रहा है ना
monkey
तुम्हें।
जैसा फेस था या इंसान जैसा फेस था? एक बात करो ना। अखुद को कह रहा है कि इंसान था. He's saying he's human. He's not monkey at all. He just lived in a forest. What's wrong with living in a forest? But you're saying कि monkey जैसा face था. His face was that of a monkey.
The story is when he jumped for the sun, his face was little changed like monkey. That's the story it says.
Okay, so his face was a monkey then. So he was a monkey, and you're
But
saying he
born
was not
as
a
a
monkey. And his army all were
I think we
faces monkeyed, or
we can let the two gentlemen go. We can, I think.
Yeah,
yeah, my brain is got heat too, man. To explain Hinduism.
I mean, that's one of the reasons.
Before you go, one last thing. One creator, Allah, no sub-gods, no coming in any monkey forms, none of that stuff, created all of the creation, sent prophets, sent miraculous books.
Allah is not Paramatma. That's all I can say.
That's interesting.
We
Allah
agree.
is what?
We agree.
Allah is not Paramatma. We don't believe that Allah is Paramatma.
We believe Allah's not knowing. We don't believe
Yeah, that's what I want to say.
I
It should be
Allah who
completely
knows
different.
everything,
They are messing
who
up with these
knows why
things.
he created,
They are converting
Allah who
people to
knows the
Islam by
purpose of
saying
creation.
I know. It's all crazy. That's all I'm
But we
saying.
know you're not converting them to Hinduism.
Come on, I just
All
want.
right.
I just want to.
Excuse me, I want to say something. If you all of you do not mind.
All right. Goodbye, Tajadeep. Go on, Ahand.
I want to say that ये मतलब खिचड़ी हो गया. It was just like the hodgepodge. Means we were not able to discuss the main topic. Instead, it was like the fight.
No, but
So how I was not able to
that is
express
the main
myself.
topic.
The main
It's
topic
the
is why
belief
were we
system.
laughing at the idea and the stories that you believe in Hinduism are true. And the irony is this: you don't believe those stories are true.
The stories of monkeys and etc.
No, what I'm saying to you, you don't believe they're true, where Tajadeep believes they're true.
That doesn't.
Exactly. I believe in the its real meaning, not the literal meaning. What does they want to convey?
What's so special about him that he could rescue a god's wife?
Doesn't matter.
What?
What was so special about him that he could rescue a god's wife?
उस्मान भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं? बाउंस जा रहा है.
Yeah, on that note, I'm gonna let
ये
you go.
कह रहे हैं कि हनुमान के पास क्या इतनी खासियत थी कि एक इलाह की बीवी को बचा सके,
उठा सके. Sri Ramchandra ji was not the god. He was avatar. हाँ बच्चा, he was not the god. He was avatar. Like
Ram is not a god, you're saying.
Not God, he was avatar, and he used to pray to the God daily 3 times, and also he did Havan 3 times and 5 times bhajans. So he was not the God.
Part of God. I thought we were all parts of God.
Huh?
This is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons DawahWise is doing a demystifying stream, and we've gone up to 10 or 11 more, just to show you how.
No, we are not a part of the God.
Just to show you how complex this
quick
philosophical tradition from the East
how
is.
many heads did Ravan have?
I don't care.
Dasanan, you know, it doesn't mean it's not the literal meaning. Dasanan means the which has the main जो 10 जगह दिमाग लगाता हो, means not focusing on one things, on the 10 things.
Multitasking.
Yes, multitasking. What means like you can say liberal. I will follow God. Liberal.
He was like a Democrat, like a liberal.
Yes. जो double standard रखता है.
So those Hindus that believe that he literally had 10 heads, they're wrong, right? Because
as per my views, they are wrong. As per my understanding, they are wrong.
They're wrong.
Yes,
They're off the manhaj.
क्या?
मतलब वो गलत तरीके पे चले गए हैं ना?
Maybe God knows well.
Maybe
Narayana knows well.
According to your belief.
God doesn't seem to know anything, mate.
According to me, they are wrong. According to me, they are wrong.
What did you call God?
Narayana.
Narayana. Maheshwar Narayana.
I thought God couldn't have a name.
No, that was Tajdeep.
All these are their qualities. God has one name, that is Om. And all the names are just the qualities.
I thought God was nameless.
Tajib said he was nameless. You're saying Om is the name of God.
Means Om, it's the Nirgun quality. Means it does not denote the qualities. It is above all qualities.
So he has a
So
name.
we say.
Alright.
I have one
Like
question. Are
the
you
name,
bald?
but
Last question,
Om
Ijaz.
Om is the
Akan,
base
just
of
one question.
all qualities, all names.
Are you bald?
So he
Akan,
has a
do you
name
have hair
then.
on your head?
Uh,
Are you bald?
ये पूछ रहा है
हिंदी
बाल
बोल
है या गंजे हो भाई? पूछ रहा है बाल है या गंजे हो भाई? बाल है?
नहीं बाल तो है ही है. I have hair.
He has hair.
Okay.
How? अच्छा
yeah.
नहीं अखुन भाई.
Just let go.
So
We're gonna lose guests if
God
we don't
can
let
have
go.
a name.
I'm just gonna.
Yes.
I'm gonna let go.
God, no, we cannot take what God को हम किसी पैरामीटर के अंदर नहीं ला सकते हैं. He is above all things. He is above all names. No, he is not. He has only qualities.
Okay.
So Om is a quality.
Yeah, he is the base of all the qualities. The Om is the base of all, or above all qualities. It is not.
What's the name of God?
Om.
All right. Let's do.
Okay.
You just said it can't have a name, and then
Right,
when you asked what is the name, you said Om.
Can I just?
You know, brothers, that's one of the main reasons DawahWise started demystifying Hinduism series, because it's so complex, so broad, so contradictory with each other that one may just get, if you were to speak to just one of the individuals, you think that's Hinduism, and then when you speak to the next person, you think that's totally
That's
different.
why I did what I did.
This is why you can only be born into this religion. You can't actively convert into it
Unless anyway. Okay. So
unless you're Japanese, apparently.
Asadullah had a good point, though, is that you don't see a major Hindu presence other than in India, and I mean, or Indians that migrated somewhere, right? I mean, you don't see like
it's not persuasive
Chinese,
because there's nothing to persuade with. The problem,
very interesting.
Again, here's the thing.
I never thought about that point.
It's fascinating, and I'm addressing some of the chat as well here when I said something is stupid. Okay, let me make this very clear. When there's some people come on here with very bad arguments, I'm very clear about saying they're stupid. Not them as a person, but their arguments, their beliefs, whatever. That's fine because it's incoherent, illogical. Okay, and at some point when you look at some of these beliefs, even many atheist beliefs, you find that there is incoherence. But there was only one belief system that I know of on the entire planet that admits incoherence as a quality of its own system. And as such, that belief system must be stupid and incoherent because it allows for incoherence as a valid approach to life. And hence also why India has historically been chaos. Like just complete chaos in terms of its belief systems, its values, etc. It's always been like this. And one more thing before we go on, I apologize for some of you in the chat, especially who paid money to try to tell me and other ones here that, oh, we're doing bad things for the dawah because we're pointing these things out. Let me ask you a question. Have you paid enough money to say something to all those duat out there who are right now attacking our scholars and the other duat and on this platform who make a career out of trying to destroy the reputations of their fellow brothers and sisters? Because as far as I can tell, you seem to be more concerned about what I just said about Hinduism than you are about some of these toxic individuals in our scene. So keep it quiet.
Next guest. PouYa.
Hi.
Hi,
Finally.
you were mental in the backstage. What's going on, bro?
Well, you were in the conversation, so I think you know what was going on.
Okay. Have you come to challenge Islam, PouYa?
Not necessarily. I've been watching your den. I've been into your den a few times.
Okay.
If I may, before we begin our conversation, and I don't want to take a lot of your time, can I just give one constructive, criticism?
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. I hope you take it as a constructive criticism. It's nothing personal. I don't know you individually, so I can't offend you. So,
my name's Uthman. Just introduce
Come
myself.
Again? Come again?
My name is Uthman.
Uthman, yes, I was reading your name as One Message Foundation. I was like, that's not his name.
Oh.
So,
That's a dawah organization. Yeah.
well, nice meeting you all. But I've been reading the comments, and also Asadullah got a little bit feisty there. So the thing is, when you guys all have your own belief systems and everybody else also the same. So some of your points, especially like Uthman, right? Uthman and Asadullah, sometimes it sounds condescending. I'm looking at a third person view, so
I got you.
maybe tone it down a little bit for some people, because they can't really, maybe in terms of speaking well English or otherwise,
or English well. Yeah.
The naturalist who came up, he did some research, but apparently he read only the abstracts. So when you come at him like that, it feels a little bit condescending, me as a viewer.
PouYa,
I appreciate
PouYa. Naturalist came on. PouYa. Naturalist came on and told me I'm delusional.
Well, yeah, he did.
Right.
But this is your end.
Right. So he's telling me.
Okay. So
he's telling
PouYa,
me what I believe is false. Yeah. What I teach my children is false. The way I live my life is wrong. It's not true. It's all a delusion. Yeah. This is the arena. This is open by art. Yeah. So PouYa, get ready. Listen. No, this place is a place. This is they called the arena for a reason. You come on here, opinionated, no problem at all, and our opinions are going to challenge each other, and we're going to challenge each other's evidences, and that's the way it is. And if some people feel that it look condescending, it is where it is. Now, what
PouYa, real quick, PouYa, and I'm not going to speak for Asadullah, but I will speak for myself. I appreciate your feedback. Thank you. All right, but understand that when I ask a question, do you know about the sighting of the moon? If you don't know, you should say, I don't know, right? But when you say there is no extra Quranic evidence, and obviously there is, and you haven't researched it, but you're coming as if it's an authoritarian claim, then I have to call you out on that. You feel me, PouYa?
Yeah, I do, but I'm talking about the tone, because I'm an educator. I speak publicly like almost all the time. So sometimes these kind of opinions can be interpreted in a different way than you intend to.
Yes.
But that's the thing.
Again,
there is a time to have a soft tone, and there's a time to have a firm tone. As an educator, sometimes.
Sure, but you sit in a library. I expect you to be more, in that.
I agree.
Just because I sit in a library doesn't mean that I can't forcefully explain my opinion. Being in a library doesn't make you less of a man. Understand that. I'm in a library because it's probably the quietest room in my house. But anyway, that's a different issue. But knowledge doesn't make you weak. Understand something. At certain times, you have to be firm, because you have to call people out on things. You cannot just go and make baseless claims and not be called out.
Exactly. PouYa, let's wreck what you believe now.
Well, no, I would like to clarify as first. I agree with you that there are times where I can be condescending. And in fact, I'm a flawed human being. I can admit that very openly. That said, I do try my best to be balanced depending on who I'm speaking with. I mean, forget, Sheikh Uthman's in a library. I'm a librarian. I spend all day talking to people, and I try to teach as best as I can. And sometimes I lose my temper, because I get frustrated at certain things. And I'll apologize for that. And I'll apologize for that, because the thing is, I get annoyed like everyone else, and I'm sorry.
I completely understand that. Trust me, I teach kids. I understand that.
And you know what? And if I do something wrong and it looks like I went the wrong direction in terms of my behavior, my attitude, or my tone, like say if it wasn't justified in that moment, maybe I miscalculated, who I'm talking to, then I expect you and others to point it out to me, and I fully accept responsibility for that, and I apologize.
Well, cheers.
But I will say as well as those that there are times where I do feel like it can be justified. I'm not saying in every case, but there are times, for example, like with Naturalist, for example, I thought I was pretty calm with him. He was pretty cool. I like talking to him. And there are some times where I think there's also some context missing. And again, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying that there are times where it is justified that you may not see certain things. So for example, we've had some guests come on here who, what they do is that off screen, what they do is they'll make like very derogatory comments and stuff. And then they come on screen and they act in a very calm, manner so that they can clip our reactions and then, go about. So it's like a kind of a two-faced sort of thing. And we see that a lot. So it's also hard for us to kind of like play that game. You know what I mean? Like if what somebody, like for example, there was some idiot that came on here a few months ago where he was making fun of Muslim pilgrims being killed on Hajj. Like something fell on people and killed a bunch, like hundreds of innocent Muslims. And then he came on here, he was like, I'm just here to be peaceful and talk to you all and be nice, and it's like, it's hard to take that seriously. So that
can I make a suggestion here?
Yeah, go ahead.
For example, instead of saying stupid, you can say unwise, and people won't be offended.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard.
PouYa.
It's also hard not to be. I agree
Right.
that there's a point that you should be as respectful as possible. And at the same time, though, there's a line. Some people think something's offensive, some others don't think it's offensive. And I agree that stupid is very blunt. It's quite blunt. It can be taken very.
Makes the point.
Yeah, but I have a hard time having a discussion with somebody who doesn't even accept the basic principles of persuasion that would require, that allows us to even have a conversation.
Right,
Okay, so here's where I come in.
PouYa. You've offered your
Yes.
criticism. Yeah. To be honest with you, I make no apologies. Yeah. So
Okay.
I am what I am. It is what it is. Deal with it. Don't deal with it. Watch it. Don't watch it.
Fair
It's up to
enough.
you. All right. So, like I say, let's hear what you believe and why you believe it's true.
Okay, so basically what I have problems with is not necessarily problems with, but what I try to, stand against on is ideology by its essence. Ideology is a frame, right? Inside it, all good, outside it, all bad. And any ideology at some point is flawed because it doesn't allow critical thinking.
PouYa, let me ask you a simple question. Do you believe
Go
in the
on.
concept of the absolute truth?
Absolute truth? No, there's no black and white.
Okay, you
there's
don't
a
believe in the
spectrum.
concept of the absolute truth?
No,
Okay.
there's a spectrum. Facts are different.
How do you understand that
because they are
question?
being experimented on.
How do you understand that question that I just asked you, that you said no to? How do you understand
When
what
you
I just
say
asked you?
absolute truth in
Yeah.
terms of what I think or what our opinions are,
No.
that I don't agree
No,
to.
opinions are irrelevant. When it comes to absolute truth, opinions are irrelevant, feelings are irrelevant.
Okay.
So
So
I'll
my
give you an example.
misunderstanding. Then
I'll give you the
absolute
prime
truth is fact?
example. I'll give you the prime example. Do you
Okay.
believe in God?
No.
Right. So either God exists or God doesn't exist. Yeah?
Maybe.
One of those has to be true.
Maybe.
Did you say maybe?
It's more than one.
there a
God. Who
third
knows?
alternative?
If it exists,
What's
maybe
the
it's
third
more
option?
than one.
What's the third option? God
So what I-
existing, God not existing. What's the third option?
It's not. It could be more than one. Why
Give me
should
example.
be just one?
No.
If it
God
exists,
exists,
it could
God
be more
doesn't
than one.
exist. What's the third option?
The third option is gods, plural.
What?
But then they would still exist, right? So either they're
So God does exist
If
then.
it exists, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it does. I'm
No, you are
if
saying it doesn't.
exists, it's
You are
conditional.
saying it doesn't. You just said God doesn't exist.
I don't believe it exists because the universe is created on entropy, and entropy doesn't necessarily require a creator.
Oh my Gideon.
I'll make
Listen
it.
to the listen. Look, before we go into the details and your nonsense understanding of entropy, right? Let's first deal with there you go. There's that condescending tone, actually. Right. Before we deal with that nonsense, right? We're establishing a principle here. Yeah. So let me move away from God because you're scrabbling around for this, that, the other.
Okay.
Do you believe man landed on the moon?
How does that relate to what I was talking
Do you
about?
believe man landed on the moon?
It's not a belief. We have proof on that.
So you believe man landed on the moon? What's your proof?
We have factual proof on that.
What's your proof?
There's a mirror on the moon. You need to have a very, very strong laser
Have you
to
seen this?
do this experiment.
Have you
To
seen
do
this?
We have done this experiment
No,
in our
have you done this
university.
experiment?
Not me personally. I
So what's your
wasn't the
proof?
team. Yeah.
So you believe what someone else has told you?
Look, no, I was there. I was looking at the experiment. Look, there's this mirror on the moon, okay, which is planted by humans. Obviously, there is no mirror being created by nature, right? Do we agree on that?
Oh, I don't. But go ahead, keep going.
Okay. Do you see
Could
mirror?
So let me.
Could an alien? So 1 second, sorry, Sheikh, I'm going to deal with this.
Go ahead.
Could an alien have left it there?
Maybe, yeah.
Right. So give me this proof that man landed on the moon.
No, but there is something that is created by something rather than the nature.
That doesn't mean man landed on the moon.
Ooh.
That just means there's
Okay,
something
wait.
on the moon.
Right?
That
That's
just means
really
there's something
interesting.
on the moon that shouldn't really be there.
Hold on, that's really interesting. You say that mirror can't be created by nature.
Yeah, we create mirrors, right?
So a mirror cannot be created by nature.
Do you see mirrors in the jungle?
My question: can a mirror be created by nature?
So far it hasn't. In 4 billion years, it hasn't.
Can it?
Let's give it another 4 billion years. if it happens.
You're not answering the question.
You're asking the wrong question. That's the point. The wrong question.
When you don't have an answer.
Yes, you ask the question.
Okay, let me ask you a similar question. Can I ask you a similar question to that?
No, can you answer my question?
Let's see if you can answer my question then, in the same sense.
No.
No? Okay.
No. You respond to the question that's asked you.
The question is, if nature can actually create mirror by itself, I'm saying that it hasn't so far. So the evidence that we see is no. If you think that it can, okay, let's experiment it, give it some sort of an environment and see if that happens. That's the scientific method.
Okay, hold on.
Right?
Take it easy.
Okay.
Look, I know the scientific method, but let's talk about this, right? You're saying nature cannot create a mirror because you said that's evidence that humans went there. You cannot put that to the scientific method because you are making a claim of cannot, not that it has not. Okay? So I'm saying, for example, if you go in many caves where there's ice, you see reflections, right?
That's ice.
You can hold on. You see a reflection or no? Right?
In ice,
you
yeah.
Can, okay, there you go. So you are basing your belief on something that you have no evidence. You cannot say nature cannot because you cannot test that theory. That would be that you are not saying that nature did or didn't. You're saying cannot. Okay, but forget all of that. Let me make it very simple for you. Okay, you're saying that there are no absolute truths. Do you exist?
Well, if we think about it from the hologram theory, then maybe not.
You don't.
Maybe this is all a hoax.
So you existing could be a hoax, yet man landing on the moon was definite.
Did I say definite? You said it could be aliens, and I said yes, it could be aliens.
Yes, you did.
I said we have evidences.
I said to you, PouYa, I asked you, do you believe man landed on the moon? And you said, what kind of question is that? Of course we did. So what are you on about? You didn't go definitive. You did go definitive. And then you brought your mirror as proof. What are you talking about?
If we didn't put the mirror and some extraterrestrial
you don't
being,
even believe you exist. You don't even know if you exist.
You're twisting my words now. This is noise.
What?
Isn't it?
No, this is you being inconsistent. Because you're trying to look out of a question that's asked. You tried to look out of a question that's asked you, by the Sheikh. Do you exist? And you're like, I don't know. Don't know if I exist.
I didn't say I don't know. I said if you think about it through hologram theory.
You can't go definitive on your own existence. You can't go definitive on your own existence, but you can go definitive on the moon landing.
Mate,
that shows your inconsistency.
Again, you're twisting my verbs, and my verbs are very important from the point that I'm making.
Which verb did I twist?
Look, Sheikh asked me if I believe I exist, and I said if we look at it from you forget the whole part that I started with. I said if we look at it from the hologram theory, then maybe not. So did I say no or yes?
No. But that means you're doubting your own existence.
That's the problem. Is you didn't say no.
Can I just say one sentence without being interrupted?
Go ahead.
Just one. If we try to simplify everything that is actually not simple by its essence, then we are looking at a wrong place. We are opening the wrong window because complex matters cannot be simplified. We like to simplify them, but we can't. It's like black and white thingy again. It's like Russia bad, Ukraine or Putin bad, like this. It's not like that.
Can I ask you a simple question to understand? Can I ask you a simple question to understand your logic?
Okay.
Before we discovered Mount Everest, what's the highest mountain in the world?
Everest? Okay.
Right. So just knowing something doesn't change the reality of something. Yeah?
Well, if you know that if you don't know that fact that Everest is the tallest mountain, then what you know is wrong, right?
No. If you believe Everest is the highest mountain, because you've not measured it, you've heard people tell you it's the highest mountain. Before we discovered it, what was the highest mountain? It's still going to be Everest, isn't it?
Yes, but if I don't know Everest, then my understanding.
But that's not going to change the reality.
It doesn't change the reality, but my understanding would be lack of understanding, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, so the absolute truth is that Everest is the highest mountain in the world, whether you know its existence or not. That's the absolute truth.
Okay, if you think about it like that, right? I get your point.
Well, that's what the absolute truth is. It means you can't have the law of non-contradiction. You can't break the law of non-contradiction. So, for example, you can't have a square triangle. Yeah. So
Okay.
God cannot exist and not exist. It's got to be one or the other.
But
You understand?
yeah, I understand, but that was not again my point the whole
No,
time.
but it's my point. But it's my
Okay.
point. To establish a principle to hold against you. Yeah? Because you came on talking about all these different belief systems, everyone making claims of the different beliefs. Yeah? When you
Yeah.
understand the concept of the absolute truth, then you know only one of these claims can be true. They can't all be true.
But it's not like that. The universe is so vast that
No,
we
it is
can't
like
say
that.
this is the absolute truth
No,
and
it
nothing
no,
can
no,
be
no.
more than that.
No, the point being made is not necessarily if this is the, you know, it's the absolute truth. The point is, or you can demonstrate it's the absolute truth. The point is, something has to be the absolute truth. That's the point, the principle.
So that is
So
where
if
the
I meet a
normative
Christian,
statement
so
comes
if
in.
I meet a Christian or a Hindu, like we've just done now, what they believe and what I believe can't both be true. They don't even agree amongst themselves. Forget agreeing with me. But my religion cannot be reconciled with Hinduism. My religion cannot be reconciled with Christianity. Judaism cannot be reconciled with Sikhism. Yeah? And nothing
So
can be
one of them
reconciled with
should be
atheism.
one of them should be the righteous one, right?
No, not righteous. The right, correct one, the true
The
one.
absolute right
The
one.
true one. So this is why now.
How do we
we're back to
determine that?
So this is the original criticism, is when we believe what we have is the truth. The whole point of the arena is for you to come and demonstrate how we don't have the truth and that you've got the
Okay.
truth. That's the whole point of it. So of
I
course we're
don't
going to
say
clash.
I never
We're going to
claim
clash
that I
with
got the truth.
opinions and understandings and beliefs, and our social conditions are all going to play a part. But you've got to have
Yes.
basic principles to work with.
Okay, for instance, when we look at India and Hinduism, and it like blows your mind, Ijaz, I don't want to butcher your name. Yeah, so like it blows your mind. We need to look at the contextual, the geographical, the cultural factors, all the history that has happened to those people specifically, just like what Muhammad, the Prophet, came to Saudi Arabia, and it was for those people fit to those cultures and that area, that era of time. So we need to look at all these.
Just so you know, there was no such thing as Saudi Arabia at the time. Just clarification.
The desert, okay.
And another point, though, just to add here, then I'll let Brother Asadullah to make this point. He's been waiting. You see, when you think Islam is only contextualized to 7th century Arabia, I think you need to really think a bit more and see what we actually refer to as Islam, because Islam to us is a universal religion. It's trans, what's it called? It is not limited to time and any particular location.
Of course, I understand.
If you look at the concept,
if you look at every religion.
No. Not every religion. I mean, there are religions which are very specific to particular geographic
Christianity
area.
started with Christ, right?
Yes.
Judaism with Judah, right?
There? Did it stop there? They are still available.
I said started.
Yeah.
Right? Before Christ, there was no such thing as Christianity, right?
Okay.
Before Judah, there was no such thing as Judaism, right?
Okay.
Before the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there was still Islam.
Okay. How?
Sure. What does Islam mean?
The word or the religion?
The word.
Islam it comes from taslim, which means surrender.
It does not come from taslim. It comes from aslama.
But
aslama means to surrender. So when you surrender your will to that of the Creator, that's a Muslim. Muslim is ism fa'il for aslama. Okay, the one who does.
Right?
No, it's not maf'ul. It's
no,
ism fa'il.
Yes.
Okay.
Go on.
So you know what ism fa'il is?
My grammar in Arabic is a little bit rusty now, so
I can tell. Right. Okay, so Muslim is ism fa'il from a rubai, otherwise like sajada, sajid, right? But because aslama is more than 3 letters, it's Muslim, the one who submits. Okay. So if you look at Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus, or Musa or Ibrahim, alayhum assalam, may Allah have peace and blessings be upon all of them, they submitted their will to their Creator. They followed the directions, the wahi that was given to them. So by definition, they were Muslims, right?
Okay. By the translation of the word, okay.
by definition. Yeah.
Okay.
So
By
that
the
would mean
concepts.
Islam did not begin in the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It has always been the religion of every prophet that submitted their will and followed the will of their creator. Okay.
So then why do they still exist? Why don't they all turn to Islam?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Why don't you tell them that? I'm with you.
I
They
don't
should all
believe
turn
it.
to Islam. Right? Well,
It would be an easier word. It would be a much better word if we all believed in one thing.
I'm with you. If they all became Muslim, I think it would be a better world.
Why not?
Right?
Asadullah, why not?
Why not?
Let's not get off topic here. I know you're trying to take a little exit,
PouYa,
and I'm
did you
not going
leave
to let
Islam?
you.
No, I'm not trying to take exit.
PouYa, did you leave
You
Islam?
are. Yeah.
Come again?
Did you leave Islam?
You mean leave as in
You were
being
Muslim.
becoming an infidel?
Huh?
As in becoming an infidel?
You know, infidel is not an Arabic word,
I didn't say
right?
you became a non-Catholic. I said,
Prophet.
did you leave Islam?
Yeah, when I was a child, I had to believe in it because we were taught in the school.
So you left Islam?
Were you Muslim or were you from some kind of sect?
What do you mean?
I think he's
Where are you
Iranian,
from?
aren't you? Iranian, yeah?
Yes, I'm Iranian, so that would be Shi'i.
Right.
Okay,
So you were Muslim. You were
But
Muslim.
I did not believe in it. We were forced to do things. We were forced to go to namaz.
PouYa, stop bleating. One second. Just 1 second. Sorry, forgive me. I just like to establish something here. I have a claim about ex-Muslims. There's no intellectual justification to leave Islam. Nothing. And I guarantee you're exactly the same. Why did you leave Islam?
Because I studied.
What did you study?
Everything that I could, especially religion. Look, the thing.
You studied Islam?
What did you study?
Yes, of course I did. The fact
What
that's how I
did you
don't
study
believe
in
in it.
Aqidah?
1 second. Slow down. PouYa.
I just want to know, what did you study in Aqidah? Like what matan or what book in Aqidah?
Usul al-Kafi, the Quran itself.
Usul al-Kafi is not an Aqidah book. It's a Shia compilation of hadith. So,
okay,
you know what
hadith
Aqidah
like,
is? It's not a
Aqidah
hadith.
is opinion, right?
You don't know what the word Aqidah means, but you studied Islam. You're a funny guy. I like you.
Right?
I like you.
That's the condescension again. So
No. I think it's not condescending. It's funny. It's really funny.
No, Aqidah is opinion,
you said
right?
I studied Islam, but you don't know what the word
I
Aqidah
didn't study it
means.
in Arabic, if that's what you mean.
No. The point. No. Look, I asked you why you left Islam.
You think Aqidah means opinion?
What does it mean, the word Aqidah?
No, but you said you studied Islam. What did you study?
Creed.
Listen. Hamza. Do you speak Arabic?
No.
Do you know what Aqidah means?
Yes.
Okay. Asadullah, do you speak Arabic? Shway, qalilan. But do you know what the word Aqidah means?
No.
Okay. Mansur, do you know what the word Aqidah means?
Yeah.
Ijaz, do you know what Aqidah means?
We don't use that in our language like that. So okay.
It's not about your language. When you study Islam, إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَاهُ قُرْآنًا عَرَبِيًّا. Right? The Quran and those texts are in Arabic, right? I'm not Arab, right? I'm Muslim, right? I worship none but Allah. I believe in the Quran. I believe in the Sunnah. I believe in the way of the Salaf of this Ummah. I believe in the A'imma and Ulama being humans, not Ma'soom, being humans, but they're scholars. That's a Muslim, right? When you were young, did you say Ya Ali or did you say Ya Allah?
Ali.
Yeah, so then you were never really Muslim, right? Because you were worshipping, making
I
dua
said
to
that
somebody
I never
other.
was Muslim. I did say that.
You said what?
You said it.
I did say that I was never believing it because we were forced to do things
but
and we didn't even know what we are doing.
So what did you study that made you realize that Islam wasn't true?
Before he answers that, Hamza, I just have one question. PouYa, is it the absolute truth that Islam is not true?
Well, if we read the text from zero to hero, then yeah, it's not true.
So, but you said earlier you didn't believe in absolute truth.
Well, Hamza cleared it for me, so I can say now.
We corrected him. We've already demonstrated he was wrong.
I learned something from Hamza, so I can say it now.
So now you believe there are absolute truths.
In a sense that Hamza explained, then yes.
Good man. Progress.
Okay, that's cool. Progress.
Now tell me what you studied, what you researched.
But you don't hear me out. I should hear you out. You don't hear me out.
I listen to you.
I would like to hear something.
I'm just asking the question. What is it you studied that convinced you that Allah is not the creator of the heavens and earth, that the Quran is not the word of Allah, that Muhammad Sallallahu is not a messenger of God? What did you study that convinced you?
Okay. So the first thing is reading just the book itself, Quran.
What did you read?
Quran.
What did you read in the Quran that you thought
from the beginning to the end, as any other book?
Give me one example.
What do you mean?
Give me one example of something you read in the Quran that made you go, "This is not true." Give me one example.
So one thing that I actually was prepared here. So it says in Surah Al-Mumtahana, right?
You studied it. You studied it.
Yeah, but it's Arabic and I don't want to butcher names, especially since it's a holy book and I don't want to offend anyone. So the enmity and hatred that has arisen between us and you will last until you believe in Allah alone. So
which verse are we talking about?
What are you reading? What are you reading? Which
Muntaha,
chapter?
what ayah?
When I was saying, you were like, okay, Surah Al-Mumtahana.
The number, just give the number.
Give the number.
113.
113.
No, 1-13. Surah Al-Mumtahana.
1-13 would be the 13th ayah of Surah Al-Fatiha, which doesn't exist.
Oh my God.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna put
Which chapter? Which chapter?
And then you think I'm being condescending if I say you haven't studied Islam? Come on, I'm not being condescending.
Name of the surah and you don't even hear it.
Give me the number.
What's the verse number?
What's the chapter
ayah?
number?
Guys, Surah Al-Mumtahana 113. That's what I'm saying here. Quran.com.
Sorry, what surah is
you poor guy? What you're doing is you're googling this. The surah number is not 1. It's not surah number 1. Surah number 1 is Al-Fatiha.
Surah 60.
Why don't you hear me? I have to hear you, and you don't hear me out. I'm giving you the name.
Stop being condescending, mate. Stop being condescending.
So which verse of Surah 60?
Hold on. Let me explain it. PouYa, what you're saying doesn't make sense because you're saying Surah Muntaha or Muntahana, but then you're saying 113. 113 is not a verse.
It's an ayah, right?
No, it's 113 is not an ayah.
Each surah has ayahs, right?
All right, what number ayah?
Hamza, just to clarify to you, surah number 60, and that surah has only 13 ayahs. 13. So he's referring to the whole chapter.
Do you,
all of it?
Sorry if I didn't read. If I didn't memorize every passage of the book.
It's in front of you. You're reading it from a website.
Memorize. What you don't understand is saying 1 to 13 is not a verse. You're giving all the verses. That's it. That's like me saying chapter Matthew from beginning to end.
Just
which verse?
13 ayahs.
The one you're looking up on Google right now?
Is it 13 ayahs? Yes?
Yes. Not one page.
It's going to be very easy to find what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Which ayah is it?
I don't know the number, but here's
the verse. What is the verse number?
On Islam QA, on Islam Quran.com, you don't see a number there?
Let me just read it. It's only 13 ayahs. It's only 13 ayahs. I'll just read it.
It says 13. What can I do?
What's the text you're referring to anyway?
I don't have the book here.
O believers, do not take my enemies as your trusted allies, showing them affection even though they deny what has come to you of the truth. They drove the messenger and yourselves out of Mecca, simply for your belief in Allah, your Lord. If you truly emigrated to struggle in my cause and seek my pleasure, then do not take them as allies, disclosing secrets of the believers to the pagans out of affection for them. When I know what is best, when I know best, whatever you conceal and whatever you reveal, and whoever you does this has truly strayed from the right way. If they gain the upper hand over you, they will be your open enemies, unleashing their hands and tongues to harm you, and wishing that you would abandon faith. Neither your relatives nor children will benefit you on Judgment Day. He will decide between you all, for Allah is all-seeing of what you do. You already have an excellent example in Abraham and those with him, when they said to their people, we totally disassociate ourselves from you and shun whatever idols you worship besides Allah. We reject you. The enmity and hatred that has arisen between us and you will last only until you believe in Allah alone. Okay, so that's talking about Abraham. Right? That's quoting Abraham.
Okay.
and his people.
So what are, this is just one thing. You asked for
Right,
one
so
thing.
one second. So this is the verse. So we found the verse. So the
Okay.
verse you're referring to is verse ayat number 4. So let me read it in its entirety.
Okay.
You already have an excellent example in Abraham and those with him, when they said to their people, we totally disassociate ourselves from you and shun whatever idols you worship besides Allah. We reject you. The enmity and hatred that has arisen between us and you will last until you believe in Allah alone. Okay, what's your problem?
Okay, don't you see any problems there? I mean,
No.
Nope. Not at all.
No problem. What's your problem?
Okay, my problem is the fact that how Allah, who is like, you know, creator of all, then would be against those people whom he created and he knew that they will not believe in him.
What's the problem?
Is this
Isn't this contradictory to you?
Is this quoting Ibrahim alayhi salam's statement to his people? Or do you understand the context of what's going on?
I do understand the context, but this has been repeated throughout the book, and not just
what,
this.
What is the context? What is the context?
There are many examples like this.
What's the context?
Here, can we read the passage one more time?
What's the context?
Let me read the passage. Sheikh,
It's not
let's give him a
necessary.
chance.
But okay,
Between us, between us.
No, it's not
the thing
necessary.
is,
It's not necessary because I understand the objection is basically at bottom is that God created a people he knew would not worship him. So this is a contradiction to his, I guess, his desire, his will. Is this
both.
essentially?
He's all-knowing, and
that's the thing, though, is that in Islam, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala doesn't desire everyone come to the truth.
So okay, I'm not sure. Again, I don't know very exactly, but somewhere again in the book, in the same context, the book says that if we unbelievers don't believe, obviously, then we are doomed because of our beliefs, right? So
yes.
If I was supposed to be like this, how can he judge me based on his own creation?
You chose to be that way.
This of your own
You chose
free
it.
will. He didn't force
He
you
knew
to believe.
that I'm gonna choose this.
So
did you choose to leave Islam? Did you choose to leave Islam?
Okay,
hold on.
No?
You didn't choose to leave Islam.
Okay, so you were.
What? I don't know which question I'm answering.
No, I'm sorry.
There's only one question. Did you choose to leave Islam or no?
Yes.
So you did choose.
So you had free choice.
Yes.
So
you have responsibility for your choices, right?
But
Allah didn't force it on you.
Didn't he know that? No, that
it doesn't matter if you knew or not.
So
the
what?
point
Allah,
is that,
why doesn't it matter?
PouYa,
let me give me just a couple of minutes, okay? PouYa, first thing, you did not understand the ayah. The ayah is referring to Ibrahim alayhi salam and his people speaking to the people who were oppressing and pushing them out at the time, and them explaining them the problems that we have now will not be solved because of the hatred that had developed from their people. This is actually quoting something that Ibrahim alayhi salam. So you didn't understand the ayah, but that's okay. We got your core problem. Let me explain it to you very simply. PouYa, do you believe people should be responsible for their decisions?
Of course.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a human example, not to compare anything with Allah, just to give you an idea, okay? PouYa, if I go into the future, right? Let's say I get a time machine, and I see that PouYa is going to get drunk and hit somebody with his car. Okay. Now, I know that you will do this, right? Okay. Does that mean I forced it on you?
If you created me like this, then yeah, you're responsible.
Look, again, nobody's created in disbelief. People choose. You weren't born kafir. You chose.
If I were born in Nigeria,
hold on, PouYa, take it easy. Step back, relax. I'm listening to you. You're listening to me. Fun conversation. So
point by point, we're going through. It's nice.
Point by point. Yeah, I like it, right? So when you, PouYa, make a decision to drink and drive, I didn't create you that way. You made that choice, right? So when you make a choice, shouldn't you be held accountable? Even if I knew what would happen, but it was your choice, you should be held accountable, right?
But if you designed me to do that, it's like if I design a robot to attack you.
Once again, this is your problem, is you think we're robots, but we're not. Allah did not design us to be kuffar.
How am I for eternity doomed?
Yeah, PouYa, if I
can
just make one quick point here. I think we need to go a little bit further back, and this is the point Brother Asadullah is going to make, if you understand. We want to understand, do you accept that if there is a creator, this creator is able to create a creation agency like ourselves, who can operate under a certain amount of free will, that he can give them the ability to exercise their choice?
Okay. So
do you think there can be a creator who has that power and the ability to give that limited amount of free choice to be exercised by their own selves?
For the sake of our conversation, let's say yes. And here's the follow-up question. So if this free will is actually in place, but to some extent by the creator, right? Then if I leave Islam, my blood would be halal, right? I'm a kafir.
I don't think how this question relates to this at all. We want to understand.
How can you not see the relationship?
No, we want to understand your objection. Core objection is, if God is all knowledgeable to begin with, he knows our outcome based on our decisions. Why are we responsible for our decisions? This is your objection. Am I right to understand that?
That's one of my objections, yes.
Right. So to understand your problems, we need to really understand what you're actually trying to say. So do you have in your understanding that it is possible for a creator, if he exists, that is able to, within the ability of the creator, to bring about a creation and give them a limited amount of free will in which they can exercise their free will?
Okay, yes, I did say yes to that, right?
Okay. And knows the outcome of the free will as well, and let them exercise it.
But if you know the outcome, wouldn't that be a little bit weird to just isn't that a type of, weird exercise of power?
How can you give somebody free will and free choice?
So we've gone to
choose.
And then you know exactly what the outcome
a little bit weird or not. So it's not about why we're doing all these things. Why would God create? You are just simply thinking like it's a bit weird God would do that thing. That's what you're saying, right? It's strange for you to accept.
It wouldn't make sense, right? To my understanding, let's say.
All right.
If I know the outcome, if I know exactly what would happen, then why would I give you the freedom of choice? It's not really freedom of choice because I know exactly what will you do.
How does knowing the outcome of something...
Look, again, I gave you an example that you're ignoring. If I went into the future and saw what you did and know what you will do, does that mean I force it on you?
But you going in time, it doesn't mean that you created me in a way.
Can you just answer the bloody question now? Can you just answer the question? If he went in time in the future and saw you drunk and crash a car, did he have any? Did he have any part to play in that process?
Wouldn't be it your responsibility to give me that hint?
Sure. So
why?
Exactly.
Why?
Hold on.
Why?
So
you're the creator. You should.
What do you mean by?
I got you. Hold on. Listen. If I came back in time and told you, PouYa, don't drink and drive, right? Would that be a hint?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Allah not tell you in the Qur'an, don't make kufr?
Okay.
Were Anbiya not sent? Did prophets not go to every nation and warn them?
No, they were mainly in the Middle East.
If I give you that hint and you still choose to get drunk and drive and kill somebody, did I make you? No, I didn't.
No, you didn't.
You were heedless.
Thank you. Allah warns you. Allah put you on this stream to remind you. Allah gave you the Quran. Allah gave you Hadith. Allah gave you Anbiya to tell you, don't do this.
Can I?
Don't worship other than Allah. Allah warned us so many times.
Can I?
But then if you still choose to do kufr, then Allah is not forcing you.
So this doesn't apply to other religions, right? Allah didn't say this in.
What do you mean?
Allah didn't say this in Bible or in Torah.
Allah didn't say what in the Bible?
This. That you have
what this
you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, right?
Yeah, Allah did. Allah says
it's called commandments.
If you look at the Injil
or
the Torah, hold on. Yeah, I think I've read the commandments. Anyway, if you look at the Injil or
sorry,
I think Ijaz has read the commandments too. I think he's well expertise in this. But anyway, if you look at the Injil and Torah, those are the original scriptures. We don't have those today. I'm not going to discuss that. But even if you look at the Bible today, Old Testament, New Testament, you see, here, O Israel, your Lord is one. Do not worship idols. right? You see the punishments that were handed out on the people like Amalek and others in the Old Testament. You see many harsh punishments, even like in Romans for homosexuality, or in Leviticus, in the Bible. All those warnings are there, not to worship idols, not to worship calves, not to worship other than the one creator is there.
So you
Even
mentioned homosexuality. You mentioned homosexuality. So basically all Abrahamian religions are against that, right? So
look, don't change the subject now, right?
Okay.
You asked whether these things are there, and I told you yes. Allah,
but
in
in
the
Bible,
original
does it
message,
exist? Does it exist in Bible? Is there a verse in Bible
Yes,
that it says
yes.
if you go out, you are a kafir and you should be killed?
Yes, yes. The punishment for apostasy in Leviticus and in Deuteronomy is death.
Okay.
Execution.
So why is it like this? Both in both.
That's a
religions?
different question. You asked.
now you're flipping.
There.
See, first you said it's not there, and now that he's shown you that it is, now you're like, why is it, right?
Okay, you say it is.
Can you admit that your original premise was wrong then? That this doesn't exist anywhere else? Okay, good.
Okay, it exists. All right. So now that it exists, now that we established,
Allah created you.
Tell me, why is it like this?
Allah created you to worship Him. That's what Allah willed it, right? Allah warns you not to worship anybody else. Okay?
Is there a need for
Allah
worshiping?
does what He wills. Look, He doesn't have any need, but Allah created you for it. That was the purpose. He didn't need it. He still doesn't need it, but that's what it is. Now He warned you not to make kufr. He gave you the Qur'an. He gave you Anbiya and all these warnings in life, signs. You're here by the will of Allah as a warning. Now, if you still choose to do kufr, shouldn't you be held responsible for your actions?
So can I ask you a question here?
Can you respond to that question?
Based on what you said.
Can you answer my question first?
I'm taking yours in and I'm asking you a question on that. Can I do that?
So answer mine and then ask me a question.
So, okay, can you rephrase that so I won't be able to ask that question?
No, I'm going to phrase it exactly the same way, which is that if you were given all these warnings, which you have been, and Allah created you for a purpose, and then you choose not to worship Allah, and you choose to disbelieve or whatever.
I have a fundamental problem with this statement, so I can't give you an answer, and I have a fundamental problem with the question.
Okay. What is it?
Should a person be
Does that
held
make sense?
responsible for their... No, it doesn't. But let me summarize.
I think I'm going to let you go.
Should you be held responsible for your actions?
I think we're going to let.
I am responsible for my actions. That's not what I'm trying to say.
So if you do kufr, then you can't blame Allah. That's your choice.
Can I ask my question now?
Go ahead.
Or should I go? I don't know. Hamza is.
I'm going to say go.
Okay,
Hamza.
I'm going to ask you a question.
The core problem that he has, I think we've understood, and Asadullah was trying to explain, but he's just patiently listening in. We understand your core problem, but we want to know, what exactly do you find weird? This weirdness that you find, that the creator creates an agent with limited amount of free will, allows them to exercise this free will, and with this free will they go against the creator, but the creator knows all of this. You're saying, what is the purpose of creating such a creation? You don't see any purpose behind it. Is that what you're
according to Sheikh, the purpose is worshiping God.
No, according to you, why doesn't it make sense to you that the creator can create?
Make sense to me? Because I have fundamental problems with this.
Because
if the purpose is just one thing, which is to do exactly what you are told, then how does that translate into free will?
Okay, Asadullah, take that one.
Let Asadullah take this.
Can I just respond to that quickly? When I tell my daughters to do something, do they have free will?
If she doesn't,
because she choose to refuse or choose to do it or refuse to do it, yeah?
Yeah, if she doesn't do what you say.
Right. Does she have free will?
Is that her free will? She doesn't do, you tell her sit, for example, and she doesn't. So that's her free will.
Right. So what's your point?
So the thing is, if we are created by the creator to do exactly what we are supposed to do according to his books and Anbiya and all those elements that he has put
why do we have to do these things? Why do we have to do these things?
You're saying that.
But why does the creator want us to do these things?
Yeah, that's strange to me. That's a fundamental problem for me. Why does a creator need that?
Who benefits from following this rules?
You tell me.
We do.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So we benefit from following the rules of God.
We, by we, you mean the people who preach Islam, or
No,
we as
human
in
beings.
collective humanity?
Human beings who follow the guidance of the one who created them benefit from following the guidance of the one who created them. Just as my daughters, if they do what I tell them to do, they'll benefit.
But if he went through, I mean, he or she, God, if he went through all that problems to do all this, why didn't he make it universal for all of us to understand as Qur'anist Tabi'an?
Go through what problems?
To send all these 124,000 prophets and books and
Why is that a problem?
whatnot.
Why is that a problem?
If you're almighty, I think you can do it in a snap, right? People, here it is.
But then where's the free will? But then where's the free will?
But then you would have free will.
PouYa, you could have been created, yeah, and you could have, and God could have created you in a way that you just did everything you were told by God instantly. Where's your free will?
There is no free will. That's
right.
The point.
So this is the irony. You're calling for that. You're saying, why doesn't God do it as a snap? But then there'll be no free will. The whole point is this.
Still, there's no free will without him doing it.
Oh, okay. Did I have the free will to become a Muslim, to choose to be a Muslim, living in England, yeah, or Wales at the time? Did I have the free choice to become a Muslim?
Did you? I don't know.
Well, did I have to become a Muslim?
I don't know. You should answer those questions. It's your thing. Did you have to become a Muslim? Did you study to become a Muslim? Did something happen to you to become a Muslim? I don't know.
Did I have to choose to be a Muslim?
Did you choose to be a Muslim?
Did I have to? Well, did I choose or not?
How
did I become a Muslim? How did I become a Muslim if I didn't choose to become a Muslim?
If you chose to be a Muslim, why didn't you choose to be something else, like Christian or Shinto or whatever?
Because Christianity is nonsense.
So how come that one is nonsense? So okay, here's the question.
No. The point here is this. The point we're establishing: did I have a free choice to choose Islam? Or could I have chose Christianity? Could I have chose any religion? Yeah.
Yeah, but so you say the others are nonsense, and Islam is the correct one.
Yes.
Okay. So here's the question: if others are nonsense and Islam is the correct one, and the other people who believe in other religions believe the same thing, they say, "Oh no, Islam is nonsense. This is right."
Okay.
And throughout the history, we've been having this.
Well, PouYa, this is why we do what we do. We demonstrate how what other people believe is indeed nonsense. It's what we do here. Welcome to the arena. That's the whole point. Yeah.
So okay, me coming to the arena is just, let's sum it up in one question. There has been more than 300,000 gods in the history of mankind.
Right.
In the history of mankind.
Come on, Ricky, give us it.
What, Sheikh? You have a problem with that?
No.
Yeah, there's always been one.
No. I mean, in the history, culture, tribes, people.
Go.
One God.
We have had 300,000 gods by name.
Go.
You don't believe in any of them, and you say all of them are wrong.
No,
one is true. The one is true.
I didn't say that. I believe the God of Abraham and the God of Jesus is Allah. Yeah.
Okay.
God of Moses.
And Allah is the one true God.
Yes. There's only one God.
Okay, so the other 209,000, whatever, they are wrong. They are false.
No, the point here is this. No. The point here is this. Where you getting this idea of people's perceptions of God is the reality. Just because people make claims about things doesn't make them true.
Don't let me finish my sentence, so I can't make my point.
PouYa, you asked question. What do you mean you didn't finish your sentence? You asked a bloody question with a question mark at the end of it. How did you not finish your question?
Okay, what was my question?
You asked me, how can there be, why is there 300,000 gods and your God is the real one?
No, that was not my question.
What was your question?
I said there has been over 300,000 gods throughout the history of mankind. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. History, we have over 300,000 gods by name.
Right.
You believe, you or any other person in this chat or wherever, believers believe that all the other gods are wrong. And their God
what's your question?
It's not a question yet. I haven't finished this. Did I? So, every believer believes that all the other gods are wrong and theirs is true.
Right.
Correct?
It's not necessarily that way, but go on.
I mean, if you believe in an elephant god, you would say, oh, no, this is everybody else is wrong, mine is wrong. Okay, so if that is the case, how can you say all of them are wrong and mine is true, and all of those people can say the same thing, and you want to say that no, mine is right and you are wrong? How can you determine that?
Okay.
That's what Hamza said earlier, and you said that's not my question. That's exactly what Hamza said.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
it
it
is.
is.
Okay. Anyway, can we let Asadullah answer this? Asadullah,
Yeah, go on,
go
Asadullah.
for it, bro.
I was just curious about some things, and maybe we
Go
can
for it,
figure
hit
this
it.
out.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I mean, earlier you'd mentioned, like, why can't Allah just make the message universal, and, you know, why can't he just snap his fingers? And I just, you know, I guess my first comment is just a comment more than a question, but I just find it interesting that, you know, on the one hand, we want to recognize free will, we want to recognize free thinking, we want to recognize discovering the truth, and at the same time, we're requesting essentially spiritual dictatorship over our minds in order to get to a certain outcome. And for me, that sort of undermines the whole value of choice and the truth itself, because what value is there in a choice that you can't make? I mean, what value is there in truth that you can't actually find? What's the point? How do you even define those things if there's no wrong options? You know, I mean, the thing is, you ask, like, how would the world be? What's, you know, I don't, perhaps I'm paraphrasing, correct me here, but, you know, what would be so interesting about a world that's so diverse, or what's the point of having a world so diverse? Well, I'd say it makes the value of the truth apparent. It makes the value of falsehood apparent as well. You know, it's the same thing with evil. Like, there seems to be no, I mean, what is good if we can't compare it to anything? I don't even know what that means. I mean, so, you know, for me, you know, when we say, like, oh, God knows the outcome of your choices, the only reason he knows the outcome of the choice is because the choice exists. And he can see that, you know, before it happens, but the choice does exist. And of course he's going to know about it, because how can you know something that can't manifest itself? Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, for example, like, if I know that you're going to eat butter pecan ice cream tomorrow, right? And I created you and I designed you, and so I'm just hypothetically, if I designed you in such a way where you had all these, and, you know, you went out into the world and you had all this free will, and everything you interacted with, you had a choice between this, and you make all these different paths. And I figure out, like, after all this branching paths, you get to this one point where you eat butter pecan ice cream. And it was a bunch of influences in your life that got to that point, right? It's a domino effect, I guess you could say. Right. Now, I find it hard to believe that because I created you with the potential to make all these choices within a given context, that I forced you to do it. Because the reality is, the reason I know that you made that choice is because you actually decided upon that thing, right? Now, if I only gave you butter pecan ice cream and, like, there were no other options, and I was like, and that's all you could eat, then I could see where the point comes, you know, where your point is coming from. But there are a plethora of options, and you get to this point where you go, okay, you know what? I feel like having that today. And
I absolutely see your point.
Yeah. Well, one more thing though, I want to ask is, like, how? Here's my test. You keep bringing up, well, you're a creator. If you're a creator, then it is kind of like a form of coercion. But I want to ask you: is there really a difference in that story? Tomorrow you eat butter pecan ice cream at 5:00 p.m. on the dot. If there was no God in that equation, would that situation really change? And if it isn't, if it doesn't change, then the reality is you've already answered your own question.
Oh, that's a really good argument, I would say. Kudos, cheers to that, you know. But can I give you one analogy? So if you're an ant, if you're an ant on my desk, and you're trying to just live your life, you have no idea that I exist even, and I put some water on your way, you, in your own perception, you're trying to save yourself, and you change your way, you move along, you go to the other way. And then I put fire in front of you, and you don't know that I'm doing that, you're just saving your own life. And again and again, I've just put obstacles until you get to the point that I want you to get.
Okay.
Then would I not be creating your conclusion by
in
myself?
that situation, yes. If I were to only put obstacles in your way, if I were to put obstacles in your way, so let me be clear, because I think there's also maybe a misconception of what is meant by free will. There is no such thing as absolute free will in whether we're talking about a naturalistic universe or a theistic one, in the sense that there are always going to be limitations to what we can choose based on our environment and our circumstances, right? Whether those are chosen or not.
So, for example, again, I'm sorry, the ice cream example, because that's the first one that comes to my mind, is that, there's always going to be a limited set of options. And there are going to be certain influences in our life that influence us towards those particular options. So, for example, maybe if I had chocolate yesterday, I don't feel like having chocolate again. So that's why I choose a different flavor, right? So there always
so we go back to my first point.
Okay, so there's going to be certain boundaries. Now, here's the thing, though. The fact of the matter is, though, despite there being those limitations, there are a number of them that makes choice possible. So even though, let's say I put in, like say God puts obstacles there are a number of them that I can still choose to go. Now, what your analogy is implying is that God is putting one thing in front of you and you only have one option to go this way. Well, we're saying that God puts,
the ant has all the other directions as well, just not the fire.
What?
Just not the fire, but you can go every other direction, right?
Well, what's the point of the choices if it always ends up in one place?
That's what I'm trying to
Then
ask.
it all becomes irrelevant. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It all becomes irrelevant. That becomes irrelevant because if there are not.
First point. This is where ideology stands against critical thinking, because it doesn't allow you to question these things. If you are within a certain belief system, you are not allowed to question these things. I
think this is a different point, but I will say this. I think it's problematic that you bring up this idea about ideology preventing critical thinking, because in order to be critical thinker, you'd have to have the foundation by which to be critical. So, for example, if I had some sort of radical skepticism, I would never get anywhere because I have no foundation from which to be skeptical. So, for example, if I grew up in a Christian society, if I grew up in a Christian society with no knowledge of any other belief system, then I have to default to that belief system because I have no alternatives, right? There's nothing, I can't just simply undermine it because I have nothing to go towards. And by the way, I just want to throw this in quickly that in Islamic theology, ignorance, it does save one from punishment, by the way. That's just something to throw in there, by the way. So if
you didn't know about Islam and you didn't know the prophets, earlier you were going to go into Nigeria and all that. So just understand that in Islam, the Ahlul Fatra, or those people that are on the natural state, not knowing the prophets, would be saved as well, by the way. And children under bulugh as well, children who are unable to have critical thinking to be able to make the right decision.
Okay. Yeah. So
I would suggest you study up a little bit.
So what we're going to say as well. Where was I? I'm sorry. I apologize. I think I lost my train of thought when I gave you that. When I digressed there, could you please remind me where I was? PouYa.
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking. Yeah.
Wait.
Or anyone else?
Oh, I was taking notes from what Sheikh said. I'll make a point. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to try to recollect what
I think you were talking about when you have a background in radical.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, for example, in order to be skeptical, in order to develop some sort of doubt in a specific thing, we have to have an expectation of what is normative. So, for example, Wittgenstein actually had this point when he was arguing against certain skeptics. He said, being skeptical doesn't make any sense unless you have a foundational ideology from which to be skeptical from, right? And then you can even start to doubt that ideology when you have an alternative to just dissect it with. So there's always going to be a foundational axioms or dogma that we have to follow. So I would disagree that ideology in and of itself is sort of a hindrance to that. I would say more of a mentality is a hindrance to that, but perhaps it's a different discussion.
That's a solid point. But then again, in theology, we are not allowed to make disagreements.
I agree with you. If you're not allowed to make disagreements, there's a problem. Because the thing is, I think that
sign for critical thinking.
I mean, one of the great problems with Iran, for example, and don't get me wrong, Iran's got a beautiful culture in many respects. There are a lot of beautiful things in Iran, and they're beautiful people. But many problems with the government is that it suppressed this natural desire for curiosity. And I think the best way in order to prove the truth of something, to find the truth of something, is to be allowed to discover. I mean, is to be allowed that free reign to read other things, even if it disagrees with your faith. Because for me, I reverted to Islam, and I had to have that experience in order to feel compelled to even come to the religion. So I actually sympathize with you when you said we were forced to do this, and you had no desire whatsoever, because that is actually antithetical to what I think our religion stands for. and I think even and as an Iranian, you know, you guys are incredibly, to be quite frank, your culture actually, what is it? Encourages certain forms of education. For example, you have a lot of great scientists, you know, so it's remarkable. There's like this sort of like, what is it? There's this contradiction between the government and the people's culture that's constantly fighting with each other, right? And I can see why people are turned away from the religion as a result of that. I understand why, you know, and I completely agree with your grievances about what's
but
going on.
Asadullah, can I say something when you mentioned Iran? Can I say something? It's not just that the government right now is like maybe a little bit different than what people think, but if you go back historically, when the Prophet was actually alive, he sent a letter to the Persian king.
Yes.
And the letter actually exists right now in the Louvre, I guess.
Yeah, I'm aware of the letter, by the way, and I have to go get my daughter. I'm not trying to go. I'm coming right back in a second. But the letter is not about belief; it's about political power. The non-Muslims, even though they did not revert to Islam, they were still allowed to practice their faith under jizya. So I'll be right back.
Yes, but the Prophet asked the king to turn to Allah and believe in one God that is the true God. Yes. But before that, for 3,000 years, the Persian culture had one God, and the name doesn't matter. It's the concept of having only one God being the creator, right? So that was not accepted, and the whole culture was burned to the ground because of that. So how is that a free will? Again.
So it seems again, you know, you have a lot of grievances of what's happened to Iran, you know, the destructions
Trust me,
of
I'm not having bias because of my where I come from.
Okay.
No,
First
that's
thing,
what you're actually bringing on the stream.
Let's just be clear about a couple of things first, though. I don't think you understand what free will means. Even if, and I mean, I'll explain the situation with the Persian Empire in a minute, but even if somebody came to my house and forced me at gunpoint to open my safe, that doesn't mean I don't have free will. Understand? You have the incorrect terminology being used here. Then you could say that it's compulsion. I could choose to die. I could be like, no, I'm not going to give you my money. Shoot me.
It's not the best choice, is it?
It's free will. Doesn't mean you make best choices. PouYa, you need to understand what you're talking about, right? Not having free will would be that you have absolutely no choice. You're like a robot. You're programmed. Okay. So somebody comes to my house. Somebody comes to my house, puts a gun to my head. I could take the gun away from him. I could try to run. I could fight him, or I could give him the money. Those are choices. What's the best choice? I mean, you may think giving the money, not me. I'd be like, I'm taking my money. But anyway, the point there being, I do have a choice. Okay. So I don't think you're using the term free will correctly there. Now, let me explain something to you when you talk about all the other gods and this. Okay. When I was doing my master's, we had a psychological or sociological experiment. We asked people, what colors make purple? Okay.
Okay.
Now, nothing to do with Islam, right?
Okay.
As you know what colors make purple, right?
Well, do you want the RGB or just
there's two colors that come together to make purple.
Get to the point. Give me, shoot the point.
Do you know what they are?
You want me to give you now colors that combine and give
I just asked you a simple question.
Is it red and blue?
Question. Don't get offended. If you don't know, say I don't know. There's two colors.
It's red and blue. You're asking I mean, come on, man. What shade of purple do you want?
There's two primary colors or two main colors that come together to make purple. Do you know what they are? Yes or no?
That would be R and B, right?
So red and blue, right? Right? Now, many people on that questionnaire answered it incorrectly. They believed in different colors. This was an experiment we all was a part of, right? Some put green and blue, some put pink in this, right? Now, all those people held that belief, but the reality is that red and blue make purple, right?
Okay.
So just because people throughout history may have worshipped something other than Allah does not mean that those were valid gods. There's only and always been one God.
So now, what makes Allah valid and the others invalid?
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. I got you. When we look at the mu'jizat of the Qur'an, when we see the miracles of the Prophet ﷺ, when we see the challenges of the Qur'an, prophecies of the Qur'an, that's why I wish you had actually studied Islam, right? Usul al-Kafi and those books are not, this is not the authentic, they have donkey narrations and stuff.
What if I told you forget all the other books and stick to Quran itself?
Okay. Now, what does the Qur'an tell you? Qul
in terms of
Wallahu ahad. Say Allah is one, right? So when we look at the Quran, then we know there is no other gods. There's only one, right? If we want to stick to the Quran, right? Look at the beautiful challenge of the Quran. The Arabs, as you know, they weren't good in philosophy. They were not good in science. They were not good in math. One thing they were good in was poetry. They were excellent poets, right? In the time before the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yes.
The Quran brought such a beautiful linguistic miracle from a man who couldn't read or write. Now imagine, historically, if you go to Ibn Kathir, if you go to early like Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Hisham, you go to all those earlier scholars of history, they all agree he couldn't read or write, right? In Hudaybiyah, for the example, the Prophet ﷺ, he couldn't read what his name was. When they had an objection to Muhammad Rasulullah, they wanted to write Muhammad ibn Abdullah, he told Ali Adhan, erase it. Ali Adhan said, I can't. How can I take away the word Rasulullah from your name? He said, where is it? I will erase it, right? The point there being that a man who couldn't read or write in a desert, in a society that didn't know science, how would he bring such a miraculous Quran that none of the poets could respond? They couldn't bring a book like it. The challenge was put out there, right?
So,
like, have you thought about that?
Yes. Have you read the book 23 Years? I forgot the author. If I find it, I will send it to you. So
by Ali Dasti, yeah?
One
the Iranian
prophet,
author.
Yes, Ali what?
Dasti.
Dasti, yeah. So if the prophet was in fact like incapable of reading and writing and whatnot, he was illiterate, then how would he be responsible for the whole caravan? You need to have some sort of understanding of basic mathematics and basic reading and calculations and whatnot.
Our future. Go ahead, Mansur. Go ahead.
No, Tafaddal. I was just making a point. It's very simple. Go ahead.
I was just going to say something, just that deals with this whole scenario of his 300,000 gods or whatever it is you claimed, PouYa. Let me just ask you a very, very simple question.
Well, let me answer this question though, because I don't want Tim to think that we didn't have an answer for how could a man who's illiterate be responsible for a caravan. Very easily. My father-in-law, he can't read or write. He's illiterate, but he deals with money. He knows money when he trades money. Like, he can't dial a cell phone. He has a cell phone. He tells somebody, hey, can you dial it for me? But he does understand the concept of, this is how much food I've grown. When I sell it in this color paper or this type of money is this type of money. And he has a large area. He has farms. He has business that he does. All of that without being able to write. At that time in Arabia, if you look at historically, many people were illiterate, but they were businessmen. They could understand that I'm going to trade you these dates for these furs and the value that these things have. You don't have to write a research paper to be able to trade and barter. Do you understand? So historically,
is not
evidence-wise, go ahead.
Sorry,
Ijaz, go ahead.
Illiteracy is not the same as innumeracy, the ability to understand numbers and how they work. It's two different things.
Right.
Most cultures were not able to read, but they were still able to trade because understand the value of goods and numbers. One is not the same, and we shouldn't confuse them.
Yes, but caravans in Saudi Arabia in
so are you saying he could read? Are you saying he could read?
I mean, it would be weird that he couldn't. If he was responsible for the whole caravan and all the trades, then he should have had some.
Again,
let me just Sheikh.
PouYa,
a second.
What you think is weird does not mean historic. Find me a single historian from the early sources, first-hand reports, that said the Prophet Muhammad could read or write.
Yeah.
Wasn't the Prophet being educated when he was a child by both Jews and Christians?
You don't need to read and write to be educated.
Let me just deal with this, please.
It's not true.
Which Jew or Christian educated the Prophet ﷺ as a child?
Just 1 second. Let me just deal with the point. Okay. So the point you're trying to make now is, or the claim that you're making now, is that the Prophet could indeed read and write. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, if you are responsible for
forget why you believe it. Forget why you believe it's true.
Okay.
I don't need you explaining me why you've come to this conclusion, but this is your conclusion. Is that agreed?
Okay.
Is that what you believe?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the Quran says he couldn't read or write, yeah, what do you think would have happened when it's because if you're saying, see, this is your paradigm, PouYa. This is your paradigm.
He didn't write the Quran.
PouYa, shh, talking. This don't roll your eyes. It's condescending, mate. All right. So basically, this is your paradigm that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, made up the religion. He pretended he had an angel visit him. He did it all himself. Yeah, this is your claim. This is your paradigm. So he's a charlatan. Yeah.
No, that's not diminishing his wisdom and being so smart to do that.
Oh, okay. No. PouYa. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, claimed an angel came and visited him in the cave. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
Do you believe he made that up, or do you believe that happened?
Do you really believe in angels coming down to earth?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you believe he made it up, or do you believe it happened?
No, I don't believe in extraterrestrial beings in form of angels coming down and talking to people. No.
Oh, okay. So you believe that he lied about this angel?
Well, necessarily lied, but yeah.
Yeah. So he lied. So he's the author of the Quran now. So
he's not the author, right? Am I wrong on this? He didn't write the Quran.
No, your paradigm. He's the author. This is
your belief.
This is your position, not my position.
No, I'm asking you if the Prophet actually wrote the Quran by himself.
Listen, forget that. I'm dealing with your paradigm. You can't move out. You can't do a paradigm shift. You're in your paradigm. Let's deal with your paradigm. So you believe the Prophet, peace and blessings upon him, invented the religion. He's the author of the Quran. He pretended an angel came to him to say he was a messenger of God when he was just really fooling everybody. This is what you believe. Yeah. Now, when the Quran says he's illiterate, and he's not, what do you think the people around him would say?
People around him, as in his followers?
His followers,
his family, people he grew up with.
When he says an angel's telling him this from God, and then in the Quran, Allah says that you, Muhammad, are illiterate, and he wasn't illiterate, then surely the people around him will go, wait a minute, you're not literate? What's he talking about?
Not necessarily. Why? If we set up a team right now, and put you as our main guy, we are going to support whatever you say.
We're talking about anybody.
What about the enemies of the Prophet?
If you claim,
I will answer that.
The words you're coming with are not yours, that they're from God, and then you say something in them that's false, yeah, then it's no longer from God. Because if you're saying that, if the Quran saying that Prophet Muhammad couldn't read or write, and he could, then that's a lie. Why would people accept that? And why wouldn't they expose that? And why would his enemies utilize it against him and say, look, we've demonstrated he's lying. We know he can read and write. How could this Quran say he can't read or write? It would be a mockery. But we don't see this in history, you see, PouYa.
But they did mock him before he went to Medina and gathered his army.
PouYa, do me a favor, please. Shut up talking nonsense about this particular issue. Yeah? Okay. Nobody mocked Prophet Muhammad ﷺ in history, making the claim he could read and write, except you.
Okay.
Yeah? Can you give us some evidence, PouYa? Yeah? I mean, who?
I mean, I wish I had all those.
Okay. This was the first. I just wanted to deal with that particular point, but now I want to take you to the other point you made about the 300,000 gods or whatever it may be. Okay. Do you accept if Islam is true? Yeah. Everything else is false by default.
Why by default everything is false?
Because you cannot reconcile the other beliefs with Islam. So if Islam is true, Christianity can't be true. If Islam is true, Hinduism can't be true. If Islam is true, Sikhism can't be true because of the concept of the absolute truth, which you now accept exists. So if Islam is true, everything else is false by default. Agreed?
Okay, but why not the other one is true and Islam is false?
Well, no. What did I say? If Islam is true, yeah, then that means everything else is false by default. Yeah?
All right.
Right. So I don't need to read the book of the Hindus and question whether the stories happened or not, and whether this God or that God or whatever it may be. Because if I believe that Islam is true, there's only one God. He's the God of Abraham. He's the God of Noah. He's the God of Moses. God of all the previous prophets. I don't need to go any further than that, isn't it? So the question that you need to be asking is not why don't I believe in all these other things could be true. It's why do I believe Islam is true? That's the question you need to be asking.
That's what I wanted to ask you. How do you determine Islam being the one true
right?
thing?
So that is the question. That's what we were explaining to you. That's why Sheikh Uthman brought the Qur'an to the table. MashaAllah, go on, Ijaz.
Go ahead, Ijaz.
If I may just briefly interject here, PouYa, now that you accept the concept of absolute truths, I just want to do this quickly, maybe like 2 minutes, and I really do have to leave. Thank Brother Hamza for bringing me on.
It's
It's
4
good to
a.m.
see
for me.
Ustad
Yeah.
Mansur and Brother Sheikh Uthman and Brother Asadullah. It's a pleasure to be with you all. But just quickly, PouYa, right? Now that you accept the concept of absolute truth, there is a reason that we believe Islam is true. Do you accept basic logic? Do you accept logic, fundamental logic, the 3 fundamental laws of logic?
Again, if you are looking at it from this perspective, then I have to say yes. You're putting me in a position that there's no other answer but yes.
No, but so the fundamental laws of logic are first the law of identity, that this bottle is a bottle and nothing other than itself, that you are you and nothing other than yourself. Would that be correct?
Okay.
Right. The second is the law of but
carry on. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, just to be clear, if you don't believe in the law of identity, then that means that you can't believe that anything is what we think it is. That Mansur is not Mansur, Sheikh Uthman is not Sheikh Uthman, your computer is not your computer. Nothing will make sense. The universe will be fundamentally incoherent. So the law of identity is fundamental to understanding everything that exists around you. Do you accept sincerely the law of identity?
Again, you put me in a position that if I say no, it would be a wrong answer. It's like if I ask you, do you drink water?
But it's a common
answer is
sense
yes.
answer. The answer is yes.
So that's a question that has bias.
But
No,
no,
it
it
doesn't.
doesn't have bias.
You said you drink
It's
water.
because-
Yes, I drink water.
But it's a question of coherency. Either it makes sense or it doesn't. If all the other answers don't make sense, then I'm not boxing you in.
What Hamza
It's
said
just-
was that we don't need to look at all the other answers because we believe this one is true.
I'm coming to that. We'll come to what Hamza said. But I
Okay.
need to know for sure that you accept the law of identity. It's a simple question. Is it a yes or do you have doubts about it?
I have doubts about it, let's say.
Okay, do you believe that you exist?
This question is, what's the south of South Pole?
No. You see, when I asked, so I'm trying to establish a foundation. It's called establishing a foundation for your reality. So a person who speaks with me and they interact with me, I assume that they're an intelligent person, that they have a being, that they have a nature, that they can speak, that they can communicate, that they're intelligent, right? This is called the correspondence theory of truth, that what you and I observe is real and factual, and therefore it's objective. That this earth is round, it's not flat, that the moon exists, that the sun exists. We should be able as humans to identify these basic things.
From the
If you
perception
can't-
of observer, correct.
Right. So then if you can't agree that things exist as they are, then that is problematic. So do you doubt your own existence? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
He does.
Well, it depends on in what perspective we are looking at it. There are many theories that if we want to consider them all, we can say yes, it could be.
No, but what do you believe? You. Forget your possibilities. What do you believe is the reality?
I don't have an absolute answer to that. Does
so-
that satisfy you?
So right. So you are unsure that you exist. Can we agree to that?
Not really, again, because again, you put me in a position, it's called a conversational hostage, but okay, let's say yes for the sake of conversation.
So it's not a conversational hostage. If all the other possibilities to the answer are incoherent, then that just means that there's an absolute
How do you
truth
determine
that is
incoherency in them?
easy, something which does not make sense. Brother, let me ask you a question. You're able to
But when I
understand
say
the
something
words.
doesn't make sense to me in Quran, you put
Hold
that
on,
in
hold
a...
on. We'll get to that. That's why we're establishing the laws of logic. There are 3 fundamental laws which tell us how to understand the things around us. You as a human, you have that capacity for intelligence. And the fundamental problem here is if you can't understand anything, then it's not worth having a conversation because you don't have a foundational basis to accept that you do exist. So I can only have a conversation with someone who understands how logic works, right? Otherwise, everything else is incoherent. So the fundamental question is, do you accept that you exist?
at this moment of space-time, we all exist and we are having this conversation, right?
I'm happy, good. Right. The second law of logic is the law of non-contradiction, that A cannot be A and not A at the same time. That something cannot be simultaneously true and false. That Asadullah cannot be both married and a bachelor. That a square circle cannot exist. Right? These are two
Schrodinger's
opposite
cat can
things.
be at the same time dead or alive.
That's a possibility. It's not a certainty. That's different, and it's a whole different category.
No,
It's a
if it-
category error. It's
No,
a category
Schrodinger's
error.
cat is not a theory; it's a fact. And if you experimented it at the same time, it can be both dead or alive.
PouYa, do you believe a square circle can exist?
That's a square circle is different because again,
do
look,
you believe
the
a square
question-
circle can exist?
If the question is wrong, Hamza, it will not have a right answer.
Is it possible to exist?
What, a square circle? What?
Yes.
A square triangle? What? No. Okay. But can a Schrodinger's
you.
cat be dead or alive?
Good.
At the same time?
So hold on. We're speaking about the law of non-contradiction. Do you now accept that there is a law of non-contradiction?
Again, by laws of physics, that can exist. You can have a particle being in one place and no place in the universe. If you
This is a category. Again, this is irrelevant. It's a category error. Either something.
if you're making the logic based on that, I can't say no to that.
No, I'm making it simple for you, right? Either something exists or it does
Why
not
do you want to
exist.
make it simple when something is not simple?
Things are simple. The fact that
Okay,
you're trying to
let me-
complicate simple things.
Right,
is
this is the last
problematic.
point, then we're going to let him go.
PouYa, listen. We went over the thing about the Prophet not being able to read or write. You have no evidence for him to be able to read or write, so forget that. Now let's just say, if he couldn't read or write, where did he get such a book from that none of the poets could respond to?
He didn't write it himself, did he?
So who wrote it? Whose words are they? Not the scribe, whose words are they?
Okay, it's his words or God's words through his mouth, yes. But the friends and family, people around him, like his followers, they kept it in their chests and their minds, and they wrote it after his death, right?
During his lifetime, and then also after compiled, but it was written down
It was
during his
gathered
lifetime.
20 years after his death.
That is totally incorrect. I'm sorry.
So when was it gathered? As one book?
It was written down on hide, on bones, on paper, whatever they had during his lifetime. And it was memorized letter by letter, word by word, from Al-Fatiha to Nas by his companions. I have a video where I can give historic proof for at least 28 that are documented. Some of the ulama have said there's 1,000, but anyway, point being, there are those who memorized it and wrote it. The first year after his death, peace and blessings be upon him, during the Khilafah of Abu Bakr radiyallahu anhu, which was only 2 years and 6 months, they compiled it in one book format. 20 years, I don't know where you got all that.
Couldn't they
right?
have changed things?
Nothing has changed. Not a letter, not a word, not even the pronunciation.
How can you say that with absolute certainty?
Let me prove it to you.
They were people seeking power.
I got you. Relax. You asked a question, listen to the answer. We have people who memorized the Qur'an word by word, letter by letter, who taught it to people from different sides. And if you're talking about the issue between Ali radiyan and Muawiyah radiyan, on both sides they had hufaz. They all agreed on the exact same Qur'an. Nobody disagreed on the Qur'an. From the compilation of during the lifetime of the first companions like Uthman radiyan, we have musahif that are carbon dated that we can read to. We even have what's the Birmingham Qur'an, that is a part of the mushaf that is carbon dated to the end of the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and we can read from that and the Qur'an today, and we recite the same. So that means it has not been changed or corrupted letter by letter. Even the pronunciation, the qira'at, do you make Malik or Malik, has to be proven all the way back to the Prophet, peace be upon him, with authentic mutawatir chains, numerous chains. So yes, I can for sure say it has not been changed. Okay. My question to you is, how could a man who was not a poet, never wrote a line of poetry before that, couldn't read or write, how could he bring forth such a work that talked about the orbit of the heavenly bodies, talked about fresh and salt water, how they touch and don't mix, talked about waves under the ocean, gave prophecies of what would happen between Romans and the Persians that would come true, talked about things about the development of the fetus? How could he have known that?
We have had many people like that in the history of mankind writing those things.
Name one.
Just they never had. We had Mazdak in Iran who had exactly the same thing 3,000 years before Muhammad.
What book did he bring forth?
Mazdak is the Mitra is I don't have the references that I'm giving you right now. Come again?
He's talking about Mazda. It's Zoroastrian religion, not Mithraistic.
Not Zoroaster. Zoroaster comes after that.
I know, but we're talking about Ahura Mazda, right?
I'm sorry. So what book?
Ahura Mazda is the god.
What's the book?
The book is called. I forgot the name of the book.
Okay.
Mazda.
It's not a book that goes.
Many
back
other
that
people in different regions of the.
What
Do you want to
scientific
share
facts?
anything from the book that is extraordinary, that
Yes,
really,
please.
really made you think like, wow, this cannot be from, from this earth. It's extraterrestrial.
Okay, this doesn't come from Quran to me either. None of them are extraterrestrial to me.
You see where you proved your bias, PouYa? When I told you that how could a man in a desert have got something that he could not have from the environment he was have known, you said that there were others. And now when we mention I gave you examples, you cannot give a single example from them now.
I gave you one, Mazdak. I can't give
you the
book.
What is in Mazdak that's so amazing? Like I told you, how could the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, have known about orbits of the heavenly bodies? How could he have known about the stages of development of the fetus? How could he have known about waves under the ocean? There is no way that he could have known. What is in Mazdak that is so amazing?
If you read the gods, which are in Zoroastrianism, and also Mazdak's book and Mitra's book, there are many, many things like miracles.
One thing.
Like miracles.
What miracle? Go ahead.
Like talking to animals.
But again, that's not a miracle. That's just a statement. That's something that we
Suleiman
don't know whether happened.
That?
Listen. You're trying to jump now. We're not going to let you jump here. What scientific facts were there that could not have been known at the time? None.
Again, like you were talking before me. You were talking to other people about miracles, like the moon thing. And
do you want to talk about miracle? You want to
jump?
No,
Sheikh. We're gonna let him go. We'll let him go.
No.
Those are scientific to you? Are those scientific to you?
He's got enough to think about. He's got enough to think about. We got other guests.
PouYa. My advice to you before we let you go: you are just trying to be stubborn now. When we gave you scientific miracles, you made a claim. No, I'm not even being. I'm really just being honest. Like I feel bad for you, and I'm saying it out of sincerity. Instead of this, go back and study the Qur'an, like with proper scholars. I have a video about the compilation, how the Qur'an was compiled. Go watch it. We have a video about the moon splitting. You haven't seen it apparently, so go watch it.
During my bachelor, I prepared like a 5 pages note about the paradoxes that I found in Quran. I tried to find it and send it to you, and maybe we can talk on that.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused. Earlier you rejected the law of non-contradiction. Now you're saying you found paradoxes. That is incoherent. If you did a bachelor's degree and you don't know the 3 fundamental laws of logic, I would suggest that you return the degree and jump off the face of the earth. No, a paradox is a contradiction.
You misunderstood me. The paradoxes in Quran are not mine, are Quran's.
So you do believe there are paradoxes?
In Quran.
This is the difficulty. A person who appeals to
if a book tells me that everything inside it is true.
PouYa, hold on. You can't simultaneously say, I don't know if the law of non-contradiction exists. I don't know if I exist. It depends what you mean by exist. And then tell me that there is a contradiction or a paradox in something. You cannot tell me that you believe the Quran is an entity that says things when you're not even sure you exist. It could be made up in your mind. Solipsism. So I do have to leave, but just quickly, brothers and sisters, the I3 Institute is having a meet and greet in London. I'm not in London, but some brothers from the Institute are. We have many students in London. We're inviting you all to come and meet with us, inshallah, and learn. The class is free, the meeting is free. Come and spend some time with some sincere brothers, inshallah. Benefit, more than just watching YouTube with us. Come and actually study Islam with scholars, inshallah. And just one more screen, if that's okay, Habibi Hamza, just one more screen. The brothers from Dawah Canada wanted me to share this with you. They have an office in Ottawa now, and they would like people to join if you're interested in sharing the message in Islam. Ottawa is the capital of Canada. We would like to share the message of Islam to all those ridiculous truckers. That would just be my quick message. Jazakallah khairan to Brother Hamza for his grace with me. Ustad Mansur, it's always a pleasure to see you. Asadullah, whatever you do, brother, may Allah bless your baby. It's much very cute, but I think you're cuter, and you should keep this camera in, inshallah. And Sheikh Uthman, you came to Canada, didn't meet me, because he was on the other side of the country. And then the very next day, you had another conference somewhere in America. So this Sheikh, he never stops working for the sake of the da'wah. May Allah bless you and preserve you. Ameen. And PouYa, I heard you are a scientist, but a scientist that does not know the fundamental laws of logic is a person in delusion. But thank you for your time. Just remember one more thing. You're wearing an AC Milan shirt. Clarence Seedorf became Muslim. Alhamdulillah. You should know what the truth is, just like Clarence does. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Ijaz, we love you.
Yeah. So, PouYa, just few observations that I can make here, what I've seen so far. There seems to be some, some issues, underlying, your objections to everything that you're coming up with. And they're quite deep-rooted, and they're not born out of simply, just you're finding problems in the Qur'an and paradoxes, or reading Ali Dashti's books and so on. There's something other than that. It's a long-standing issue that you had, from perhaps very young age, as you said. Islam was forced on you, and maybe that left a bad impression from which you weren't very impressed, or you weren't very happy, so that you didn't have that connection with Islam. And eventually, by losing that connection, you were driven away to find the alternatives. And the alternatives seem to be like critical thinking, the humanism ideas of equality, ideas of, you can do whatever you want to do, you can be free. This kind of, this liberal mindset that you had, and you compared that with the religious boundary that Islam provided, that Islam says you have to do X, Y, and Z, and you felt, nope, I don't want to do that because it was forced upon me. It could be a lot of this kind of shift that you underwent in your life that has somehow made you to think the way you are today, and it made you to come away from religion per se, rather than just Islam. You were not interested in religion. You're not interested in ideology. You think all ideology is man-made. They have all this human contraction to it, and what is truth to you, you're not even sure. You're not sure there's an absolute truth or not. But of course, in this discussion that you had, you may give a little thought afterwards. But it seems like if you are still critically thinking, and what you've heard from the brothers and Brother Asadullah as well, I think you can make a lot of difference and change in your life, and eventually you can reappreciate Islam. Especially the information that you gave us about your knowledge and exposure of Islam isn't to a level where we would expect that you have actually left Islam based on understanding it, but rather you left Islam because you weren't exposed to its teaching, to its fundamentals, to its concepts, to its rationality of how things are. So with your newer critical thinking mindset, if you re-examine Islam, I think you can rediscover it. And I think you will appreciate more, and I think you will return to Islam, because I can see honestly in yourself, you're a sincere person. I don't see that you are just like a troll and you're someone who's waffling, because you're thinking. I mean, even look at yourself now, you are pondering and you're reflecting. So I'm hopeful that if you carry on with your critical thinking and look into Islam in its fundamental teachings, what Islam provides, in the doctrine that Islam has, in the universalist values that Islam has, in the concept of God's existence, in the concept of free will, in the concept of your own existence, then a lot of change can happen to you for better, and eventually you can come to appreciate Islam. I mean, these are my observations and thoughts, and I wish that you undertake that journey with your own compassion and passion, both at the same time, that you don't feel that you have been moved away from Islam and some kind of subconscious hatred is there because of what has happened to Iran and its Iranian culture and the heritage, because of when Islam came to Persia and it's changed the landscape and so on. I think you can go beyond that. I'm very hopeful that you can see beyond these things and examine it again. And I wish you well.
I appreciate your words. It was truly nice.
Thank you. May Allah guide you, bro. Listen, the video about moon splitting and about the compilation of how the Quran was compiled, watch them, all right?
Inshallah. All right, take care, PouYa.
I saw a message come across the screen. Somebody said this conversation has made it that they want to accept Islam. Can they try to come on?
Yeah, there's Nicole, I think it was. I haven't
Nicole.
seen it since. All right, Infidel Noodle, you will just slagging off the ex-Muslim for not representing ex-Muslims in a good way. Your devices are not connected, so you need to learn how to connect your mic or your camera, one of the two. Probably not your camera, probably your mic, actually. Sort that out, and then we'll bring you on. Okay, Brendan, been so patient, man.
Appreciate it. You hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
How you doing?
Good.
How you doing?
All right.
So I guess I'm here. I guess I'm challenging things. You know, I've watched the show and I've watched a lot of like One Message Foundation and things like that. And I don't know if I could be considered a Muslim, like, to be perfectly honest. I think there's issues that I have that, like, for example, like, I don't know if this is like Aqidah or if this is like the belief structure that the Prophet Muhammad was perfect, as a perfect model for humankind, or the best of examples for humankind, as kind of a thread. I mean, I would assume that's a belief structure, right?
First thing, I appreciate the fact that you know what Aqidah means. Earlier, we had experts who had studied Islam, didn't know what Aqidah meant. They thought it meant opinion or something. But let me just take it back, Brendan. Do you believe there's a creator?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Do you believe that creator is all-wise, all-knowing, created everything, guides us through messengers and books and guidance? Okay. So that's excellent. All right. So now you believe there is La ilaha, there is none that should be worshipped illallah, except Allah, right? That Allah revealed messages. You already believe that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So from those is the Qur'an, the last revelation that came to mankind. You believe that, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, I think.
Okay, good.
I mean, I've had that idea, but I think, like, there's aspects of the Quran that, like, I guess I would say that I disagree with, or that I don't believe. It doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Let's talk through that. Let's talk through that. Okay. You do believe that there is Allah. You've already said you do believe.
Sure.
That, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you believe Allah revealed the Quran, right?
I mean, it has to be that way, but then there's a contradiction in my own brain, because it's like.
There isn't. We'll clear all that up for you. Don't worry, bro. I got you. Let's just go step by step. Okay. So, inshallah, Brendan, you're doing your Shahadah today. Don't worry. I got you. All right. So, and Nicole, you're next. So, you do believe that Allah sent revelations, right?
I do, but I think there's contradictions between the revelations. Like,
I got you.
There's massive contradictions between, say, the Bible and the Quran. Like,
great. We got you.
And I have really, specific issues to that.
I got you. Relax. Yeah. Let's just talk it through. So, we do believe that the Injil was revealed to Isa ibn Maryam. The revelation was revealed to Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, and the Torah to Musa, peace and blessings be upon him, Zabur to Dawood, peace be upon him. But the Bible that we have today, as you are, I'm sure, well read, and if you see,
there's contradictions, there's issues, it's been changed.
Well, not just that. I mean, it's oldest manuscripts don't date to the time of Jesus. Its original language is Koine Greek. Many of the authors for many of the books are anonymous. So this cannot be called the Injil. The Injil would be what was revealed to Isa ibn Maryam, right? So anything that you find in the Bible today, in the New Testament or even in the Old Testament, cannot be said that this is pure revelation. It might have some of the teachings, right? Because obviously those teachings were spread around in the area. Aspects of it would still be there, but we don't even know who wrote Hebrews, right? We don't even know who Luke really was, right? So, I mean, that's not first-hand reports of the message of Jesus, right?
Right.
Unlike that, the Quran, we do know. We know the Quran was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. We know that it was written down historically. We have documentation during his lifetime. In the first year afterwards, in the Khilafah of Abu Bakr radiyallahu anhu, they compiled it as a book. We have carbon-dated manuscripts. We have Huffaz that have memorized it letter by letter, word by word, from the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Right now, Ramadan is about to come.
Sure.
And you can go to any
and people
mosque,
recite it throughout the month of Ramadan.
word by word, letter by letter, on almost
whole thing.
every mosque, the whole thing. So you see the difference there?
I do. I mean, but I guess some of the history of, like, I guess, is it Uthman? Like, was that, like, I've heard things about, like, you know, I guess he collected them, or like he burnt manuscripts that did not correspond to, I guess, things that
Brandon,
contradicted or whatever.
You are too intelligent of a person to go by hearsay. So let me explain it, and then I have I'm not trying to plug any channel, but we do have videos that discuss these with evidences. I'm not going to go all the references right now, but in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, people wrote down on leather, on bones, and so on, parchments, the Qur'an. Abu Bakr radiyan standardized it, and the one he made responsible was Zayd ibn Haritha radiallahu anhu. Zayd ibn Thabit radiallahu anhu, sorry. Zayd ibn Thabit radiallahu anhu, and a group of companions. Uthman radiyan made copies of that and sent them out, right? But now, if somebody had their own writing,
if it didn't correspond, is the idea.
It did correspond exactly to that copy.
So what was burned? Things that did not correspond?
Let me tell you. I got you, right? In the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, people would write down the Qur'an, and sometimes they would put their own notes with it, right? They would put a hadith wording with it, or they would put that this is a beautiful supplication. You know, like, for example, if I take notes, they were not writing it down as a standardization, right? So when they took their notes, that was just sort of like, I have a Quran here with the place to take notes, like the book, the Mus'haf has a place. So when I sit in dars of tafsir, I write my notes to like a hadith and sayings and beautiful dua, make a point, oh, I should use this in my sujood as a beautiful dua, right? Now, Uthman radiyan realized that if those circulate, people might start having some confusion, whether that's a part of the Quran or not. So when he standardized copies and sent it out, all of those that were partial or had other notes written, when they realized, okay, because they had a whole group, right? The same companion, Zayd ibn Thabit radiallahu anhu, the one that compiled in the time of Abu Bakr, the same companion with the group of the companions, when they standardized it, they said those partials should be burned. So people don't get confused. It's not that they were not matching, because the Quran was compiled ijma'an. Do you know what ijma'? Consensus, right? Oh, so you learned something new today. Ijma' is consensus, right? So we had, for example, if a companion forgot a verse, right? The companions are human beings, but you had thousands of others, or at least hundreds, you can prove, that in the time of Tabi'un, that had memorized it. So he may have forgotten, but the others would tell him, hey, there is a verse. That's why Zayd ibn Thabit radiyanhu did not rely upon one companion. He brought all of the memorizers of the Quran that he could find, and he told them, for every verse, I want a written and a memorized 2 witnesses, right? To make sure that every verse is there and nothing is lost and nothing is added. And by the consensus of the companion, it was there. Now, if I make you in charge of a project like that, think it through, right? Like, people have a bunch of notes, but some of those are, let's say I give a lecture and people write down my lecture. And then some of them put their own notes on the side. Some of them only get a part of my lecture, but some of them memorize the whole thing, right?
Sure.
So your job is to standardize one. So you bring everybody together. You say, okay, bring your manuscript, bring your notebooks, and who's memorized the whole thing. Everybody come together, and we all standardize. This one is exactly the way we all agree. Okay. Now, those people with their own notes, you'll tell them, look, I don't want you guys sending those out and confusing people, because it's not going to match what you all agreed to, because that has your personal notes, or that may be missing verses. So those were burned. There was no other Quran. The Quran is one Quran. Even the styles of recitation all have to conform to the one Mus'haf Uthman radiyanhu, right? And Uthman,
but I thought isn't there like 7 sort of qira'ats or 7?
There is 7 ahruf, and from that many qira'at that come, but qira'at are not different Qur'ans, right? For example, Brandon, I think
just different ways of reciting, but isn't some of the like I don't know, the like be differences between like Kasra, Dhamma, and things like that. So
yes,
isn't
exactly.
that a difference? I mean, the original
so much,
Quran,
man. You know Kasra and Dhamma, man. You're cool.
The original Quran didn't even have that, right?
Exactly.
But couldn't that lead to obvious issues like?
No.
Go ahead.
Let
me give you an example, right? Brandon, you're from the US, right?
Yeah, Brendan.
All right. I'm sorry, Brendan. Sorry,
Brendan. No, you're good.
All right. So I'm from the US, right?
Yeah.
Now, let us say, how do you say herb?
Herb?
Yeah, herb, right? Hamza, can you say the word herb?
Herb.
Say the word what? Herb.
Like, yes.
Yeah,
you
herb.
see how he said it?
Sure.
And you see how we read it?
Sure.
He said
but it doesn't
herb.
change the meaning. I mean,
It
I've
does
read
not
some things.
exactly. So you see what I'm saying, right? That just because the pronunciation is different doesn't mean we're reading something different.
But in Arabic,
now,
a kasra adama could change the meaning dramatically, though.
Can I just say something, Sheikh?
Go ahead.
What has it led to? You said it could lead to problems. What's it led to? 1400 years.
I don't think there's big differences, right? I mean,
there's no difference. Okay,
but let me just
explain. Not big
what
differences,
Fatama,
right?
quick,
I mean,
right?
we're talking about
Brendan,
like some of it, like sorry.
I think you're being finicky. I think you're being finicky at this point. Sorry, Sheikh. Don't mess up your flow.
Sheikh Uthman.
Yes.
Perhaps you can give him an example between just two different types. So,
Sure.
How about Warsh and?
Sure.
Yeah.
And Hafs, for example,
Yeah,
right? So very quickly, and just to understand a little about the Quran, the Fatha Dhamma Kasra on the letter in the last letter is the only one that changes the meaning, right?
Okay.
Meaning that this is maf'ul or fa'il because rafa and nasab and jar, right? On top of that, all of those recitations have to come back to the Prophet, peace be upon him. Meaning none of that can be outside the sab'a, the seven style that are all revealed from Allah. Okay. So even the diversity in meaning, for example, if you say qutila or qatila, if you say malik or malik,
Sure.
all of that will only be from one source. Right? And all according to one collection, which is the Musaf Uthman. Right? So even when you have enrichment of meaning, because some people will say the same word differently. I'll give you an example, because there's no dots in the Musaf Uthman radiyallahu, right? So when we speak to people from South Africa, when they're speaking to me, they might tell me, how is the brother? Or how is the sheikh? Even though I don't call myself a sheikh, but they might say it, right? So they say, how is the sheikh, right? Now, me and you from the US would be like, hey, who are we
What's
talking
up?
about, right? Like we're in third person here, right?
Yeah.
But that's how they speak. When they're speaking to you, they speak in third person. Now, in the Quran, you will find that between the qira'at. But that doesn't change the meaning. It's just the style of speaking. It enriches the meaning. But all of that has to be connected with multiple chains all the way back to the Prophet, peace be upon him, to Allah. So none of that is from the companions. Okay? So now, when we look at the Old Testament and the Bible and the fact that none of that in the Old Testament cannot be traced back to Moses, peace and blessings be upon him, right? Even the Dead Sea Scrolls are about, the earliest dating looks around 200 BC, which would not be anywhere close to Moses' time, peace be upon him. The New Testament that we have, the Bible as we call it in the New Testament, most of those books are going to be the manuscripts from 700 AD. Right, the earliest is going to be around 4th century, 340. Right, so that means those writings, we don't even know where that chain of narrators is. Right, so the Quran is the last and final and perfectly preserved message. Right, now what in the Quran is an objection to? What of the Quran do you find problematic?
Yeah, he said he didn't like.
I mean, something simple, I guess, is like the idea. I mean, because I was raised Catholic, right? So that's where I come from. But something like the crucifixion, like the line that Jesus wasn't crucified, he was. It appeared to be such, right? So the question is, I'd say historically, I think there's pretty strong arguments that if there's anything that was documented historically, it would be. Yeah.
Brandon, sorry
hold on. Let Mansur Asadullah take that one because I gotta go pray.
Well, before we go into this, Sheikh, we go into this, he can give us a list of things that we're going to have to respond to. We don't have time to do that right now.
Sure.
Nicole is waiting backstage. Okay. Now, we don't need to demonstrate the crucifixion didn't happen historically. We can.
But why would God make it appear to people as but for real, why would God make it appear that it would happen?
Please just listen.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll listen to you.
The problem you've got is, you're bringing the narrative of the New Testament to the table as though it's.
I gotta pray, but you guys go ahead. I'll be right.
Inshallah, you're bringing the narrative of the New Testament to the table as if it's historically reliable. And
No, I'm saying outside.
What you're doing then, You use
I'm
the
not
Bible.
using the Bible. I'm saying.
So why do you believe in
other
the crucifixion then?
documentations,
Why do you
like-
believe in the crucifixion then?
I'm saying like historically, like even like Roman documentation and things
What
like
Roman
that.
documentation?
I mean, I don't have like.
Are you talking
the
about
names.
Tacitus? Are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe. I don't
books
know
of
the
Flavius
names of these
Josephus?
things.
Look,
But I
if
think
you
there
want
is.
those,
The Romans were really good at like keeping records, weren't they? So.
Brendan.
Yes.
I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Go to EF Tower.
Yeah.
Go to Bible Historicity Streams playlist. And go to testing the historicity of the crucifixion outside of the New Testament.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we go through the letters of Flavius Josephus. We go through the claims of Tacitus. Yeah. We go through it all. Then we go through the internal. So we do the external inconsistency and the internal inconsistency. What? No. This is why I interrupted the Sheikh, and I apologize for doing so, because we could go on forever. We can go on all night. You could bring this. You could bring that. Didn't you probably say kill dogs or whatever it may be? Okay. The point here is this. I want to understand your position. Do you believe Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, made it all up? Do you believe he was lying? Do you believe he didn't have a visitation from an angel?
I don't, but I don't think that his example is necessarily timeless. Like I think that there's
No,
aspects.
that's not the point I'm making. I'm not making that point, mate. Yeah, whether you like what was said or what wasn't said, that's not the point I'm making. He made a claim. An angel in the cave came to him 1400 years ago and told him he was a messenger of God to the people. Do you believe he lied about that claim?
No, I don't have any reason to believe that. I mean,
So you believe he did have a visitation from an angel?
I think it's very likely. Yeah, I think it's very possible.
So he is a messenger of God.
Sure.
So what's the problem?
Well, like I said, like, I think I disagree that he's like a perfect example. Like I don't.
Okay, so why don't we just address this point, just to clarify, because I think maybe there are some obstacles still, in front of you. That you think if these are clarified to you, then you're almost there to sincerely embrace it wholeheartedly, isn't it? There are some of the things that you think that need some clarification rather.
Well, I mean, I think it comes to like Hamza's claim that, like, for example, like he said, there's no intellectual reason to leave Islam as a thing, right?
Yes.
And I would say that, like, intellectually, I do have a problem with something like, I know, like, the marriage of Aisha or something is like.
Well, that's not intellectual.
What? Well, is it though? Like, because in reality, like, I would say that something, I know in the context and the time, like, I get all of the discussions on that. I've watched many things on it, like, but my issue with it is that you can't simultaneously claim that that's a perfect example for humankind because it's not applicable in today's world, right?
Where does it say that? Where does it say we have to marry who the Prophet married? Where does it say we have to marry widows and divorcees only? Or where does it say we have to marry women 20 years older than her? Why is the only focus when it comes to the wives of the Prophet Muhammad you pick on Aisha? Why don't you?
Well, no, I would also raise an issue. Like, I genuinely, if I had I have adopted cousins.
But this
like,
isn't intellectual. This isn't intellectual.
But it's not. But intellectually and logically, we could say that that's not an applicable model to replicate.
What? So you're going to say now he married the divorced wife of his adopted son? Yeah.
Correct.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, it's like if I had an adopted child, like it would seem wrong for me to marry that person, right? It would seem wrong to do it.
No. What? He didn't marry his adopted child.
If I have an adopted son and I marry my adopted son's wife,
so you have an adopted son, and he breaks up with his wife and he divorces her. Yeah.
Yes.
Why is it wrong to marry her?
I mean, I guess your point is that this is an emotional argument. Like,
why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
I don't know. Like,
it's not
I mean,
wrong.
would you say? Well, I don't know. Would you think that that's acceptable? Like, I mean,
why is it not acceptable?
Aren't you reflecting exactly what they had before, the cultural norm? So if the Arabs had a cultural understanding that this is a taboo thing, and they couldn't accept that, you may have grown up in a particular environment in which this is also like unacceptable, and you are echoing their perceptions.
But that
doesn't make this practice, something that is immoral or unacceptable. I mean, Islam came to correct those kind of perceptions, which are incorrect.
No, but Brendan, real quick. So is it okay to marry your cousin?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Why not?
So
I don't know. I guess it's the way I was raised. I mean, I guess culturally, the
Exactly.
only explanation and justification is the way
Marry
that I
your
was
cousin in
raised,
Christianity.
right? I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's probably permissible in the Bible in some way, most likely, right? But that doesn't mean that I think it's acceptable. Like, logically,
So
logically, I don't think it's
no,
acceptable.
no. Logically, what's the logical flaw with marrying your cousin?
I don't know. Genetically, it's not probably healthy for the offspring.
So again, if you look at much of society,
scientifically, right?
Take it easy, right? Much of society today, if you look at outside the U.S., if you look at many other cultures, even if you look at the old English kings and queens, many of them married their cousins, and many of them had no genetic defects, right? It's not that you continuously marry your cousins. You can go outside the gene pool as well. But some things are cultural norms that me and you may hold because of where we're raised.
Correct.
Right. But now, if a religion is for all times and all places, then it has to give you the leeway where other cultural norms that, as long as they're not forbidden, have to be accommodated. It doesn't mean you have to, right?
Understand. I get that point. I'll accept that point.
You get that point. Okay, excellent. So,
just this point here.
Zaynab bint Jahsh, just to understand, she was originally supposed, her family wanted her married to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That was the original plan. But out of his love for somebody who was no longer even, he didn't raise Zayd ibn Haritha radiyallahu anhu. Zayd ibn Haritha was taken as a captive of war by the Arabs and pagans. It's not like, was raised in the house of the Prophet, peace be upon him. But the Prophet sheltered him. Do you understand? Zayd ibn Haritha was captured as a man in war. His family even came for him, but he loved the mannerisms of the Prophet, peace be upon him. So let's say if you had an employee that worked with you, right? And there was a woman you were supposed to marry, but you see the employee has an interest and you feel that they would make a good couple. So you kind of step back, you let them get married, and it doesn't work out. And on their own, they divorce. And then you marry that woman. Do you see any problem with that?
I don't see a problem with marrying. Like, I think it's within the family. Like, I see it as an issue within the family.
So Zayd is not the family of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Not like, but he's an adopted child, right? So like I said,
again,
like
this is where the wording that the Western audience is taught is wrong. Adopted child. He was not a child when he was adopted, right? He was somebody that was captured by an Arab Bedouin tribe, not Islam, before Islam, that was attacking another tribe. And when he was brought to the Prophet, peace be upon him, he was already of some age. I don't know exactly the age, but he was not a baby. It wasn't something raised in his house. But he was given as a slave, right? Because the Arabs, before Islam, they had the system of slavery. So here, the Prophet, peace be upon him, did not want to raise him as a slave. So he
takes him as a son, as an adopted son.
But again, adopted son, not in the Western concept as if I go, like, for example, I go to Chile and I find a baby and I say, I'm going to make this my baby and I raise him. This is a Western concept, right? That's not the way it is. Imagine if we had tribal raids today and somebody raided the Apache nation and brought a young man to you and said, this is your slave. And you say, well, I don't want to be my slave. Yeah, you've given him so that he serves me and you be with me, but he can be with me. Now here, Allah is making a clarification. Don't confuse that with your actual children, right? So this was why it was important to understand, because what would happen then is, in a larger context, you're going to have people that are going to have children and they're going to be like, no, this other guy is my child and now my inheritance goes to him and I'm not going to give to my children, right? Who are the rightful owners of your inheritance. So to make that clarification, Allah has to put everything in the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, so that society can see him as an example and whatever is needed in that particular time can be utilized, right? For example, the Prophet, peace be upon him, married older women than him. But that doesn't mean you have to marry an older woman, right? But it does show that it's acceptable, right? In that sense, the Prophet, peace be upon him, married women that were younger than him. Not that you have to marry a woman younger than you, but you have to show society that's acceptable. Aisha RA was already engaged before she was married to the Prophet, peace be upon him.
I'm aware of it, and I know that people did that in the past. But what I'm saying is, it's like,
so today, you don't have to do that. But Islam is for all
but
time.
Would you agree that in today's context that it's unacceptable? Like in today's concept, like I have a 9-year-old daughter, right? Like I have a 9-year-old daughter. So like the idea of a 53-year-old man marrying a 9-year-old daughter in my head is unacceptable. Like it's completely unacceptable.
So let me explain that to you, okay? You have a 9-year-old daughter. and she's probably in what grade?
She's in 4th grade.
4th grade.
Yeah.
Now, you know that at least you want her to study through high school. Right?
Sure.
And then after high school, you probably want her to go to college, right?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Now, after college, you probably want her to get some kind of career or then get married, because then she'll be old enough to make a decision. Even if another 9-year-old comes right now and says, I want to marry your daughter, you wouldn't allow that, right?
No.
Now, today, in today's day and age, if you are in some of the remote villages in Africa, or if you are in some of the remote villages of Afghanistan, and you see there that there is no high school, no middle school, you have a very elementary education that's finished by 4 or 5 years of age, and now you have to go work. Even 12-year-old boys, like I've been to areas where a 12-year-old boy is basically a man. He's running a household, right? Now in America, I can't imagine our 12-year-olds being able to do that because they're still on their Game Boys or whatever, right? But that, even though it's the same time period, that cultural context needs it, right? So now Islam has a thing called urf. We look at the cultural practices, right? So in America, for example, our urf is that people get married, around 18 or some, especially in California, some of the Mexican communities earlier than that and some later than that. That's our urf. If you live by that, there's no problem with that, right? But we cannot say that this is the only way we can live, right? So when your daughter gets older, wait till she's, and this is, see, I have these fiqh books here, Al-Mughni and stuff. When they talk about the appropriate age for marriage, they don't say this is a cut-off line. They talk about physical maturity. They talk about emotional maturity. They talk about the conditions of the time. Some women, their period comes early, some comes later. So even those physical signs are only indications, right? So that means you have to look at those kinds of things. You have to look at whether she's physically ready for marriage. Some women in some cultures are physically ready at an earlier age and some at a later age. All of that aside, look, all of these questions you have, inshallah, Hamza will have your contact info and you can give, and we can go through them, inshallah. You believe in one God, right?
Yeah.
You believe the Prophet Muhammad was a messenger, right?
I believe, I think he was a prophet.
You're Muslim. Khalas. So you have already basically taken your Shahadah right there. Now, if you want to know the wisdom behind Khaybar or behind the Prophet's number of wives and why he married Sauda and why he married Maria Qibtiyya, no problem. I have a whole series on the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him. If you go to Mujribat, my OMF also has it. We're going to go through the whole life, question by question, evidence by evidence, hikmah, wisdoms. Each marriage of the Prophet, peace be upon him, I explain the wisdom behind it. Okay? All from
Sorry, my little son's
evidence.
just making a bunch of background noise.
I got you.
If I may
I
summarize,
got 3 kids around here.
Sheikh Uthman, if I could summarize your view on the marriage and also kind of to address the point about the Prophet ﷺ being an example for all time. Is it okay if I just briefly
go for it, Habibi?
Yeah.
So essentially, the maxim, if we're looking at it from basically a fiqh perspective, legal perspective, the maxim that the Prophet ﷺ set for us as an example is that you only marry mature. Now you're saying, okay, well, that's the basic maxim, right? The issue here is that based on the circumstance, the environment, the context, how the society treats maturity, what constitutes psychosocial maturity, etc., that fluctuates depending on where we're looking at in the world, what time period, etc. So the maxim, the example of all time is marry mature. The word mature is what fluctuates. That's how we would basically justify him being an example for all time, because there are periods in it, like for example, he rode on a horse, right? That's how he traveled, or a camel. Well, we don't really do that today. So under the logic that certain descriptions have to be different, or certain specifics are different today, therefore he can't be an example of all time. It's kind of an absurdity from our perspective.
I get your point. I get your point.
I'm saying? You see what
I get your point.
Okay. Awesome.
Good. So now, Arabic first or English first?
I say that I say the Shahada, but what I'm saying is that
so you're Muslim. That's what a Muslim is. Now you got to start praying, fasting. We got to get you on, bro. Ramadan's coming. All right, but the homework I will give you And again, I don't need the views. It's not, I don't get paid by any of my channels or anything like that. But the homework I will give you is to go and start watching the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, from authentic sources. And if you have questions, it's very hard to get a hold of me. I apologize for everybody who has emailed and I haven't got back to you. I have 20, let me just look at it right now, just to give you guys a, because I know I get this complaint. I have 21,525 unread emails right now. I have 238 missed calls, and I have 220 messages. But Hamza can get a hold of me because he has some back channels, right? So you will get Hamza's contact info, and then when you watch that series, if you have anything that's not clear to you, you will contact Hamza, and then Hamza will force me to get back to you. All right. Every objection, inshallah, by the will of Allah, from the Qur'an and authentic sources, we will respond to you.
I mean, I'll try. I sent messages to various masjids, and I have like a list of questions, and a lot of people don't answer them.
Because again, masajid, some of those email lists get lost and stuff, but we'll go through them. But you believe in Allah, you believe in the messenger, that's a Muslim. So Arabic first or English first?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind saying it. I've said it many times, but like I think maybe, but then there's things that I disagree with, like I said in the Quran. So like this is the point. Like
what? Like we already cleared up this issue. What else?
Well, I mean, I told you, like I said, with the idea of like, if God made, for example, the crucifixion occur and appeared to people that way, then. But you're shaking your head. But listen to me. Just hear my point.
Say that.
I'm not.
What do you mean?
I'm not shaking my head. No, let me explain.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say that it appeared as such.
It doesn't say what you just said. You didn't say that. You said Allah made it appear to them that way.
Okay, so
let me explain.
I'm happy to hear it exactly as it was said in Arabic and in English. I don't mind.
I got you. So let me give it this way, right? Let's say I'm an innocent person, right? And the U.S. government decides that I'm a right-wing, Trump-supporting guy who stormed the White House, right?
I don't have. Hang on. My issue is not like a sacrificial thing. Like I'm not making an argument.
I wasn't talking about that. No. Okay. Let me just finish, and then you'll see what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? And let's say I'm about to go and I'm just giving a hypothetical here. Okay, so I'm about to just go and get some groceries at Safeway or Vons or whatever. And the government says, hey, that's the guy who was wearing the big moose head and he was storming and I'm not, right? And they're about to arrest me. And there's a guy there, for example, who is the one that called the police incorrectly. It wasn't me. He made a false attribution. And when they go to arrest me, they arrest him instead. Somehow, they think he's the guy, right?
Gotcha.
That doesn't mean they were tricked or duped or fooled. It just means they got the wrong guy. The person they thought they got, they didn't. You understand?
I do, but I would say that the early sources all pointed to this idea of a crucifixion, right? So like, how are the Christians going to be judged by believing that Jesus was crucified, as an example, when that's
so many early Christians did not believe in the crucifixion, and this is why you have the Council of Nicaea. Many earlier Christians did not believe in the divinity of Jesus. We have things like the Gospel of Barnabas, whether you authentic or not, but those ideas have been there, right? The true followers of Jesus, many of them objected to Paul and his doctrine, right? And Mansur and them can discuss this with you in great detail, right? We'll work through all of that, right? Allah does not punish anybody who does not have the knowledge to make the decisions. Meaning that if somebody doesn't know about something, Allah does not punish them. This is Allah says that He sent a prophet to every nation, right? So those that truly don't know, that's between them and Allah. Those that know and don't take the time to follow the truth or to figure out the truth, that's on them. Like today, Christians have the ability to know the truth. They have so many different videos they can watch. They have so many books they can read. And there are till today Christians that have disagreements about the crucifixion, that have disagreement about the divinity of Jesus. We've had Christians come on here and make those claims. So that means you could find out. If you could find out and you don't, you're responsible. If you couldn't find out, Allah gives you the excuse. See?
Brendan, just very quickly, what exactly is your concern about the Quranic ayah regarding crucifixion of Christ?
I think it's the idea that that it appears to be this one way. So then it's like, did God trick people? And did people then walk away with some understanding that it happened, and then a whole religion developed around the idea that Jesus was crucified? That's the meat of Christianity.
Brendan.
Yeah.
The religion was not created over crucifixion; it was created over a resurrection.
Well, that's part of it, isn't it? The death and
resurrection. No, that's the main thing, the resurrection, and that's again, something you have no non-biblical evidence for.
If you look at a lot of
that's a faith claim.
But also understand, if you look at a lot of the early Christian sects, like the Arians and others, they had very different beliefs than what we see today.
Exactly.
There are many types of Christianities that were, especially at the Council of Nicaea and after that were wiped out and so on.
Yeah, and the fact that it happened 300 years after is problematic.
Exactly.
I don't have an issue with those problems.
So we'll go through all of those with you. Do you believe in one Allah?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Then ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
Al.
Oh,
hold on. Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
Hold on. Okay. Let me. Okay. Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
Al. La ilaha illallah wa ashhadu wa Muhammadur Rasulullah anna Muhammad Rasulullah abduhu wa rasuluh. You're ahead of me. There you go, man. All right. I bear witness there is none worthy of worship. I bear witness there's none worthy of worship except Allah. And I bear witness that the Prophet Muhammad is a servant and messenger of Allah. Allahu Akbar. All right, now the work starts now. All right, go watch the series. If you have questions, whether it's crucifixion related, whether it's historic, whether it's Quranic ayat, send those to Hamza or Brother Mansur or Asadullah Ali, other than me, because I'm not going to get back to you. And they can get a hold of me. They got back channels and all that. And inshallah, you will learn the religion. We have a whole series on Aqidah in the Majribat channel that goes over the Islamic belief. You're going to learn. From the cradle to the grave, we're students of knowledge. But the Qur'an and the Sahih Ahadith are applicable upon you now. You got to go take a nice shower, make a ghusl, make your wudu, and start your prayers and ask Allah to give you istiqamah, steadfastness on the religion. And Hamza, can you share your contact with him?
Yeah, just message me on Hamza's Den, my brother.
Okay, where is that? I'll find it. What?
Are you on Facebook?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, so Hamza's Den, you'll find it easy. Same as my channel.
Okay.
Oh, wait there, wrong side. See it?
All right.
Hamza's Den, you see. Okay.
Just send me a message on
let's get Nicole. I think Nicole wants to accept this.
Sorry, Tangalo, you're not going to get on, and Sufi Soldier, you're definitely not getting on. All right. Sorry, guys, I'm struggling to breathe here. I've got this hay fever. I've been up since 5 this morning, 4:30 this morning. I went to Paris, come rushing back, got back at 8 o'clock, 1 hour sleep, and then I'm here. And I'm drained.
Welcome to my life.
Honestly, subhanAllah. But I've got this hay fever and I can't breathe. I'm trying to breathe. Anyway.
Okay, is Nicole there? There she is.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Sorry, I'm a little nervous for coming on here because I know there's like thousands of people watching.
Just relax. It's all, everything's between you and your creator. That's the only one that sees everything that matters. The rest, everybody, whatever.
Yeah.
So
honestly, I'm really glad I came on here tonight because you guys have some really good arguments. And I've had some doubts, but I have firm belief, honestly. So
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. That's beautiful. It's always beautiful to hear that. It amazes me how many people come on, whether it's at the park or whether it's on Strive, on live streams like this, that aren't really looking for the truth. And we may go through all these arguments and give all these clear evidences, but it doesn't affect them because they're not looking for it. And there's people like you that are looking, that are open-minded, their hearts are open, and Allah guides them. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's
Where are you? Where are you, in the US or in the UK? Or
yeah, I'm in the US.
okay.
Yeah, I actually started watching your video at work earlier, all the way to home. So I've been on since the beginning. We're gonna say like a little of my background or story or something. Well, I come from a very nihilistic atheist family. And I've kind of been on my own journey of like seeking the truth, I guess. And I've always asked for God's guidance in my own way. And then one night I got this random like thought, like, what is Islam about? And I got into a whole rabbit hole on YouTube. It connected me to somebody in Sudan, pen pal. And then I went and bought a Quran and I started reading. And I had questions like a lot of these other people in here had, and Brendan before me, which I watched some of your videos. A lot of your videos actually. And then I'm here now, so I've kind of
Allahu Akbar. So now after watching all those videos and reading the Quran, do you believe there's one Allah?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the Prophet Muhammad is his last messenger?
Yes.
Excellent. You are a Muslim. We will do your Shahadah as well. And again, like I said, that's just the beginning. After that, like One Message Foundation or Majribat or Brother Mansur's DawahWise or Hamza's stream or Asadullah Ali stream or all the other brothers that have content you can go watch and learn. Let us know what city you're in. We can try to connect you with some of the good Muslims that are on the right aqidah and things in your city to help you, inshallah, to grow and learn, support. All of us are going to be your brothers and sisters. You might meet some Muslims that aren't the greatest Muslims. Not all of us are perfect, but this ummah will be will be a part of the family that you would be a part of. So
yeah, I'm speaking on that really quickly. I've actually tried to contact some masjids here, and
what city are you in, if you don't mind sharing?
I'm in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay, no problem. Send me your through Hamza. Send me your contact information.
Okay.
And we'll get some the local masajid and people to come and contact you. Virginia, a lot of Muslims, alhamdulillah. We know some good Muslims out there, mashallah, on the right aqidah and right way, so that there'll be a family for you. And Hamza, if you can send me her contact as well, you can even we have the OMF sisters that can contact you and keep in touch to help you learn the prayers and answer any questions, inshallah.
Okay.
All right. So Arabic first or English first?
We'll do
It's
Arabic.
my catch line now. All right. I always like it when people say Arabic because then that shows that they're ready for some. All right. Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
Al. La. Ilaha. Illallah. Wa ashhadu. Anna. Muhammada. Abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Where are you guys at, man? Come on, Mansoor. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
This is, some people, they wonder why, but this is from the Sunnah to say Allahu Akbar. Not to say takbir and people say it together, but when the Sahaba, when somebody become Muslim, they would say Allahu Akbar. All right. I bear witness. There is none worthy of worship. Except Allah. And I bear witness. That Muhammad. Is the servant. And messenger of Allah. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Greatest day of your life. This day, your whole past is cleaned. All those sins, mistakes, whatever are gone. You're like a newborn baby. Mistakes of the past are turned into good deeds. You are Muslim. Allahu Akbar. This is the purpose of your creation. Today you have found it. And now you have to learn how to make the wudu, how to pray. You got fasting. But now you're a new person. You have connected to your creator. I mean, what is greater than that? No amount of money, no amount of power, any of that can be worth accepting the truth. So I'm really happy. And inshallah, Hamza, if you can get the contact information, and we'll we'll connect them.
Is it okay if I say something?
تفضلوا حبيبي.
Okay, Sister Nicole, congratulations. Inshallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala facilitate you. That said, I just want to give some advice as a fellow revert of 13 years. You're going to experience a lot of things that you don't understand. You're going to see a lot of things that may confuse you. It's going to be a culture shock as well. Sheikh Uthman kind of hinted at it. I'm just going to tell you one thing. You're going to be zealous, and that's a good thing, but take things slow. Be gradual in your understanding of things. Learn things one at a time. Don't try to consume everything at once. Just take it slow. The companions of the Prophet ﷺ were gradually introduced to Islam. You need to be as well. Just take your time. Okay?
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Jazakallah khairan.
And same advice I gave Brandon. Reach out to me on Facebook on Hamza's Den, and then I can connect you to the right places, inshallah.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks for coming on, Nicole.
Thank
Mansur,
you.
do you want to any words of wisdom? No, it's fine. All right.
Right, brothers, I gotta go. Jazakallah khairan. As usual, it's a pleasure. Barakallah feekum.
Jazakallah khair for joining, Sheikh. Honestly, I know.
Don't forget me in your dua.
Ameen, inshallah.
Likewise.
Assalamu alaikum.
I think we should come to the end of the show, inshallah. It's been quite long as well, isn't it? Especially for Hamza, non-stop.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe through my nose, man.
Yeah.
I've got a headache. Ameen, inshallah. I think it's just hay fever. Because I've been traveling and I've had no sleep or run down now. Alhamdulillah. All right, guys. I'll say goodbye to Assalamu alaikum to my brother Asadullah first. Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, Ahi. Take care. And Sheikh Mansur. You want to speak as on Sunday?
Inshallah.
These soldiers, man. Soldiers. Anything the kind of DawahWise that people can look forward to? Is it Hindu flex still on?
There will be some more, inshallah, because as you can see how complex it is, so there will be definitely some more of these. But we'll bring other topic areas as well, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Beneficial for everyone.
All right, my brother.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, mashallah. Alhamdulillah. Another arena over. I'm sorry, biblical Christologist, whatever you call. Next time. Inshallah. And Sufi soldier, maybe next time. Not Sufi soldier, you sound like a Muslim. All right, guys, thanks for joining. SubhanAllah. I nearly didn't even do the stream tonight, you know that, because I was in Paris and my train was at 11 minutes past 5, and I got to the station about 3 o'clock, and there was some event going on. I don't know what. The soldiers had closed the station down. Police were kicking everyone out of the station. All around the station was cleared. I'm thinking, flipping heck, what's going on? I'm thinking, do I have to cancel? Am I going to miss my train back? Am I going to cancel? Because I knew if I came back on time, I had 1 hour before the stream, or 1 hour, about 1 hour's rest. Alhamdulillah. Sufi soldier, you come in one more time, I'm just going to ban you. So don't come in again, please. So I thought I was going to cancel the stream because I didn't think I was going to get back in time. But alhamdulillah, I don't know how. Got back on my train, got back in time, did my hour's sleep. And mashallah, Brendan and Nicole, I mean, hopefully this is the last time Brendan takes Shahadah. And mashallah, Nicole plucked up the courage to finally embrace what she's believing. All you lucky members who are part of the channel, support the channel, what we do will benefit in those Shahadas, mashallah. So if there's any reason to be a member of the channel, there's one reason for you. Forget the emojis and that book club and stuff. I've got a Purities. I take 1 tablet a day for the hay fever, but my nose is completely and utterly bugged up, giving me a headache, and then I can't breathe. When I talk, I can't breathe. Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khair for all your support. Yeah, mashallah, we got up to 2,000 views eventually, mashallah. Ben's doing a good job with the thumbnails, and inshallah some beautiful pearls of wisdom from the Sheikh Uthman there, and Asadullah, and even Mansur, mashallah, and even Ijaz, alhamdulillah. So Ben's going to be slicing and dicing this arena stream, so you know the score, Mr. Allegation Hunter. Yeah, so inshallah we're going to be doing that, alhamdulillah. Sufi soldier's not a Muslim. Okay, fair enough. Wow. Hey, how you doing, Ace? I'll go home, bro. My nose is muted. I agree. Oh, sorry. Flipping heck. Where are my manners? Where are my manners? To the other member who earlier, mashallah. Make a liquid from the onion and put it in your nose and you'll be fine. Usually sleep just does me. Yeah, good rest. I'll be at tomorrow's shop. Jazakallah khair, Mohammed Mahdi. Put Hamza in the channel in your link of status. What's up to get into 50k? We're on our way to 50k, mashallah. What are we on? We're on 46,777. We're closing down, man. We're closing down. I'll be whatever gender you want, lovely, because it's the religious who get triggered by that stuff. I don't really care. I'm a feminine member of society, conscious according to biology and neuroscience. I do believe we exposed your double standards last time, Amy. But you're welcome to come to the arena again. Hamza, female, recently converted to Islam with me, but how do I tell her she needs to start praying? She needs to leave her non-Muslim husband. She doesn't need to leave her non-Muslim husband. And prayer is the next step after Shahadah. Alhamdulillah. Please don't start telling me she does leave her non-Muslim husband, because she doesn't. Can I pin the members link? It's in the description, I believe. All right, let's just do a 5-minute members drive. Where is it? Patreon, PayPal. Join the channel. Is that one? I think. Oh. I've made a decision as well, and it's going to be a hard task. But if we can reach 1,000 members, I'm going to try to demonetize my channel, inshallah, so you don't get adverts. Because I understand you can get some dodgy adverts on these. Although those dodgy adverts do kind of expose you more than anything, because basically the advertisers will show you what they think you're interested in, and that'll be based upon your searches and such. So if you're getting really dodgy adverts, then you know you need to question your Googling. Anyway. It will clear infection if you boil salt and water and then apply 3 drops in it. I can't do that. Infidel Noodle, she came backstage, but she couldn't connect her devices for some reason. Oh, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm not joking. I was up 4 this morning. I left the house about 4:30, 4:45 to get to the station, to get the train, straight into Paris. Straight on the underground, on the metro, straight to the wholesalers, walking around Paris, buying all the scarves, back on the metro. Then we had this bomb scare or whatever it was at the station. Then Eurostar back. And, you think it's all the paninis I'm eating? No, mashallah. Are we going to have Sunday chill and the book club next week? Yes, inshallah. And there's some live stream from the new shop. Yeah, inshallah. That's the kind of plan. Yeah, tell me about it, Sarah. Sarah. Just give people a chance if they want to become a member. I've just put the link there in it. Let's see. Change the colours of the thumbnail. Why? What's wrong with the thumbnail? Not staying for an hour. Not staying for an hour.
It was a nice stream, wasn't it, today? No, Driller came backstage. I don't know if it was the same guy. I just kicked him. Oh, mashallah. F. Leonardo, welcome to the Pride. Perfect Storm. Oh, I think it's Dawah Clinic next, isn't it? Yeah, I believe a good night's sleep usually does the trick. I don't think I'm going to sleep like a baby, sleep like a lark. You love my belief flex. See, this unbuckles a lot of people's positions because as soon as they realize that the belief they're holding on to isn't based upon any type of empirical evidence. I had a lovely guy on the train today. I'll just tell you this quick story. Quick one. It's a quick one. So I was on the train today, right? And I sat in my seat, and this guy sat next to me. And I thought he was a French guy. And he started doing like this, right? So I thought he was a Christian, praying before the journey or something along those lines. So I asked him, I said to him, were you praying then? He goes, well, I said, were you praying then, like for the journey or something? He goes, no. So I think he was praying. He was just so happened he put his hands there like this, right? And we didn't stop talking until we got off the train 2.5 hours later. Seriously, subhanAllah. We spoke about everything. We spoke about what's going on in Ukraine. We spoke about Islam. We spoke about Christianity. We spoke about atheism. We spoke about Darwinian evolution. And he's very close to Islam, this boy, inshallah. He's just come back from Dubai, where he's had a taste of the hospitality of Islam. And now he got us this Reva English guy sat next to him, just bashing him up nicely, really, really nicely. Very nice guy. Eric, his name was. He really enjoyed it. We swapped emails, so inshallah he's going to be in touch. But he found himself agreeing with everything I was saying. We were speaking about the 5 poisons and all of these things, and subhanallah, it was fantastic, man. I literally didn't stop talking. Even when the train pulled into Paris Gare du Nord, we still talking. We got off the train, still talking. Walked down the platform, we still talking. It was just we parted ways when we got to the end of the platform. It was just amazing. Have I heard Shadid Lunacy? I've seen it on the Clubhouse, mashallah. You got humiliated in Dawah Clinic. How did you get humiliated in Dawah Clinic? Unless it was me. Paris Gare de Lyon, Gare de Nord. Gare de Nord. Does he have to have a stream this weekend? I think we should be on Historicity again. What's Larry asking? What's he going to ask next time? What we're looking out for? Huh? Larry, what's your question, son? Yeah, I've been talking with blocked nose all the time. Honestly. Is there a preferred way to donate? YouTube member, patron, or any other way? But brother, if you go to the description of this particular stream, I think you'll find the patron link or the membership link is there to become a member. Membership is limited to $2.99 a month because that's the cost of membership. I didn't do any different tiers. Patron, you can support the channel any way you wish per month. Alhamdulillah. There's also PayPal as well if you just want to do one-offs. So all 3 options are there for you, my brother. Mashallah. No. Oh, you hid his question. I was looking for it. This may be the last arena before Ramadan. No, there'll be one more. I went for a meeting the other day, food, with some of the top boys, and mashallah, Hamza Sources has agreed to come on to a arena after Ramadan, inshallah. Same with Sabur, and also Sabur wants to do an answering atheist stream, incorporating nihilism and these type of things. So alhamdulillah, there's things to look forward to after Ramadan. In Ramadan, there's no arenas or nothing. It's just going to be reading the Qur'an, mashallah. Muhammad Pickthall version, thous and these. Ahmed, Jazakallah khair. Welcome to the Pride. I'm going to bed. I'm trying to go to bed. Next gladiators are Ramadan coming soon. Yeah, there should be one more before. Ramadan's April the 3rd, if I'm not wrong. So today's what? The 11th, 19th, 28th, 26th, 11th, 18th, 25th. Yeah, there should definitely be one more arena before. Yeah, 2 showers, mashallah. All right, beautiful people. I'm going to go. Can I shake with every arena? No. He's a busy guy. He's very hard to get hold of, to be honest with you. Right, I'm going to go. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You know what's coming.